Will Make It TV, followers, viewers, supporters, listeners, and did I miss any? Followers, viewers, supporters, and listeners. That's right. Thank you guys for tuning in to another live segment. And we just thank you for your support. Okay. Even if you hate us, you support us. You know why? Because without your hate, nobody would know we exist. The whole point I last checked of starting a public platform, regardless of what our goals on the other side were of it or who help, how we're helping ourselves, a lot of people forget that nobody even knows you exist without their hate. But haters do not, to this day, still understand why we value them. We're nothing without them either. So either way, it's just crazy. That's our topic, insightful topic about. It's kind of what it's about today. All right. If you don't like religious topics, if you don't like spiritual meanings and symbolism, all that stuff, You Will Make It TV was never the channel for you anyway. I mean, who hates on the fact that people believes in themselves and still follow people like us, right? So we will start saying that message at the beginning of every one of my live screens because I don't come on here looking for who I can offend today, tomorrow, next week. No. If I was called to be a speaker, whether it's right here on YouTube, at public events, right in my home, that's exactly what God is going to continue to use me to do. Okay. And I've seen people be speakers in other places, hospitals, jails, more of those darker places, y'all, to be honest. I even heard John the Baptist, he would go preach at graveyards. We could think he was crazy, but who knows what dead spirit really needed his blessing, really needed, to hear what he had to say, right? Anyways, I believe in that type of stuff. Sometimes it's just about finding the right communities, right? But I speak on John the Baptist and independent prophets like that because you didn't see them walking around with groups. We are talking about Judas and Jesus today for a reason. Like, when I say for a reason, what better time in humanity, modern day time, to talk about it? Though it's been in the Bibles for generations now. The very story, y'all don't think that's intentional? All the stuff they took out the Bible, they did not take the part out about Judas and Jesus. So I'm sorry. Not saying that anything that was taken out was right either, but I noticed that's still right there. Anybody can go read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John anytime, reference to the book. Actually, you don't have to read it these days. The audio books read it to you. For those that didn't know, for real, we live in an age you type that in on YouTube. I want to listen to the book and listen to the story from my own self about what happened with Judas and Jesus. Well, they have audio segments that will read the story to you. Okay, so because somebody was telling me the other day, I ain't seen you read a book in a while. I'm like, how you know I don't listen to stuff? Like, literally, how you ain't got to just per se pick up the book and read it with your the old school way no more. You just listen to the book. And that works for people on the go like me. Go, 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 go. Every time you turn around, it's time to go. So thank God. Shout out to the other self-starters of the world. You will make it. Sometimes you don't have nobody to coach you on the side and tell you, hey, get started today. Hey, let's go. Let's go, coach. Let's go, gamer. You know what I mean? You're a self-starter, and we respect self-starters for sure. Any type of independent self-starter, whether you're in the athletic industry, whatever it is you do. If you're a self-starter, we respect you. You will make your TV. If you want to test it, meet me personally. See how I feel about self-starters. Like me personally, I love them because it takes a lot of courage, a lot of grit, strength, but we're not talking physical strength. We're just talking sometimes strength. Like some of us got strength in places you didn't know strength muscles existed. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. But we see that in self-starters a lot. Even I don't care. Like I'm just using an example. This is probably a crazy example, but we're talking about self-starters, right? Just for a second. And it doesn't matter. Whatever kind of starter it was. Look at Aleister Crowley or whoever, right? He was a self-starter though. People don't have to like what his teachings was, what he la 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 blah 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 blah. You don't have to like it. He was a self-starter though. Did he sit around and wait on somebody to tell him what to believe in? No, it seems like the man started researching theories on his own. He even ended up with his own theories for the history books to, but like I said, I can reference to anybody. I'm just saying a self-starter is a self-starter. And we respect those that you will make it TV. It doesn't matter what religion, what culture, what language. If you're a self-starter, you will make it TV is a channel at least before the end of this year, we would like to see you subscribe to. You might come across a live topic that's for you. But shout out to those that did follow us this week in our homelessness awareness reverence topics. Okay. If you missed out on any of those, please feel free to check out previously recorded segments. People know I say that too. You guys don't hesitate to leave that in the comments or on the comments of any of my shorts. If there's an issue when you're clicking on stuff, let us know. We got a new channel pending anyway. So because of reasons like that, and You Will Make It TV is not the only channel going through that, period. So I really don't talk about it much. But, I wouldn't be speaking my truth to not mention it at least once. But it is many channels going through that right now. It makes you wonder, what else can we do about it? Just wonder, like, why would certain channels be, okay, so whatever. I can show people, too. I can make a channel dedicated specifically to M&Ms and Skittles. Somebody's still going to have a problem with it. Because I love both of them. I love M&Ms. I love Skittles. I'm telling you, no matter what I touch, it's going to be blessed. And there's others out here like that. And more people are showing their bold faces and spaces about how they feel about it. You want to be blessed? Be blessed. Ask somebody to pray for you. Ask somebody, you know what I'm saying? Talk to God. You ain't got to ask nobody nothing. We was talking about that on the last stream. People liken to reverence to that scripture. A man that don't work, don't eat. You do know the Bible also says, asking you shall receive, knocking the door shall be open. Y'all don't like to mention those scriptures because God wasn't talking about knocking on your neighbor's door. He's talking about knocking on his door of grace and mercy. You understand? What else? When he said asking you shall receive, he didn't say that was a promise when you go to certain hierarchy or going certain places that it's guaranteed they're going to say, yes, you're going to receive something. I even understand that at this point. Obviously, he meant ask and receive. He was talking about ask God and see if you won't receive. See if he won't pour out the windows of heaven of blessings over your life. What did it say? And to where you don't even have enough room to receive. Imagine going from nothing to over blessed. If there's an outpour, an overflow, right? On it if I hadn't had the experience before. Oh, okay. I had to check a text really quick. Okay. So boom, straight up. I got to get back to what I was saying real quick. Today's topic is going to be inspirational topic. Okay. And we got more of them coming. We encourage you guys to hit that subscribe bell, hit that like button, share any one of our segments. If you feel like, you know what I'm saying, you missed out on or anybody else could benefit from it, please, you're invited. Share any one of our segments. Okay. This is what I like to do. This is what I enjoy to do. At this point, they can look at it as a hobby if they want to. That's kind of bigger than me when people are playing with our channels, our analytics and stuff like that. Because, yeah, it would be more than a hobby, wouldn't it? It'd be a job. But I don't look for my pay and blessings to come from man no more. At this point, it just irritates me. I get to the highest point of it. Who wouldn't when it comes to their money, their hustle, their skills, their talents, right? But when you change the avenue of direction of where you're applying the word of God in your life, like when it said asking you shall receive, I just stop asking people. How does that mean I'm done asking? I talk to God every day. I really do, every day and night. I don't know if the devil be knowing that, like literally, sir, you attacking people the way you do, it doesn't have the same effect on everybody. It just makes some of us closer to God. Now I got more to talk to him about. Every second, every minute, every moment that you decide to play with my life, the Bible still says, ask and I shall receive. Maybe that makes that prayer more even fervent to God. It makes it more authentic to God, because out of all the times you could have prayed in your life, Tetasheri, you come to me exactly in the exact season that you see the devil on your trail. And I said, yep. When you talk about somebody like me, though, The devil been on my trail for as long as I can remember. I'm not gonna lie to people. I mean, it's nothing I was trying to hide. Way you communicate certain things. Why would I just go out and proclaim to the world that I'm one of those the devil loved following me? What you mean? Yep, since a little bitty kid, y'all. I can't make this up. So how does that make a person evil though? Because you attract evil. I never understood that. Um, People love to loosely use the term chosen, but be specific. That one guy in the Candyman movie was chosen to be the next Candyman. Be specific. You could be chosen for a whole family curse if you're not careful. Don't use the term chosen loosely, okay? But you can also be chosen as the first one to break this curse or break that curse or, step out in faith in certain powerful ways too. People think chosen is only related to the things of God. No, the devil chooses people too. I don't know. I'm not scared to speak on it. He sit there and mark whole people, MARK. But that's why it goes deeper in the spirit. What God showed me, he puts a zeal on his. That's deeper than a mark. ZEAL or SEAL. What's your mark compared to the zeal or seal of God? Somebody God already, even if he didn't show it openly, like I've marked that person. Just imagine God already marking somebody and the devil calling himself marking somebody. It can piss people off. This is reality. This is reality. You think God don't get mad? How you gonna mark a territory he already touched? You feel me? But this is why we see so much turmoil in the world today. If you ask me, we see turmoil left and right. Just a bunch of confusion. You got folks putting their hands, feet, and in territories that don't even belong to them. They just desire to mark it. You know what I mean? So thank you, Jay. Shout out to you in the comments. Thank you for subscribing today, okay? Shout out to you. Please remain a subscriber, though, because we're going to have more coming for our subscribers. I can't make this up. It's been a minute since I got to promote our You Will Make It TV shirts in my, y'all know, in the community section, but those are still available, too. Feel free to reach out to me at soulworkimages11@gmail.com. You can still place pre-orders, but I will be continue marketing those into the fall. Maybe I should even get some long sleeve shirts going on, y'all. I know it ain't cold yet, but right now we just got t-shirts. I want to have some long sleeve, maybe some hoodies, and that's it. The front of the shirt has the You Will Make It TV logo. The back is going to say inspirational quotes, divine messages, and insightful topics, because that's what we do over here at this channel, okay? I'm just trying to make sure I got all the announcement parts out, because this is a very inspirational topic I'm finna go into. Who does not like to hear? I don't care how evil you are. It's a real story. Everybody's heard the story of Jesus and Judas. So we're going to talk about it today. You might say, how is this an inspirational topic, Miss Whitney? Just let me finish, right? I might give a perception that you've never heard before because God gave it to me in a way that I had never heard it before, okay? I mean, I feel like we shouldn't really even talk about Jesus and Judas unless we know where they both like came from. What kind of life did Judas come from? What kind of life did Jesus come from? People only talk about the work of Jesus. Do you know what Jesus was going through at home, bro? They don't. They don't, but they're quick to tell you he's a fairy tale, he's a myth, or you're not a real believer. I can't pay attention to those type of comments no more. I'm too busy literally researching what Jesus actually went through, bro. I'm too busy researching what Judas actually went through, bro. Before that moment in his life that people call the betrayal of Jesus even happened. But do people care? They care about the backstories when we're talking about celebrities and idols and other gods. But let's take a second and think about Judas. What they call him? Iscariot. Come on, y'all help me. IS, how you spell it? ISC something. Just know Judas had a mother and father. Judas came from somewhere. He had a bloodline he came from himself. Why wouldn't people consider that? I'm not here to defend Judas. It's just one of those stories that make me sad, because when we get down to it, I'm not sitting in a room full of priests every day trying to hear. I mean, I will get to communion probably with more people like that, You know what I mean? Because I want to hear what they have to say. I really do. Don't you know, people say that Judas felt guilty and Judas felt this and that's why he went and gave the money back that he was paid to betray Jesus, and he went and like pretty much hurt himself. He felt like that was his only way out. That's what we would think, right? Other scholars say no, Judas knew well better. He knew better. When I just mean that wasn't even what he was taught every day. Like, he literally was shown with his own. If anybody else, Judas was. He seen things that people didn't see. You want to talk about secret mysteries and hidden knowledge? Judas knew. Judas seen some things even those Roman guards and soldiers didn't see every day. What you mean? Why do you think they followed him? They did that to Jesus too. They just followed him. Even when they didn't like what he was doing, even when they couldn't prove he was hurting nobody, they just followed him. Him and those who chose to follow him began to be followed. And then they want to say, well, why are these people today not moved? Because we've already read the stories. Honestly, how about you not make it look so patternistic? And then we won't think it's spiritual at all. You know what I mean? But I'm just here to kind of speak up for believers today. Period. Ain't nothing wrong with you believing and actually seeing similarities in the lives of some of other prophets or leaders' lives, and you going through the same thing. Why wouldn't you look at it? Y'all mean what same thing? I mean, Jesus had different periods of his life where he went through things, you know what I mean? So I'm not talking about any, but there are some prophets more than Jesus that actually experience similar things that people are going through in modern day time, bro. So how is it not spiritual? I read the other day, energies, it said something, energies can't be created and they don't die. Still, things that you can study it all day long, but make that make sense. How is it man-made then? Man can only create the acts that kind of, you know what I'm saying, lead to new energies or old energies. But what I read, it's really not created. So what's happening here? It's not created. It can't be destroyed. But people talking about when people die, they gone. I said, so how are they full of energy when they're alive, but you just expect us to feel like they gone once they gone? Because you buried them in the ground because they don't have a heartbeat. Y'all know how it go. But how are they gone? And people manipulate energies every day while they alive, bro. Like, people's energies are also manipulated every day while they whole alive, bro. And you think their energy is gone because they quote unquote died? They thought the same thing about Christ, apparently. Some of them people was excited. They were cheering. They were partying. Yay, yay, Christ is gone. We know he's gone because we put power in our hands and we took his life. So they assumed Christ was gone. They said he's owner. However they put it. They talking about Jesus gone. How? When energies don't even die. That's crazy, bro. You know, talking about we can't find Jesus. If I was Mary, I know Mary was pretty upset. It's one thing, you already beat my son, take him through all this persecution, and then I actually have to watch how you took his life, and then you want to come back talking about he gone. Mary knew better than that. Mary knew better. Judas knew better. I'm just making a point with that real quick. Some of them knew better than what you just tell people. Even people tell you that. Y'all know how this an inspirational quote channel. Well, that's another famous quote. They be like, a pair of lips will say anything, or actions speak louder than words. So why was people just supposed to believe Jesus was gone? You see what I'm saying? Just because you said it. That doesn't make sense. Or why would that not apply? Also, he proved during his life, his words was louder than action. It really was. He could speak a thing and it came to pass. You know what I mean? Just certain things they didn't understand. I feel like Christ was one of the most understood energies that did walk this earth. What you mean? Misunderstood is the word I use to describe it. Because they say even on the cross, I got so much to talk about this. Y'all like, stay on the topic with Judas. No, I got to make it make sense now. Notice how they say when Jesus was on the cross, he wasn't the only one on the cross, first of all. Even today, some of y'all feel persecuted. I feel persecuted some days, but we ain't even the only one on the cross. He had other energies on the left and the right of him, literally. And what baffles me is how one of them was a murderer, one of them was a thief, right? It doesn't matter, right? No sin is greater than the other. And it should be like that. We need more people to think like that, because it really is true. This one humbled himself to repent right there in that moment. He like, I don't know what it is. I don't know why I'm feeling this, Christ, but as I die here right next to you, I feel like I want to repent for my sins. I feel like I believe you're the Son of Man. I believe you're the Messiah. And it also said Christ responded to this man and was like, today, this is what I read. He said, today, you will be in paradise with me. And he was a whole thief, or he was a whole murderer. So why would Judas feel less than repentance? Okay. Why did he feel less than repentance? Just questions that don't have to matter to us, but they matter to some of us. Some just blame it. Well, Judas felt guilty. You don't think them people on the cross felt guilty? It definitely tell us one of them did. He didn't mind telling Jesus, I feel guilty. I know that I committed a crime. I know why I'm being hung here today with you, Christ. But now I have a deeper belief. See how he suddenly believed. He suddenly believed. It's something about that suddenly. They tell us about all the other things pertaining to a clock and time, 3 o'clock, 9th hour, 5th hour, 11th hour, right? But what about that 1 hour called suddenly? Suddenly. See, the devil tries to operate through suddenly moments too. And that's why I'm talking about it. He knows that that's a whole moment that exists suddenly. One of God's favorite moments to work in. I know they say he's an on-time God, but why they never talk about that part? Suddenly. All the times I heard God was on time, it was a suddenly moment. Like it's a moment nobody prepared for, nobody expected, nobody knew. You know what I'm saying? You can get as many fortune tellers together in a room if you want to. Prophets, psychics, it doesn't matter. Suddenly, it's still one of those real moments when it comes to life. You know, like, why don't we talk about it more? Okay. So suddenly the man on the cross said, I repent. I believe you the Messiah. We just got hung on the cross. Look at all this extra stuff they did to Jesus on the cross, though. Like, no, we're going to pierce your side. We also going to take a specially handmade, custom-made crown, and you know what I'm saying? Put it on your head in front of everybody. Whatever it was that other man on the cross saw, it was enough for him. Like, nah, man, it's something different about this man in the middle. You feel me? Like, we on the cross too, but look at even the extra stuff they did on the cross. They still spitting on them. They still mocking them. Us other two that's hanging here, we just hanging here. You feel me? I'm talking about some of the parts of Christ's story that even led me to this inspirational topic today. You say, what's inspirational about the story of Judas? What do you mean? Apply it to your own life. Go read it. I'm not here to try to control anybody's perception of Judas or Christ today. I'm here to inspire. That's it. That's it. And if you didn't really have inspirational energy and power and influence like that on you, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even have so much proof of persecution in my life. Yes, they can say persecution was only tied to acts that deserved persecution, but that's absolutely not true. There's other. Look at JFK. Look at all these other people that were persecuted that were actually doing a good work. So how can you wait to modern day time and just only stick persecution to oh yeah, that person's being persecuted, they must have did something wrong? And you know the whole word bully exists. Bully. It wouldn't even be a Webster's defined word in the dictionary. It wouldn't be a part of the English language. And trust me, in any language you go to in the world, they have a word for what you call a bully. Literally, like they have a specific reserved word. That's how real bullying is. Yet you still got people out here thinking they're going to tie persecution only to those who deserve it. Make it make sense. Just be honest. You persecuting somebody is something about them. But you cannot just tie persecution, like I said, to wrongdoings. Now, the other people on the cross with Jesus, they really had proof and evidence and everything of what they did. With Jesus, they had evidence too, but Even King Pilate at the time said, I don't see this stuff y'all bringing to me. Yeah, that's what's deep about Jesus. They went to the highest power to try to get this man's life taken from him, to take his greatness, to steal his power, right? He even said, I don't see nothing what he did wrong. I see what you mean with the thief and the murderer. Literally, the Pilate told him, I don't want nothing to do with what y'all talking about. I don't think he did anything wrong, right? You want a pillow? Okay, I got you. Yeah, like I just think that's very powerful. That ain't in the scripts and scrolls for no reason. One of the highest honors of kings that they back in those days said, I don't see where Jesus was wrong at. If y'all want my permission to go hang the thief and the murderer, that's actually understandable. He told them too. They got even madder at Jesus. So don't sit here and try to tell me persecution is only tied to those who did something wrong. Don't you know they'll create like you did something wrong just to persecute you? They'll create something. Most bullies ask them, why did you bully that person? They don't even have a real answer, bro. Well, I don't, it just be like these, what's that word? I'm looking for a specific word, like surface level reasons why you said you had a right to bully somebody. But if we look at the technical definition of bullying, it never said anywhere that when a person bullied somebody, it was because they deserved it. Period. Even Judas knew Jesus didn't deserve what he did. Literally. Literally. That's why he felt this sense of guilt later. He felt this sense of like, he just felt low about himself, I guess. Like, man, I effed up. And yes, y'all, I'm not hiding it. I cuss sometimes. Curse word and cuss words are two different things, right? CUSS. I said I cuss sometimes. Yes, I did. I said it right here on You Will Make It TV. I said it loud, live, and openly. Okay? Jesus used the word ass, hell, piss, some words. He might not have used cuss words that we use today, but he used some words that's deep. That's what I've been paying attention. He called him, he'd be like, you a liar just like your father. He might didn't cuss, but that's a deep thing to tell somebody. that'll have them pissed off, like with no cuss word in a sentence. And not that I'm trying to, what's that called? Normalize cussing words. I definitely don't normalize curse words. What you mean? Curse words to me, they be trying to say it's damn and shit and stuff like that, bro. And people do whole cursing chants. Those are curse words. You know, my life had to make sense to me. You got people that do whole chants and with intention of it to do something to somebody else. That's negative. So to me, that's a curse. That's a curse words, a curse chant and all of that. Don't try to say suddenly, this word, that word is a curse word. No, it ain't. That's cussing, CUSSING, something people usually do in a certain emotion. But if you just cuss to cuss, I don't know. That's your life. We're not going to judge you. You will make it TV. But they say usually people that cuss a lot, they just need to expand their vocabulary a little more. Okay? See, I look at people different. I'm not going to bound you or want to see you bound to hell and think God shouldn't have grace and mercy on your life because you said a few cuss words. I just don't think people are teaching that right. God knows the English language. He knows every language. What if once upon a time the only language was the spiritual language? That's the problem. I heard during that one story where they were trying to build the Tower of Babel, that's when languages got split up to begin with, but everybody don't believe it. Like, what if there was just supposed to, from the beginning of time, only be one language, which was the language of love? Because what I notice about love, no matter what culture or language you speak, when it's love, everybody understand that. Literally, it don't matter what age, where you come from. When the language is love, it seems like people understand it. You don't have to speak my language to say thank you. It's like your action gonna show me that you're thankful in that moment. That's why I say, to me, love is a language. They talking about what's your love language. People know love is a language. I just feel like it should be the only language. It wasn't until all these other languages were incorporated, if you ask me. Another entry level, what they call it, gateway to confusion. Everybody speaking a different language. Now we don't know what's a cuss word or not no more. I mean, we should know what curse words are. Certain things you just shouldn't say unless you have an intentional, your intention of what you're saying. People done told me things before, woke me completely up, gave me a whole new perception on life. Trust me. Whether it was positive or negative, it was the way, it was probably their tone. When a person is serious, I wouldn't care if they're talking in another language. Hit somebody's car that's from a foreign country, right? Hit their car and they get out the car angry. Even if they speak in another language, you're going to be able to tell they're angry, right? So yeah, let's not downplay the language of love and how it might come sometimes, or it might seem like this or that, but you don't know how people communicate when they love somebody. Trust me, they're not going to be playing. It ain't where they playing it. I don't know, y'all, but let me try to stay on topic here. So when I first grew up, like hearing the story of Judas, most times people just describe that he sold out his friend Jesus Christ for a few pieces of gold and silver, right? I might be a little off, but I know it was gold or silver because that's what they used back then, like pieces of coins. That's what they use as currency. We all know what currency is, whether it's Bitcoin, some dollar bills, woo, woo, woo. Now, the Bible says some about money is the root of evil. Root word. Even in the English language, we learn about root words as early as what? Middle school? Or the root word of a sentence. The root word of a quote. What's the root word? Okay, let me give an example. Jumping. The root word in jumping is jump, ain't it? I know I'm not crazy. The whole word is jumping. The root word is jump. Okay. So if he said the root word, the root of evil is money, what else do we need to understand? People playing crazy. We're just saying, oh, that person fell on a hard time. Me, I bet you, if you tell me that, I bet money has something to do with it. That's crazy. Oh, that person just end up persecuted. Even Jesus Christ himself, like, actually end up betrayed over money, bro. And people still don't find money evil. They don't see the evil in currency or how currency can be used to commit evil acts. If you don't see that yet, You Will Make It TV is gonna help clarify for you a little bit today. That's all. Hi, girls.
Hi.
So it said the root of all evil is money. Literally, the root. Yeah, do y'all know what a root is? ROOT. Okay, and most things with a root, it grows. That's the thing about how the Bible described how evil money is. Okay. Even Jesus showed how he feel about money too. Y'all remember when it said it, in a particular time in his life, he walked in the chapels, the temples, the churches, turning over their tables because they was in there selling stuff. He like, how you gonna sell stuff and people's souls are on the line? People's minds are still mixed up. Like, what do you mean you using the church to sell stuff? But yeah, that's where I left off at. Anybody who wants to help out real quick. I don't have one of those with me today. Like, were they reading as I'm speaking? Y'all know how they had them do that in church. But it is a scripture that talks about the root cause of money being evil, and how the root of all evil is money. I just think the key word in that whole scripture is not money or evil. It's the word root itself. ROOT. The root of all evil is money. What is a root? What has a root and it don't grow? We know money grows, right? It can decrease or it can increase. There's always been growth on the other side of money. not with people per se, but maybe with the amount of money, like maybe with the actual amount that you can make. Anyways, anything with a root. Just remember, I said that here. You will make a TV. Anything with a root grows. That's why God plants seeds in people, but the devil do too. Or maybe I should better say, the devil be planting seeds around people life, in people life, but so does God. And then he'll try to go as far as like, well, I want to cut down the crops that grew out of the seeds that God planted in your life. Tell me that's not evil. That's exactly what he's talking about, with the root of evil being money. The root of all evil, I think it say. I don't have one of those readers with me right now that can read that for me, like they do at church, where I point at them and say, somebody go read that for me. I'm charging my other device too, so I can reverence and like look up stuff as I'm speaking on it. But I wouldn't speak on something that I ain't seen before. That is one thing about Author Tetasheri. I will tell you if I'm not aware of something. It don't make me feel bad. It don't make me feel less knowledgeable about anything during the age of great knowledge. I'ma just go look it up. I'm gonna go look it up or try to find the answer. What you mean? But most times I'm not even finna speak on something so confidently, so boldly. I'm not, especially yelling from the top of the rooftop of the mountains about it. Oh yeah, I must know something about it. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I love how the devil has tried to weaponize silence, because there's truth in silence too. That's stupid. Or try to weaponize what you screamed from the mountaintop. Ain't nobody finna scream nothing from the mountaintop they're not sure of, are they? And that's where all that confusion come in at, because you do have people doing it. They screaming from the mountaintop like it's true. So don't get mad if somebody go fact check it. Don't do that. You screamed it from the mountaintop. You must have wanted us to go fact check it. Anything I say on my streams though, when you go fact check it, you're gonna find out what I said is true. You either gonna find out more, because now you're researching it for yourself. So that's why I never have a problem. I love what I do as a speaker. And I know that's leading people wrong to speak on something that you don't know. But this right here, oh no, baby, I went and studied this a little bit. Even if I don't have the notes in front of me, I'm that passionate about this inspirational topic. Why do y'all think Judas felt too bad to repent? The devil even he'll follow you anywhere. He don't care about you sitting at the top or at the bottom. He'll follow you anywhere. That's why people try to control. You know what? I don't like when people say that. They be like, everybody find God in jail. Y'all better be careful what you say, because we know you mocking it. You should be happy that somebody's trying to find God in jail. What's wrong with people? You should be happy people are trying to find God in dark places like mental homes and you don't know where people. Oh yeah, the military. I'm not gonna call it a dark place, but sometimes they probably be on assignments where they feel alone. They're away from their families. They're isolated, and I don't care any type of isolated, because isolation is not just like negative, right? There's many jobs people are forced to work alone. I'm tired of people with it. You need to think before you say stuff. Um, there are literal professions where people work alone. They might feel lonely. You might say they ain't got nothing to do with the devil. Don't discourage somebody in an isolated place of their life. Talking about everybody that get isolated find God. Is it that, or is that God's favorite place to communicate with his own? Make sure you understand what you're speaking on. I would say it's easier to get the attention of anybody once they're isolated, won't you say? It's hard to get a message across and a person is around a group of people all the time. Because now you got that group of people who can always try to influence that person no matter what you said. Yeah, but see, now when a person is isolated, why would you think it would be hard for God to get their full and undivided attention? I said detention. Look how it came out. Or attention. I know detention and attention is two different words, but it's crazy how I said that word on accident. As a matter of fact, there are no accidents. Detention has always been known of like a temporary place of attention. Ain't nobody ever been in detention for their whole life. Not even at school. Detention is usually for several hours or several days. They're gonna give you a time frame. Even prison, people have a time frame that they're there. I have a problem with the devil trying to bind people to isolation for the rest of their life. That's weird. Even people with a life sentence, they not completely isolated. That's what I was trying to speak on. Y'all know they be letting ministers and chaplains and stuff like that come into prisons, actually. That's how much people still believe in God. Don't say, oh, they only find God in prison. It's not true. What are you doing to the people that's not in prison that be trying to follow God and stand up for God and believe in God for themselves? That's why that quote there is stupid to me. Like, they be like, oh, people only find God in persecution. That's not true. As a matter of fact, every time I was blessed in life, that's what I'm speaking on myself, for example. Like, this has been known about me. I don't care what else you knew about me. You better let me joggle your memory. We done talked about God before, and I probably brought him up. I'm telling you. So no, that's not true that people only find God in there. What's true, though, is how people try to, you know what I'm saying, suddenly shine light on your shortcomings because you're finding God, even when you're not in prison. So I'm here to inspire and encourage others in their faith. Because look, if Judas would have just came and repented, Judas' story would have went a whole nother way. So I don't think it's funny at all for people to be like, everybody find God in prison. Oh, yeah? Well, why they don't find them free? Answer that question for me. When they got all this freedom and rights, look what they choose. And it ain't God every day for a lot of people. I'm telling you. I've been living long enough to know that's true. And they be whole free. Don't worry about what path or journey it took them to find God. You worried about the wrong thing. If you is worried about that, that's their testimony. You worried about what led a person to God. Ain't you supposed to let that person tell the story? It's real deep, y'all. And most people that are incarcerated, when they get out, if it was real, they found God, that's the thing. They're gonna tell you the story. How do you think you know? Lil Durk, for example. Y'all know who Lil Durk is, the rapper. He's a very influential rapper. I'm not just bringing him up just to sound cool. I know he's an influential rapper. What you mean? And, it touched people to see him, quote unquote, convert his faith, even if it was to Islam or, I'm trying to think of other people. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why do they have to be influential for you to think, oh, well, that person really found, they found Muhammad Ali, for example. I'm not here to doubt anything that gave a man peace through his life. I'm going to applaud it. We're too worried saying this religion and that religion ain't right. How you going to tell somebody what belief ain't right, but you see the whole conversion on them? They're now wearing hijab. They're now dressing different. They're now eating different. I don't care. Anything that somebody find that help them live a better life, who am I to judge it? But I asked myself that first, right? I thought I knew that. The devil just come to scramble our mind up a little bit, make us look like we didn't know what we knew, right? And that's why you converted in the first place. You found God worthy of conversion of your life, right? That's why you still trying to get it right every day now. So anyways, I was just here to debunk that quote. Don't let nobody tell you everybody find God in prison. What's wrong with that? What you need to be worried about is the real statistics of prison systems. How about that? Look at the cycles and why is it certain families, it's the same people going over and over again? Come on, bro. The first daughters, the first sons. That's what you need to be worried about. Not who finds God once they there. Okay, so you worried about the path that led them to God. That's all you sound like. You know what I mean? You need to ask yourself, well, why a person with a whole bunch of money feel like they don't need God? We understand a person in prison walking with God. Come on, bro. I say that's a whole form of surrender in itself. Or people ain't read about who God is. They hear and read about all these other people and believe it. So why you can't read and hear about God and know who he is? Period. Somebody can show you a receipt and you believe it. All these receipts about what Christ has done and still doing for people, and you still don't believe. That's why he used to tell them back then, oh, you just like your father, the devil. No cuss word at all. How is that disrespectful to tell somebody that? It might be the truth. Most people, what they say, they made that quote, oh, the apple don't fall too far from the tree. Well, believe it. Believe it, baby. So quit playing like you don't know what's going on. Wake up. I heard in one country recently, the book of and the book of Daniel. Once again, I ain't gonna speak on nothing. Y'all can't go fact check. The book of Daniel specifically and the book of Revelations has been banned in one country for sure. I just don't want to say the wrong country, but go Google it. Go Google it right now. If you talk from the book of Revelations or the book of Daniel, there will be a penalty. Right now, in modern day time, in 2025, bro. Who's fake what? Who's fake what, bro? What's funny about them banning the book of Daniel? Do y'all know who Daniel was? And if there was no truth to the Daniel story, why would the book be banned? More and more things are waking some of us up out here. I know who Daniel was. I read about it. That's the one, y'all, that he just prayed. He was known as a praying man. You don't play with those. It's witches that know you don't play with praying people. But you got people in regular communities on the streets, rich people that think they can do that. But it's okay. Let me tell y'all what happened in the story of Daniel. Okay? He was just known as that. He wasn't trying to earn a title. He wasn't. That's the thing. He loved who he was in the Lord, So that's what he did. He fervently prayed. He wasn't Islam. He wasn't Buddhist. He wasn't none of that. He was a man of God. Okay? And so, like I said, he was known for this. You brought Daniel's name up back then. If you needed a prayer through, people knew who to go to. They're going to Daniel, baby, not you kings with lots of money and doctors and other people with skills and talents and gifts. Sometimes they skip over the witch doctor just to go to Daniel. Literally. That's a lot of authority. That's a lot of rank. And Daniel wasn't no rich man. He was just known to get a prayer through. Okay? People knew that when they come to Daniel, things change in their life. And he had people more powerful than him that didn't like that, okay? They're just knowing that little detail. I don't know why they didn't like it. I ain't finna try to speak for them, but they didn't like it. Don't think I ain't went and read the story lately because I saw so many similarities. If I go back in reverence to my life, there's probably a few people that say, yeah, man, when I prayed with Tetasheri, I can't deny it, man. Something happened. Something I couldn't get to change for nothing. I went to 10 witch doctors, 5 doctors, woo, 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 woo. But I prayed with that young lady, man. That's okay. They don't have to say it openly. I'll say it for them. I saw it. I witnessed it. They came back and tell me the testimony or I witnessed it. It's even more powerful when you witness it, though. Like, it's just more powerful. Like, what else is to be said? And we don't take credit for nothing like that. If you know who you pray to get that prayer through, that's who gets the glory. Okay. It's called returning home, returning to what you first knew, returning to what first was getting you by. If you go back and start trying all these other things, why not go back to what you remember? What you mean? That's going to strengthen a person's faith. Well, God, I tried this place, this woman, that man, this child. If anything, stay out of somebody's way. Let their faith speak for them. Okay. And as you all saw, some of us, we go look high and low, mountains, valleys, the dark, the light. You didn't find it. Okay. So now people got a problem with you returning to what you first knew. And I've always been known to do that openly. Like, I don't have to be secretly love God if I don't want to. But sometimes it is a secret. Secrets are one thing people have been known to protect, right? They went and dug up every dirty secret. It's like, okay, I might not even care to protect those no more. But this one right here, this God I talk to, that actually breakthroughs we see, powerful breakthroughs after I talk to him, maybe I do want to keep that secret. Why is that everybody's business? Unless they want a piece, talk to me. Now back to what I was saying. Daniel, was known for this, y'all. So they go and change a whole law. It was some officers watching Daniel, some people in town who had been complaining about Daniel, and we just tired of him praying. We want to use our rights and authority to stop Daniel. So the king actually signed a decree. He said, in this land, nobody else, we better not catch nobody else praying. Why am I bringing this up? A country said it recently. They didn't say about praying, but they did ban the book of Revelations and the book of Daniel. Go fact check it yourselves. In a country recently, in modern day times, y'all. But you want me to think there's no truth in the Bible? Okay, so I really believe we're finna see more of it. I wouldn't be shocked. You know why I wouldn't be shocked? The Bible actually said it was going to happen, and they still trying to look all powerful, bro. How are you all powerful just pretty much falling in line to something that was already written was going to happen? I don't know why, but I'm just calling this out. Right now I see 3 likes, 3 viewers, and the number 3 on my air ventilation system. It's a air, what do you call it? Air diffuser, air purifier. That's the word. My air purifier is on level 3 right now for some reason. And I have 3 viewers and 3 likes. But I caught that sign, God. 333. Oh, I'm also 33, by the way. God, like, keep speaking. Get it out. How you going to say I should sound like this preacher, that minister, or that woman? I should look like her too. And if I don't know what I'm talking about. We're in modern day time. Maybe God does need a new face. Actually, y'all, it's a whole scripture that God promised. He said, I'm going to do a new thing. N-E-W thing. The same God that said there's nothing new under the sun. Pay attention. That doesn't make him a liar, because in one scripture, he said there's nothing new under the sun, right? That's actually in the Bible. But if you turn around, because people like to say God contradict himself. No, y'all just don't know how to put pieces of puzzles together. God ain't contradict himself. He said there's nothing new under the sun. Pretty much there's nothing new you can do that somebody else ain't did, right? But then he turned around and say, yeah, I'm prophesying something. I'm going to tell y'all right now. I'm going to do a new thing one day. I'm going to do a thing anytime I get ready. And the only time, if there's nothing new under the sun, you know it's God when you see something new. How about that? How about that? Don't say God is contradicting himself. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm finna lay my baby in her bed. She just fell asleep. I'll be right back. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll be right back. I'm back, y'all. I'm back. Hold on. I'm back. And if you guys don't mind, you might hear my I'm trying to start me a pot of coffee. You might hear that in the background. Just please disregard it. But I do need it. You hear me? So I'm plugging it up right now. Where did I leave off at? Oh yeah, how God said he gonna do a new thing. You think I fear any man or woman? I'm some of us are expected. Because literally, we've been looking around lately, and it's just repetition, patterns, cycles. You cannot expect the whole world to surrender to that, guys. It was always those ones that stand up. You don't have to consider them a prophet, but I know that much. Those that would stand up and say they have a problem with cycles, patterns, the same thing over and over again, they're usually persecuted. Because they like, who are you? Who are you? Well, if you don't like our patterns and cycles, what do you have? I'm telling you what I have. That promise from God that said I'm going to do a new thing. Is that in Jeremiah? Y'all know Jeremiah was a prophet as well. And that's where he told him. I think it was the prophet Jeremiah he told, I'm going to do a new thing. And people be, oh, that was said centuries ago. That's usually the thing about prophecies, right? They're usually foretold. How you going to say because something was said years ago or centuries ago? People just kind of have that misunderstanding sometimes about the word of God. Like, oh, it's all past tense. How is that possible when it's full of prophets, bro? The Bible was full of prophets. And you talking about they was only talking about back then? Well, just keep thinking it, see how it works out for you. Or you can start to apply what you think is old time knowledge to a new day and see what begins to happen. Because what time did we think he was talking about? If he said, there's going to come a time where I do a new thing. Okay? So back to what happened to Daniel. Daniel, once they put, because they do that. It's like every time they make a new law, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with laws of the land and stuff like that. But to me, when certain laws are targeted at a certain person, y'all pay attention. When certain laws are targeted, just like with the prophet Daniel, they literally made that law that people couldn't pray no more to God to target Daniel specifically. They knew wasn't nobody else praying day and night like Daniel was. And usually when they do that, they're going to put big red letters and make the person sees it. I'm telling you, bro. They're going to hang it on your door for everybody to see it now. And then that's like testing that person like, all right, now let me see you pray after we done changed this law. And they weren't playing because they wanted to make an example out of him. They already knew Daniel was going to continue to pray. He wasn't playing when he was praying before they made the law. And nobody forced him into that. Usually paths and walks and journeys that lead people to God is actually, it'd be unexpected for the people. What you mean? Obviously, they didn't plan to live for God all the days of their life. They didn't plan for the adversities and things they would be against. That's one thing, guys. I ain't never heard a person yet say they planned their struggle. PLANNED. They literally mapped out their own struggle. They literally planned for the devil to come attack them tomorrow. I don't think nobody's sitting up here planning that right now. If anything, that you can only do that to somebody else. Like, who plans their own struggle, bro? I've seen people plan for their future, plan to save money, plan to have a bank account, plan stuff like that. But when you think about it, who really plans to struggle, bro? Like, they literally wrote 10 ways to struggle. I don't know. I'm just saying, point the person out for me. And because I want to talk to them. I got to understand their mind. Like, you plan to struggle? I ain't going to judge them. I'm just be like, you the first one I heard of with that. That's crazy, bro. So it would show in one's life. You might didn't plan to struggle, but it might show in one's life where you plan to try to avoid the struggle as much as you want to. And you might have evidence to prove that. But once again, who plans adversity? You think they say God planned what the soldiers end up, like how the whole thing of Judas happened? I would say that was planned, literally. But who planned it? People be like, Judas planned to betray Jesus, and that's why, not like that. Like, well, we know the devil planned to betray Jesus. Look what happened in heaven and everything. But the thing is, the man of the earth planned that act against Jesus. But who really was the plan maker if God already knew what Judas was going to do? Who really was the plan maker, bro? He told him, y'all know that picture called The Last Supper? I really want one. I can't say that I own one right now. Like, it's things that people think I desire. They have no idea. right now, if you, what's something I can give you? A Last Supper painting that I can hang on my wall where I eat dinner. How about that? You think I was going to say a Gucci bag, some Louis earrings or something? No, I want one of those. When I get to my final destination home, I want one of those that I can look at every night. Not a flat screen TV. That's not a priority to me. I might paint it myself. Who knows? It might turn out to be a great painting, right? But my point is, it's a very well-known painting. You can go to like museums, art galleries to this day. You very well might see the Last Supper there, the painting of the Last Supper there, and it's called the Last Supper for a reason. You think people just like the painting, bro? Do you? I mean, I'm just asking people. Y'all think people just look at their painting to enjoy the art of it? No, it's like every painting has some type of symbolism, story, artistry, imagery behind it. Okay, nobody just sits down and paints something. I mean, some people think that. You think the man just painted the Mona Lisa, that's fine. It's still a very well-known painting today. So anyways, back to that Last Supper painting. I don't think people understand who was in control of the act that was committed against Christ. Not saying that, even Christ asked God himself, like, why are you forsaking me? You're supposed to be my father. You're supposed to be the closest thing to me. You see, I can't trust nobody. We feel you, Jesus. We feel you. Like, he just didn't understand God's plan. It could be like that for any one of our lives at any given second. Like, out of all the people, himself took a second to question God. Like, man, even your plans blow my mind. Why would it be one of these, my own, who betrayed me? So it was at the Last Supper that he told him, hey, one of y'all gonna betray me tomorrow. Literally, how can you say Judas was in control of what happened? He didn't even say a name. That's the thing about prophecies. Like, for example, there's been prophecy spoken over my life, but if you think God sat there and gave me like details about how everything was going to happen, I can't tell anybody that like he said, you're going to be doing this one day, but he don't never give me no more answer. He didn't tell me no other detail, like what year, what time, how it was going to happen. And that's why some people, they don't respect people of faith, because like we don't have to know all of that. We just remember the promises of God. That's it. For anybody that was wondering, I ain't lost my mind. I remember everything. I feel like God used the prophet to tell me. And yes, false prophets are real. All you can do is hope that some of them was false. But in those moments when I got some of those words, it didn't sound false. Now, pay attention to what I said. I am aware false prophets are real, just like people are aware. Okay? So that means I also would have to be careful, like who I listen to, or who I can listen to anybody. It's just like what I choose to believe, though. So they can say, you wasting your time believing in the prophecies of God. That's what you believe. Were you there when the prophecy was spoken to me? And why did God choose to wait till I'm alone sometimes to speak some of these things over my life? Why? It's different when a man or woman or something speaks something to you. That's different when God, because they say God don't lie, bro. He can't lie. A man or woman, they can lie. Even Lil Wayne said it. Men lie, women lie. What he say? Numbers don't lie. But I'm just here to kind of piggyback off of what the man was saying. Now, numbers lie too. What Lil Wayne was talking about. They can lie. I guess numbers themselves don't choose to lie, but people can manipulate them. So yes, numbers can lie. I wouldn't put my faith more in numbers. Anything. They say, well, what you spend most time with is what your faith is in. Believe that okay, even if that's true, I believe it too. That's why some things are new experiences for me. I've already put a lot of time in certain areas, certain studies, or whatever you want to call it. I put a whole lot of time studying some of the words of prophecy that was spoken over my life. Now, I don't even put that much time in it anymore. Like, it's either going to happen or it's not, right? But I know when it happened, There will be a few people on this land of earth that are still living. God, some people don't know why they still here, right? They keep asking God, why me? Why am I going through this and that? Why don't you just kill me already? The reason why is God needs you as a witness to something from 12 years ago. That's why. There could be a reason why. You was a whole witness. He said, I never leave myself without a witness. I never leave my people without a witness. Anything I do, I never have my child looking crazy. That's what God said. I never leave myself without a witness. Even if that witness ain't spoke yet. There's one out there. So, but I was just saying sometimes it was just me. I can't speak about every other person's testimony. Like, as Denzel Washington, he did a speech. He did a speech at some of these kids' college graduation before, right? Y'all can go reference to it anytime. It's a very viral. It went viral a long time ago. And it wasn't because it was Denzel Washington. But don't get me wrong, anything Denzel Washington say, people probably pay attention to, but he's never just walked around calling himself a prophet. That's what's funny. You know what I mean? He don't need a title or nothing. But even he himself believes that a prophet told him something before his career even launched, y'all. Do you know who Denzel Washington is? The Denzel Washington? So even though I wasn't one of them kids graduating he was speaking to, your speech touched more than those kids in that auditorium. Your speech went viral and like, you know what I'm saying? It touched people like me too. Cause like, I'm just saying it touched people like me. Like maybe that experience he described, I've had it before. Even if I don't seem to be nobody or haven't, you know what I'm saying, seen that promise come to pass in my life at this time. I know Denzel Washington not crazy. All right. So this is what I mean. Denzel Washington said on that stage, he said I think he said he was at a barbershop and he was just getting his hair cut and a lady stopped. I said, I know about them moments. That lady didn't even know you did shoot Denzel Washington. You know. But he gonna say that. Like the lady didn't even know him. I don't know. Maybe she was bringing one of her grandsons to get a haircut too. But um she was like, you gonna be on she told him some other things, but what was crazy amongst all the things she told him as a child, the woman told him, you're gonna be on TV one day. Like Denzel Washington, even in his speech, explains how he never it's just like he just heard what he said, but he never imagined not only would he be on TV, it would have went as powerful to the way that it did. You know what I'm saying? Pertaining to his career. But I'm just letting y'all know that's one of them men. You can't make everybody believe everybody crazy because they said somebody prophesied over their life. There are some people that still very well believe in it. He had no problem during that motivational speech sharing that as those kids were walking across the stage, getting ready to start their own lives. He just thought it was powerful to share it with them. So I'm telling them thank you. I wasn't one of the ones there, but I saw that viral video. You know what I mean? I heard the words he said. And he thought it was important to let him know, like, hey, I kind of knew what I was going to be doing one day, but like he described it, he didn't know it would be. He's probably in the top 10 of best actors, even to this day. That's how far his prophecy actually came true. And no, he wasn't at a reading. I'm not downing, psychics or no kind of way. Y'all know I respect that. I respect a lot of things that people think is crazy. I actually respect it. So but no, this is different when somebody just pass you or come up to you or ask you, can I tell you something? That's different. That's what you call a prophecy. Or am I mistaken here? When God sends somebody directly to you, you're gonna know it's God. It's too late in history to be trying to sit here and change that now. God ain't never been a liar. And then what's crazy, who's always been known as a liar? It wasn't God. Just let me make that clear to y'all. It wasn't God. I might even be a liar. Let me tell you something. God ain't. You see what I'm saying? I have made mistakes in life. I have failed on my look sometimes, whatever you want to call it. But that man upstairs, he don't lie. And I'm sorry to tell people, there have been prophetic words spoken over me too. Not only just as a child, like Denzel Washington was speaking about, but it didn't stop in my teenage years. If anything, in my early 20s, it was real bad. Like prophecies. I don't know why. It was so, this how I know I'm not lying. Like, you would call people closest to you, you trust the most, just to tell them about it. It was so powerful to you. You know what I mean? Who else would you just sit there and tell about a whole prophecy that you believe was a prophecy? Okay. Um, so I'm just talking about my life. I noticed it a lot in the 20s, teens, while I was young. And I'm not finna sit here and go over every prophetic word I feel like I was told in secret, but I can say this. There can be those times where you feel like God talking to you, God talking to you. You keep sending people to tell you stuff, right? And then here it came, it was just silent. Like, I'm begging God, I need an answer. You ain't seen nobody lately, God. What's going on? That didn't seem normal to me. It didn't seem right. It ain't what I was used to. Like, God, usually in a season of adversity in my life, you got people coming to me left and right, telling me, what direction, or that God heard me. Like, for example, let's say I prayed last night. Nobody knows I prayed last night. Like, I didn't get on my knees or nothing. I just simply did it in the shower. How about that? So nobody would know that. And it would be situations like that. Like, you prayed about a specific thing, right? And then some stranger come the next day talking about, God heard you. I don't care who you are. If they don't touch you, bro, and you was all alone. You didn't even tell the person what you prayed. But they come up to you and maybe say something like, yeah, God heard you last night. Did you pray about 8 o'clock? You tell me how a person would know that. So prophets are real. You know what I mean? They'll even go as far as to say, yep, God heard you last night. And he told me to tell you, give him 3 days. I've already had those type of experiences. I don't know how to put it else to people no more, but the truth, bro. Just know God is real and he's not a liar. That's all I need to know. Uh, so yeah, it got to those different seasons where it's like, well, God, ain't nobody telling me nothing. What's going on? Maybe that was the point. Hey, we don't want prophets coming to speak to you no more. I just want them to, even if a person made that up in their mind about me, you can't stop what God already said, though. Can you? Well, all I can do is sit back and watch everything unfold like everybody else. It's my life. But I was the one the prophet was talking to, her, there. I'm one of those ones, I'm not scared to speak on it either. You know what I mean? Maybe I will do a separate segment just about that. Not not about like saying exactly what every prophetic word was, but definitely talking about how real it's been in my life. Period. No, nobody ever came and told me God said you're going to prison one day. So even if it was to happen, I want people to know where my faith is. I told you God will speak a prophetic. He never say fully how something gonna happen anyway. He never tell you. Even if he say, yeah, one day you're gonna own a big orphanage, taking kids off the street, and it's gonna be very blessed. I'm just giving an example. Okay, so how is that him telling you exactly how it's going to happen? It would take your faith. Like, even if you people hear a prophetic word over your life, man, and they see you start to move, apply faith, like move that direction, because I'm telling people what happened to me, then suddenly you a threat. Suddenly you're a criminal. Suddenly I'm talking about things I never thought I would hear about myself. Literally. Like, it's being replayed back, rewind, everything, just because you started moving that way a little bit towards what a prophetic person told you before. That's why I say, if I could go back and redo time, anything God told me in secret, I wouldn't even share with people no more, unless it was about them. You know what I mean? If it's about me, the way this went, if I could go back, I don't have many regrets in life, but that is a big one. Like, and I talk to God about it. I don't have to come tell YouTube, but it's to help others. It's to inspire others. Like, anything God was telling me back then, I just wish I would have kept it to myself, just to see what difference it would have made. You know what I mean? So since I can't go back and change the past, maybe I practice my life different. God see that about me too. Like, oh, now I can tell you something. I ain't got to worry about you going going to share it. Not just you going to share it, but you going to share it with certain people. God see where my faith has increased. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, now when I give you a prophetic word, you don't even tell nobody. Yep, God, that's me now. Because God, I can't go back and change where I was trying to share your goodness or where you saw the good in me. You know that Marvin Sapp song, he saw the best in me. It wasn't a top chart #1 hit for no reason. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. But the song say, he saw the best in me when everyone else around me could only see the worst in me. Now, everybody can't relate to that because maybe everybody was applauded. Some people, they've been applauded and congratulated their whole life. You're not going to relate to a song like that. Me, I've been applauded and stuff. I'm just saying, like, to understand that song, he said God saw the best in me when everyone else. So that don't mean a couple people. He said when everybody else seen the worst in me. Cause won't life get like that sometimes, y'all? Like it just seems like people don't see nothing but the worst. And when it come talk about, well, what's something good you know about Tetasheri? They get amnesia. But God, that man up there that don't lie, he saw the best in me. He show it to me every day. He like, as far as my goals for your life, my plan for your life, my child, I'm just trying to bring the best out. I already see it. Ain't that something, y'all? I'm not trying to make nobody cry, but I've had to be strong. I've had to be very strong, like, because even if I believe that, I have to at some point just ignore, like, yeah, the worst, another worst. Yeah, this the worst. Yeah, I know the worst. It's like a competition of who know the worst about a person. That's the times we live in. I'm not against the age of exposure or whatever they call it, because that applies to everybody, right? But that song had already came out. He saw the best in me when everybody saw the worst. So what is the age of exposure to somebody like me? Really? And I asked that question to God. I know I'm protected in that way. Exposure, we all have had a few times of it. You know what I'm saying? But so what? When God still see the best in you, do you see it? You can't pay nobody like, look, this the best part to me. Even Anita Baker, right? She a R&B singer. She told somebody, I don't know who she was singing to, but she said, I'm giving you the best that I got. But when I sing it, somebody could say, oh, she in love. Somebody must have heard her. She must be in love again, just because I play Anita Baker. But see, when I listen to that song, I'm really talking to God. I can't sing that song to him. So what's wrong with people? I turn that song on, just know I'm feeling good about what God sees in me, right? She said, and I tell you now that I made a vow, I'm giving you the best that I got. That, some words like that, it could be applying to anybody. Maybe when I sing it, I'm talking to God. I'm sorry they misunderstood me. You see what I'm saying? She said, and I tell you now that I made a vow. Y'all know what a vow is? You don't make vows to God and think you finna turn on them. So it don't matter who trying to have their hands on me the tightest, right? There was a vow made somewhere else long before they was involved. A vow from him to me and a vow from myself to God. It is what it is. They probably like, what was your vow? I ain't ready to speak on that to the world yet. For real, bro. Like sometimes it's just little things. Like to me, I was like, God, every time I see the numbers 924, it could be small to somebody else, but I didn't make the vow to them. He know I'm loyal. So let's say the vow was, God, if you bring me out this situation, I'm gonna do this. People be talking about they prayed and God didn't answer them. Make a vow and see how quick he answer. Yeah, he gonna answer and probably, come through for you because you just vowed that you gonna do something when God come through. God is real. I mean real in a way, not like are you false? Like I mean real in what they call real today. I want somebody real. That's one of the realest you can talk to. Because when you make a vow to him, like don't just come asking. They do say asking you shall receive, but come and ask with a vow on the end of it. I'm trying to drop some gems here for people. I'm not saying anybody gonna take my advice, but when you pray to God next time, before you say amen, put a vow at the end of it, something that you gonna do when he come through for you. But don't think God not watching. Like, oh, okay, I heard you say if I bless you with that Mercedes, you was gonna do this. I ain't see you do that. Some of us are working on that. Because how you going to forget a vow? Like, how you going to forget what you said you going to do if somebody do something for you? God don't need no help disciplining his child. What you mean? Like, he got his own ways. He show his people that, hey, you kind of forgot what you told me you going to do. It's still grace and mercy, but imagine any of us we don't like broken promises, do we? So just don't even fix your mouth to make a promise to God if you don't have the you don't have the intention of keeping it. That's not somebody you play with. I don't even think the devil like that. I heard the people that talk to the devil, if you don't keep your word to him, he will come. He worked different from how God worked, but I did hear the devil gets very angry at his people when they tell him he gonna do something after he blessed them with something. I heard the devil get mad and ask a devil worshiper. They can't keep a vow to the devil. I'm telling you, bro. But God, even if you forget, his grace and mercy is going to remind you of what you told him you was going to do. If he do something for you, he just real. He's the truth. How is that the truth if God don't remind you what you said? But I was just saying, You Will Make It TV is encouraging people. Quit coming to God just talking about, I asked and then I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Over here, we're not even just talking about what we asked God for. Some of our lives, he spoke prophetic word, like just promised us things before we even fully knew the understanding of how God works. I'm one of those. He was already saying what he gonna do. I'm telling people. He was already saying what he gonna do. I can't run from that, bro. Jonah tried to. A lot of people I read in the Bible try to run from what God told them he gonna do. Just all the stories I read, they were not able to outrun God. So I don't need nobody to worry about me. I don't need nobody chasing me away from nothing either. I'm right where God tells me to be. I'm right where God asked me to be. That's crazy. Like, do they come talk to you about your story? How is you being where God tell you to be put you in danger? No, the devil just be lurking, bro. So this segment title today is me trying to point out to people that the spirit of Judas still lurks on the earth today. Pretty much. I want when I die, when they say the spirit of Tetasheri is around, I want it to be something positive, man. Like, ooh, the spirit of Tetasheri is around. I want it to be a good time for people because we all got to die. Not just while I'm here, but when I die. That's my point. I don't want people saying, oh, the spirit of Tetasheri around, we got to go hide. We scared. I mean, I'm just saying, that's my heart. Somebody say the spirit of Jezebel around, everybody get nervous and woo, woo, woo. I'm giving y'all examples. Like, spirits are very real, obviously. If they can say that person has the spirit of this, the spirit of that, why they never the spirit of joy, the spirit of hope, the spirit of long suffering? Long suffering means a person who has the ability to suffer for a long time and still be loyal and committed to whatever it is that they're loyal and committed to. And that's also one of the fruits of the spirit. They say you should know them by their fruits. You're going to know them by their fruits. That's what Jesus told his disciples. If you feel like you don't know a person, don't just look at their face. Don't look at what they got on. Don't look at all that. Look at their fruits. Fruits. They fruits going to tell you a lot. And they be like, well, I see this and that and that and that. So you don't see, because the fruits, there's supposed to be 9 of them, by the way, for those that haven't read that part of the Bible yet. It's like peace, joy, hope, right? It's like whole fruits that the Bible described that is going to hang off of a person. Now, I don't care who's trying to cut them fruits. It's going to grow right back because that fruit actually walks. That person actually exhibits those fruits. All you can do is cut it off. But with most fruit trees and stuff, you cut the plant, it's going to grow some more. So we ain't worried about that no more. But why would you cut a fruit like joy if you really don't want joy? Why would you go cut that off on somebody else's life? You really don't want long suffering. You don't like how it feels, but you want to go cut that fruit off of somebody else's life. Well, I don't think it's right that person's willing to suffer. If you ask me, it depends on what they're willing to suffer for. Because you got people out here willing to suffer. And it ain't for no good stuff. You know what I mean? But long suffering, from the ancient time of ancient texts in the Bible has always been known to be one of the fruits of the Holy Spirit, period. A person that temperance, patience in that way, you're not going to find, it's rare. Everybody wants things convenient today. Right now. They don't want to wait. And who you tell me who likes waiting? None of us like that. But see, when you've been converted and you've been taught, because I don't know what people thought the disciples were supposed to be. They were whole examples, bro. Whole examples of, hey, this is how a person really becomes. These are the type of fruits they start to bear when they following me, Christ. When they really believe in me, when they really have hope in me for real, you're going to start to see that on them. That's the last thing I read. You don't, you know, they don't do it to exhibit or to look different or none of that. They just going to look set apart. It's going to show. Because they are exhibiting fruits that everybody don't even carry every day. You know, and I like that God does it like that. Like, he's not looking at us per bank account, per houses we have, per pair of shoes we got. He's looking at those fruits. I said, it's going to be so many people standing at the heavenly gates talking about God. You know, they're going to be buttoning up they Gucci suit. Talking about God. I'm ready, God. I'm here. I'm clean. I got my cleanest suit on. You think God cares about that? I'm really trying to tell people the truth because I love people in that way. Like, why would I desire to see? Bro, you're going the wrong way if you think God cares about your Gucci suit. Now, yeah, God wants us to be confident and love ourselves. But if you already out of line, you need a Gucci suit to feel better about yourself. You might as well not follow God. That's why a lot of people they can't get with how he operates, bro. Like, you tell me in the book of Genesis where it said, let there be Gucci suits, and there was. Literally. So yeah, even Gucci suits are made out of his material. You can never make me feel bad that I ain't got one. I want one bad enough. I know to go look at the materials it's made with and go sew me one up. I bet God will respect it more. I didn't go pay $500 for it. I made it myself. You know, and people have a problem with it. You want a nice purse? Why you can't go make it yourself? Because in the beginning, after all the creations, though, it do say he rested and saw that all his creations were good. And Gucci suits and loafers and Benz and Bentleys wasn't on that list of things he created and saw was good. So how dare people use those material man-made things to make people think that they less than them? It's stupid. I didn't see where God said, let there be a Gucci suit, and there was. Let there be a Mercedes Benz. I made the horse because anybody who needs to get where they need to go can get them a horse and go where they need to go. On a camel too. God ain't gonna look at you as no less. You still getting from point A to point B. They talking about, well, just get a car that gets you from point A to point B. The good creations God made without man help, like camels and horses and elephants, they once upon a time transported people where they need to go. They probably like, you shouldn't think like that in the modern day time. I do. If you ask me, I'm not going to decline a horse. You try to give me a horse today, I'm going to take it. And now I feel like I have a way to get where I need to go. I buy a horse before I buy a car these days. Give me the money and test me. I might go get me a horse. Me and the kids. Everybody got their own horse. I don't know how the baby going to ride with me. I might have to put her on my back or something. But we can all get where we need to go on our horses too. They forgot horses take people places. It's stupid, bro. They look at all these surface level material things. Judas did the same thing. All the miracles you seen God perform. One day they was like, wait, God, I'm packing my clothes. He said, when you walking with me, you don't take nothing. It literally say that in the New Testament. But when we practiced that, people thought we were crazy. We're accepting the lowly parts of life because we're able to travel with nothing. Maybe a suitcase. But he told his disciples, no, when you with me, you just know you don't need nothing. They said, what? No, we might need a little money. God said, what you need? Well, I want some wine. We ain't got no wine, God. So he showed them another miracle. Here you go. This was water, right? this wine. So why would you need to bring anything walking with me? Look what I can do. That's what he was trying to show him. People be trying to carry all their old baggage into a new day, wondering why things ain't working out. Trust me, I know. I do know. So if you see a person downsizing, mind your business. Ain't nothing wrong with cutting off a few bags and suitcases so your load is lighter. Jesus taught his to do that. He said that's the right way to go. Like, they might didn't understand it at first, but their faith trusted Jesus at the time. They like, well, we ain't gonna bring nothing. They left all their clothes, their horses, everything. They jobs as fishermen. We don't need nothing. God said, as long as he with us, just ask and I shall receive. That's what he be. So let's say I'm sitting here with nothing right now. How is that nothing when I have God and all I got to do is open my mouth and ask? And he paying attention to what I do and don't ask for. You could have been praying for your daughter. You could have been asking for a Bentley right now. You still praying that God change the minds and hearts and souls of people, that give them a brighter, new, fresh perspective on how good he is. And you could have been praying for $10,000. You think God don't see that? Okay. You could have been praying for I'm trying to give more examples. Some fresh bundles. All the girls are wearing bundles. You could have been praying for some money for a new set of nails. My child is praying for her baby. That she have a better understanding of who she is. God, I'm praying for my kids 20 years down the line. I ain't got time to be praying for no Gucci suits right now. My daughter's going to be grown one day. God, I'm praying for the days they ain't even seen yet, that you are protecting them, that you are walking with them, that you chop down any enemy that's secret to them. I'm praying for things 25 years down the road. I ain't got time to pray for no golden rings right now. Golden rings and castles. Praying for somebody else's position. I'm praying for my daughter's futures. I'm praying for their future husbands. I'm praying for my grandkids I ain't even seen yet. I don't have time to pray for the things that people pray for. But I don't, what's that called? I'm not shutting down anything you pray for. Prayer is good. He said, pray without ceasing. I'm just talking about me. My prayers have even elevated. There's actually thought put into them. My heart is actually in my prayers now. If anybody cares. Oh, God, prevent me from every trap. What? You prayed that instead of praying for $10,000? That's me. He know who it is when I come to his throne. He already know. So a person coming pretending they Tetasheri talking about $10,000, he already know that ain't me. Like, my child don't even pray that, bro. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? My child be praying things, and I saw where she came from. They got her on what she owned. So because she won't ask for those things I feel like she deserve, I'ma just bless her with it. Even if I don't see it coming, I can see God thinking that way. They did say he's a good God. But he rather give things to people that, like, bro, even when I didn't have nothing, I wasn't praying for $10,000. That's crazy, bro. They come to church and they stand up. Tell God what you want. I heard people say money most of the time. Money, money, money. Money, 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 money. Which I understand. They praying for money because they got bills due. They praying for cars because they're tired of walking. They praying for food because they hungry. And maybe God do have people in place already that pray for that kind of stuff. Me, I'm praying for deeper things pertaining to the people. That's where I am. That's where I've been for a minute too. The test was, are you still talking to me when it's going on? You still talking to me when that's going on? No, Trump just cut food stamps off. You still talking to me? All these distractions, bro. When a person been praying, yes, Americans pray. Not all of us is over here acting crazy, turning backflips, stealing, committing crimes. No, we are not. Don't you put that curse over me and speak that over me. Please don't. But even if you don't say it openly or to my face, I know people been doing it. And so that's exactly why I'm praying for other things. Silence the mouths of my enemies. I ain't got time to pray for $10,000. I'm asking for miracles like that. Silence them, God. And then it was like he answered my prayers. I was walking to the store one day. I know he did because these dogs that I used to always pass, that used to always bark, them dogs didn't know what I had prayed that morning. They're dogs. They're dogs. But I promise to God, they always bark. They always, that's what dogs do, right? But I don't know if it was my energy or they just see me. Maybe they was happy. They don't always bark when we passed. This particular day, I will never forget, though, because, like, after I prayed, them dogs was silent. It was weird, bro. Like, they just looked at me, like, mouth shut. And that was exactly what I prayed that God do with my enemies. I wasn't talking about them dogs. But see, sometimes if you're paying attention or if you're expecting of an answer from God, if you're paying attention, you're going to see it. That's not something somebody would understand. If they was walking with me like, girl, you don't think that's weird? The dog's quiet. She probably would have thought I'm crazy. I'm telling my homegirl that, like, girl, maybe they don't feel like barking. Why are you worried about it? Then I had to explain, no, girl, I prayed this morning that God silenced the mouths of my enemies. So to me, that's a sign. Them dogs bark every day. I'm not crazy. Not only that, it was just an interesting day that day. Like, cars was stopping. Usually a car just stopped. Like, when you crossing the street, it's going to slow down. They was stopping like they wasn't even nowhere near me yet. It's like the car seen me from a mile away. It's already slowing down. I have seen these type of things with my own eyes right after I pray something. The car stopping. Like, I just know cars, they gonna stop like when they're a little closer to you, slow down. That's what I'm used to anyway. On this particular day, the cars was acting different. They were being nice. People were opening doors. The dogs were silent. So you can't tell me the power of God is not real. I'm not sitting here trying to take credit like, yeah, that was me, y'all. No, like, nobody control if a dog bark or not. I know that much. To me, only but the creator. Only the creator can do something like that. And that, it was just signs like that that showed me years ago. God is very real. Anyways, y'all, Judas didn't maybe catch on to that yet. This is what I'm talking about. So at the Last Supper, he sat there and told him, one of y'all gonna betray me tomorrow. And that's crazy. Judas should have been a witness. When them soldiers came and asked you how y'all gonna set it up, whoop, 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 don't you think that should have been something you told those soldiers? I don't think you should touch that one, man. He just said last night at dinner, one of us gonna betray him. But do you know that didn't even cross Judas' mind? Tell me that's not an example of distraction. You were right there. You heard what your buddy Jesus said. He said one of y'all gonna do it. One of y'all gonna betray me. The other one, you gonna deny me 3 times. Tell me God didn't tell him. But Judas is so distracted in that moment, like, yeah, here's a bag of money right here. That's what they do, y'all. They flash this, flash that, trying to get you to turn away from what God just told you. A whole warning that God told you for your life, for your soul, for your heart, for your well-being. Why would you expect anybody else to care about that as much as you do? It's your life. It's your soul, right? It's your energy, right? That's on the line. So Judas didn't even think about that at the moment. What's crazy though, y'all know when he thought about it? Y'all know when he thought about it? When it was too late, bro. I ain't gonna say it didn't cross his mind no more, but at this point, the guards are already apprehending Jesus. Now you want to think about how this man had already told you what they was gonna do. And you think God left that witness of that story in there for us to keep repeating the same thing? And the devil got a line of soldiers to help the narrative stay the same. When God said, I'm going to do a new thing, greater things shall y'all do in my name. I don't know. Next generation, those that believe, oh, you think some of this stuff I was doing was powerful, turning water into wine? Greater things shall they do in my name. But nobody wants to believe that. It's okay. You got to be this, that, a witch. God tell you what was going to happen? It's the same thing I'm looking at with the Judas story. It ain't like he just was, oh, I was bamboozled. I was manipulated. No, you weren't, Judas. The man sat there and told you. How is God not good? How is God not good, bro? The same God that said warning come before destruction be the same God giving a warning, bro. Because see, the devil, he ain't finna give you no warning, bro. I ain't never heard of the devil giving somebody a warning, bro. When I put the bro at the end of it like that, y'all, I'm just getting passionate about what I'm talking about. I just say, bro, like, please listen to me. The devil ain't never gave nobody no warning. Satan hasn't been known to do that. I ain't seen the scripture yet where Satan said, I'm going to try you tomorrow. Why would he tell you that? One day I was telling my girls the other day, had somebody told me 14 years ago, my team would be doing this, or my husband would have did this, my family, my friends, my job. That's the thing. You don't know the future like that. They be wanting you to be accountable for what you didn't know. Amen. But when you be trying to say what God told you, you lie. But they want you to be accountable for what you didn't know. No. Let's talk about what I did know. The warnings that came before destruction with this young lady, and that nobody chose to apprehend to. Nobody chose to. Maybe some did. You lying when you talking about me if you say my God ain't gave no warnings before destructions. Period, bro. Now, he didn't put me here to probably tell everybody every warning that's going to happen to them. That's why prophets exist. Prophets and people that see things before they happen. Yes, I've been passionate about that. I was like, thank you, God, for the red carpet real quick. That's how I feel when you've been trying to talk about something. But you feel like people pushed you out the red carpet mode. They pushed you out the whole event. So, you wasn't finna get the red carpet. Only God can do that. How you still got the red carpet and they kicked you out of the whole event? They didn't like your warning so much and thought years later they gonna try to make you look like you don't take heed to warnings, bro. I take heed to warnings so much. It was things God showed me years ago. I just say I take heed quicker now. So now they want to play with it. Well, let me test her. Let me give her a warning. I know when a warning comes from God or not. So you said, well, Sherry, if you just said the devil ain't going to give you no warning, what you mean? That's what I'm saying. He's a manipulator, bro. The devil can come and if the devil give you a warning, I promise you it's a trick on the other side of it. I wouldn't even listen to him. Like the devil come say, yeah, they trying to set you up tomorrow. I'm not listening to the devil ass. I just think it's funny. He's still trying to mimic God in that way. You've never been known to give people warnings, Satan. I'm studying this real hard. It's usually, like I said, a wise man told me before, the devil only tells the truth to get you caught up in another lie. And I mean another lie, not the same lie, not a new lie, another one. That's stupid. If you a liar and the father of lies and all your kids lie, since when do you tell the truth? You telling the truth to get somebody in a deeper ass lie or in a new lie. So God does understand why I cuss. I don't care who be trying to say I ain't holy because I slipped up and said a cuss word. Some things just piss you off because the devil done took things to a whole nother level, bro. You're trying to be God and give me the warning. Didn't I just say God been giving me warnings all my life? How you think I made it to 33 years old, bro? You think just playing, just by luck? Now, it's deeper if I say how the warnings were coming. Didn't I just say I felt like prophets were actually coming to me more frequently? It wasn't actually till my later 20s. Things got silent, but I know God is intentional. Regardless of how things got silent, they went silent. That's my testimony. Like, suddenly, ain't nobody got nothing to say. It's just crickets, and you trying to get through life. Still holding on to things God told you 20 years ago. Tetasheri can't make this up. I can't make this up, bro. So when things got silent, I would say God is intentional. And that's when they're like, for me, not these people I'm reading about in the Bible, not the people I heard about at church, not these other people on the streets. For me, bro, that's when my faith was tested. Okay, things silent. Are you going to still remember or trust what I told you? See, that's called a test. If I tell my daughter, I'm going to do this and that, and then she just see me go silent, but she don't see this and that, do she still trust what I said? Of course, a person ain't going to trust you. I mean, that's the test of your faith. They don't trust you. If they looking at it with natural eyes, like, Well, you said it, but I don't see it. That's how people think. That's why they watching so hard too. If you watching, make sure you listening. I said God me things before y'all even started what you think you started. Maybe he had already spoke it over my life too. Like I said, it's different when somebody else speaks something. Don't get it twisted. There is power in the tongue. So you don't want people just saying whatever about you, or if it ain't true. But does it really matter when everything that come out of God's mouth is the truth? Does it really matter anymore? He said, you going to be this. You going to do this. You going to jump this high one day. And the whole time you practicing jumping, people throwing apples and oranges and blowing their horn, anything to distract you, just because you're trusting what God, the truth, the one been known as the truth from the beginning, told you. I thought it was funny. I said, oh, that's what's going on. And this ain't one of the prophets in the Bible story no more. This is my story. And here I am with my faith being tested. God, I know God laughs sometimes. The angels raise their eyebrows. We ain't never seen one like this. When she's tested, man, like we seen emotions we didn't know exist come out of that woman. For real, bro, because you didn't know. You thought, I admit that. Maybe I thought that I had to humble myself, that I was above being tested. I feel like I had passed every test already, God. Okay, like I can give one example, y'all, because you need raw stories, raw testimonies. We got them over here at You Will Make It TV. For real, we ain't telling people you will make it for no reason. All right. So it was this one season or period in my life, right, where I was like a fervent prayer warrior. Yes, that's true. And there are witnesses. I was a fervent prayer warrior. I had given up certain addictions, things I had never did before. I remember the first time I tested this. So that's something to test God and think he ain't going to test you. You know how many people doing that today? Just testing God, thinking karma ain't coming back around and he ain't going to test them. You might as well leave his people, anything concerning him alone, if you think you're going to test him and he not going to test you. Actually, every time you test he going to test you back. He do that with his own. So who are you to think that when you test God, he can't test you? Even Satan, test him, see if he don't test you back. That's just the cycle of the spiritual world. Like, that's just a spiritual law. You come in the spiritual world thinking you're going to test something and you ain't going to be tested back. It's just kind of dumb to think that way, bro. You think you just going to walk down the street and slap somebody, they ain't going to slap you back. You think you shove somebody and they ain't going to shove you back. But when they tried these things with me and I didn't do it back, now they saying you must be an alien. You must be crazy. Most people do it back, right? They can't make their mind up. But I'm not God, bro. Like, say you test him, he's gonna test you back, sweetie. Maybe in the same order that you just tested him. Oh, you like touching my kids? You like touching kids? Do you have kids? Or what is it you love that you touched on somebody else's life? You can be tested back. I'm just doing a little teaching, bro. It don't matter if people don't like, but they don't teach it like that. It's called new school. In Jeremiah, he said, "I'm gonna do a new thing." That means I'm gonna use new people. And maybe he want to use the ones everybody disgusted by. I'm glad they made it clear. I'm disgusted. All right, cause see that man that was on the cross next to Jesus. Jesus wasn't disgusted by him. He forgave him. Jesus even said a prayer that was taking his life. He said, Father, forgive them. I know not what I do. I mean, not him. He said, they know not what they do. Father, forgive them. Who prays something like that while they dying? But you talking about that ain't the Messiah. Come on, bro. Like, most people, when they dying, they thinking about themselves. They praying for their own soul. Their own life is flashing before their eyes. They not talking about nobody else. I don't know how long this stream is going to be tonight, but my streams have been getting longer and longer because maybe I'm getting a little more committed to my work. The same thing they said is a threat, but they say a man don't work, don't eat. You know, they can't make their mind up. That's why I know men and women are liars and that God is not. Because once they test it and put to the test, they're not gonna pass it. They're not gonna pass it, bro. Trying to tell somebody else them working for God is not work. Just because wasn't nobody listening. So sorry y'all in the background. I had to warm up my coffee. Yes, once upon a time, maybe I was trying to work on looking this way, being that way, getting ordained. I already been there. I'm actually telling the truth. That's why I have a minister ordainment certificate somewhere. I just don't reverence to it. I don't even use it to do anything today. I could be whole marrying people, a lot of stuff with it. But I don't know. Like I said, it's something else leading me these days. Why I need a piece of paper to show that I honor marriage. If I can't open my mouth and say I honor marriage and people don't believe me, well, so what? I know I honor marriage. I still do to this day. I honor other marriages too. So they be trying to make you look like a liar. Well, she slept with this married man. Hold on. Did that married man tell me he was married? But see, they don't want to talk about that. You want to accuse a woman of God like they did in the Bible with that one lady talking about, well, what should we do with her? And got mad what Jesus said. Let whichever one of you with that ain't never seen before, stone her first. Boy, them Roman police, them Roman soldiers got so mad at Jesus because he was telling the truth so much. Why y'all running to my face? Jesus already know how people is. Y'all running to my face trying to tell me what she did when I know what one of my own disciples gonna do one day. Just imagine. As the story goes though, y'all, that woman changed her whole life because Jesus saved her life. I'm sorry if you've never heard of that before, but it's happened to people. You talking about why they calling Jesus? They calling on Jesus. Okay, listen to what I said. The moment he told those soldiers, let he without sin cast the first stone, the moment he told them that and they walked away, she felt like Jesus had just saved her life. Because for those that don't know, most people that's been stoned, they die. It's not a game. But people love throwing them. You know what I mean? Most people that was stoned back in the day, bro, it's unheard of that they survived it. So in a moment, she felt like Jesus saved her life. So he didn't even have to ask her to change it. She just did. What you mean? She felt like, man, anything pertaining to Christ. Anytime I hear Christ in town, I'm coming, bro. That's somebody I support. That's somebody I'ma always love. They be wanting people to cut you off, but you done say they whole. Man, let me tell y'all something. It's been people I've been in life and death situations with already when you talking about Author Tetasheri and why I became a writer and why I'm passionate about what I do. People, I've saved lives, but I believe people have saved my life too. Like when you're talking about physically, I don't mean like I stood in front of a bullet for a person, but maybe you told them something right in time. Maybe you woo 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 you man, I know this for a fact fuck sure. People done saved my life and I done saved theirs. I don't know how to explain it to people, but I could go into detail. I'm not gonna do that tonight. They know who they are. And look at the power of God. Because even if it was in secret, you was there to save somebody else's life, stop them from committing suicide, anything. God saw you. So why would he just let anybody handle your life any kind of way? If they think it's finna go like that, they finna have a rude awakening, bro. That's why he overpowered and took over my life a long time ago, bro. I wouldn't call it hijack. But yes, Lord, I'll call it hijack. You hijack all my enemies and just take over my life. I'd rather him do it. One prophet said, I'd rather fall in the hands of a terrible God when he's angry. He didn't say terrible God, but he said, I'd rather be in the rap. Oh, what did he say? Y'all help me out. It say pretty much like he was saying, I'd rather be in God's hands while he is angry, bro, than to be left in the hands of man. And man still mad that people don't trust him. Wake up, man. Wake up. Man means just the human race. Okay? Animals know what they're supposed to do. It's man that be having a problem trying to control everybody. So just know a man said that in the Bible. Like God, I'd rather I'd rather die. I just want people to know I feel just like that man. Trust me, being in God's hands when he's angry is enough punishment. It is something special. Like, trust me, people gonna see when one of God's own children has made him angry. I can't admit that. That's never been like a hidden thing. You know what I mean? Like something that a child of God can like, what's the word that start with C? That ain't something they can not cover up. Like they can't contain it. Like when you piss God off, everybody's gonna know about it. If that applies for his children, who do the wicked think they are? Who do evildoers think they are, bro? It's like I'm just learning how to use my words, use my knowledge. Quit walking around here acting like you don't have a vocabulary, just using cuss words. You know what I mean? So anyways, what do y'all think what do that mean to y'all? That a person would rather be in God's angry hands than in the hands of man, in the hands of somebody that can say, yep, chop his head off. Yep, hang him on the cross. Mankind has already shown us how evil they can get, like how really, really wild they can get pertaining to somebody else's whole life. That's why that prophet said that, God, I'd rather die in your angry hand. I'd rather die in your hands angry. Because God ain't angry every day. I don't believe it. Like, God don't even like being angry, bro. But he does have an angry side. If we were made in his image, why do we think we get angry? And people be thinking they anger is supposed to scare God. They anger is supposed to move God. They anger is supposed to make God feel some type of anxiety. God don't care about no man or woman's anger, bro. I can tell y'all that right now. Not in the way where he's not going to be God anymore. No, I don't believe it. I've had all kind of labels, bro. I ain't heard a label they ain't called me yet. So one of those labels was a lack of respect of authority, and that's just not true about me. It's just that like if somebody has committed their faith to God, I'd rather be more concerned when God is angry than some man or woman. And I promise, once I started paying more attention to that, like tapping more into that, like forget what man, woman, or child is angry. What is God feeling like? He respected it. Like my child, I hate to say it, but not many people care about that. I know you feel alone when it comes to how I feel, but that's why I put a little extra favor on you, man. Like people act like they don't even care how I feel. You know, I do. Like God, I'm becoming more and more less interested in what man, woman, and child is angry. I want to know how you feel. And they don't know how to take that, you know? God done told me some days I'm angry. Cause why would I just want him to listen to my heart? And I didn't even know this was possible. You know what I'm saying? That we can listen to God's heart. He said, oh, you think you ready to listen to my heart? I'm like, yeah, God. I thought, I don't know what I was praying for, but I am a risk taker. And you can be that safely with God. You can. That's why I love him. The world will tell you being a risk taker is dangerous. It can be dangerous, right? But when you're a risk taker for the Lord, ain't nothing dangerous about that. But who is going to be dangerous for is those trying to think they control something while you're taking risks for God. That's the best person to me I could be taking risks for. Take a risk for a criminal. See what happened to you. Take a risk for somebody that don't mean you well. See what happened to you. It was only his grace that brought me through situations like that, right? Only his grace and mercy. Like, anyways, like I said, I could care less today about who's angry when we're not talking about God first. That don't make sense to me. I know he real because I told him I care about his feelings. And he like, okay, well, you want me to feel like I can trust you with my heart. So I don't want to betray God. He's trusting me with his heart, bro. Everybody might not have their testimony. I do. He showed me things what like be on his heart, like how people be making him feel. People just try to make God look, why God is awful. Well, why does he let this happen and that happen and that happen? Do y'all even stop and consider how God feels, bro? How is he letting stuff happen when every soul on this earth have their own power of self-will? That's a power he equipped everybody with. But if you hide that truth, what else are you hiding? How you gonna hide that from people that God gave them the power of self-will the day they was born? They just can't control themselves yet when as newborns, but as they grow into themselves, they begin to learn. Are people teaching their kids that? I do. Mine very well. No, you got self-will. Like, you do what you want to do, but you are a child, so I have to like slow you down and get on your ass where I have to. I don't even like doing it. I like everybody know my kids spoiled. It hurt me to pop a kid. I don't like that. Not too many can say I took they kid, took a belt and whooped their kid, and when mine barely get them. But it's not because I'm a bad person, y'all. I promise. I just don't like to see nobody hurt. I've been through a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't like that. Watch how you judge people. Because the karma you might bring on yourself, don't blame that on me. Don't blame that on me or my kids. That's for them to understand they mama. Ask them. They mama barely touch a fly, bro. Ain't nobody finna sit there and constantly mess with a person they know gonna do something back. For real, bro. That's where I saw. That's why I said God been showing me his heart more lately. If you ask me, he been showing me, because if you slow down and actually pay attention, think about it. Ain't nobody gonna keep attacking somebody they know gonna attack back. I mean, they know they don't stand a chance when that person attack back. They would rather attack a person they feel like ain't gonna do nothing. They feel like, oh, all she gonna do is go pray. Well, don't underestimate the power of prayer either. Then what am I supposed to do? Just sit back and be everybody's pushover, footstool, everybody's resting couch, everybody's sitting potato, huh? You know what I mean? And I mean for everybody. You supposed to be there for everybody, bro. So me and God, we actually relate to each other a lot. Like, as far as that part of life, like people will try to do that if you let them. They trash bag. I can say my real feelings to God, and God can say his real feelings to me now without trusting him. And they ain't showed me a person yet who's worth me betraying God's heart for them. I'm sorry. No, girl, don't worry about God's heart. Just come with us. I wish I could do that. Literally, bro. Like, some people say once you become like aware of something, it's hard to play stupid, bro. It's getting even harder to play stupid. I ain't a lot of people. Like, that's because now, at least now I understand why. Like, it's because, bro, once you're aware or awakened to something, it shows. Even when you're trying to hide it, bro. I'm glad people saw that about my story. Did you read any of the other prophet story? Did you think mine was supposed to look just like theirs? No, I'm a whole separate person. Why would you say I should look just like Mary Magdalene or some woman in the Bible, bro? And really, y'all don't know all their stories. This one lady literally took over a whole kingdom prostituting. Y'all ain't read the Bible like you think. I forgot her name. Morgan, Google this for me real quick. I mean, she had to play the role of a prostitute. Let me tell it correct, y'all. She pretty much lived that life. But by the end of this, what's her name? Penelope? I'm really trying to think. Oh, you said it's dead? Oh, no. Hers is on the charger. Let me see. I can't do these kind of topics without the right stuff I need to refer to. But she was I can't think of her name. She had to not play the role, whatever you want to call it, y'all. They just thought she was a sex worker. Just know she ended up overtaking the kingdom when she was done. It was something along the lines of she would sleep with these people, but she knew exactly who they were when she would go to them. They were people that were oppressing other people. Literally, bro. So she like, oh, okay. You want to oppress somebody? I'm going to come sleep with you. Just know them men didn't have their life the next morning. This not a game. God has used people powerfully in the Bible. Y'all just know the basic stories they teach about. It's a reason some of them other stories was taken out. They taken out, but it's other books you can find them in. Y'all do that research on your own. I'm not here to tell all the secrets now. I think it's called the Apocrypha, but I don't even think the Apocrypha book has all the missing books. What you mean? I was honored to see somebody with the whole book. Like, the whole Bible is thicker than y'all know, because I seen it with my own eyes before. I don't think I can ever see it again. I ain't gonna even tell y'all where I seen it, but I know it exists. Like a published copy They have everything in it when it was originally, I'm a blessed woman. Maybe I took that. I took it lightly, bro. Like, everybody not going to see that, bro. I got to see it with my own eyes, bro. Like, the actual Bible with all the books in it, it's a very, very, very thick book, bro. But like I said, the Apocrypha is just like about missing books. Some people do read it, some people don't care. But me, before I chose to say the Bible ain't real or something, I never said that. I said, let me do some more research. There's even been books. We're going to do a separate topic about that. But there's been books like that ain't even a Bible, bro, that's been banned. Literally, if you found with it, there's going to be a criminal, like a legal penalty type of deal. Like, do people know that? When they're talking to me, though, like, do they know that there's been books that have been banned from stores, from the internet, everything? I don't know what was wrong with the books, because it's a lot of books out there too that I still wonder where, like, why this ain't banned. Certain books about certain things, I ain't gonna lie, I'd be like, this book's still out? I can't believe they still got this book on the shelf. So what I was saying is, that's a fact. That lady story is one of those I noticed they took out. Maybe they were right. Do people need to read that every day? But see, she was a believer, bro. You could just make her look like a murderer. Oh, that's a prostitute that had killed men. Yeah, but see, when you read that story, you got to look at what those men, the ones she came after, what were they doing to women? What were they doing to people? Saul, he found Christ, thank God, because he was actually out there killing Christians. Or I call them believers, y'all. I don't even like using the term Christian no more. Because most times when you say believer, people know what time it is. It's only one set of people that follow certain teachers that they call believers. Any other religion, they usually have like a name for them. You know what I'm saying? Christians, Buddhists, Islam. Okay. But when you say believers, people know who you're talking about, and they know what you're talking about. So that's the term I use. So I'm not offending anybody, and You Will Make It TV, or even when I write my future books, that's why y'all will see Author Tetasheri using the word believer. I'm not trying to step on toes, or I personally don't use the word Christian, because the word Christian is not even in the biblical text of the Bible, bro. That's some man-made up word. That's like calling people Tetasherians, because my name is Tetasheri, just because they follow me. Like, see how Nicki Minaj fans, they call them Barbs. Taylor Swiftie fans, they call Swifties. Who else can I think of? Like Beyonce fans, they call them Beehivers. I don't know what they call them. Bay fans, they call them something. But Jesus fans, I like to call them believers, because I really think they're more than fans. I wouldn't be saying the word believer if they was just fans, bro. They call them Swifties because they believe in Taylor Swift. They call them Barbs because them fans believe in Nicki Minaj. You see? It is what it is, bro. So that's why I call them believers. Then I'll tell you, the teachings and followings of Christ. People talking about, we didn't know she was dead, she kept it undercover. Well, if we can have undercover police, why can't it be undercover for Christ, bro? And why would that be criminal? Why would that be crazy? I'm just saying, bro, they got undercover everything else. But don't let you come around being, that's what I was talking about that woman in. If they had known she was a believer, she wouldn't even got as far in her mission of saving people. She saved real lives. Like, let's look at Miss Sojourner Truth. Hold on, am I talking about the right one? Underground Railroad. If she just was more focused on looking like a believer instead of actually focusing on her purpose, I don't even think the many lives she was able to save would have been saved. And notice back then she was considered a criminal because it was against the law to help slaves run away. But today we call her a hero, don't we? Mm, mm, mm. I just noticed something with mankind. You know what I'm saying? Just because they don't see your purpose at that time doesn't mean that you sleep on your faith, that you stop trusting in God. Y'all don't know. I believe Sojourner Truth was a believer. I believe everybody that's ever helped somebody to freedom was a believer, bro, whether they told you or not. What you mean? Well, she didn't have on and she didn't even dress like a holy lady. But see, had I looked like that in anybody life, that's the whole reason undercovers exist. Undercover anything. Undercover brother, undercover if you gay, undercover this, that. Under the cover, it's okay with anything else. Don't let you be an undercover believer. Now they scared of you. I never know which moment she believe in. Just know with me, every moment. Though I might can't call every shot right now. I might not know what's coming next all the time. I know I'm a believer. I know I'm an undercover one too. So how that make me not real? Last I checked, when an undercover cop he's still a cop. It's called undercover for a reason. That's crazy, bro. They don't like you because you wasn't out here professing what you believe in loudly. So you're fake. You got to be anything else but a believer. That's crazy how God works. I might not understand his intentions and his purpose fully with my life just yet, but I know it's something to that. I want the things that I wasn't quiet about, like I'm not no undercover mother, bro. Anybody that's ever known me knew I had kids. I'm not no undercover mother. I've always been bold and proud about that, bro. Why you think that's one of the areas of my life the devil chose to come and attack? See, that's the thing about it. They even considered Jesus undercover, bro. They felt like it was something he was hiding, bro. Even though he lived his life as openly, like he was not secret about his beliefs at all. But they still said he had something to hide. It's something he ain't telling us. Maybe we should go investigate Mary and Joseph. How y'all say he was born again? Imagine what he went through. That's crazy, bro. Where did you say he was raised? What was he doing? I'm telling y'all, before they even got to Judas, if you don't think they questioned other people about Jesus, you're crazy. And the people was happy to tell him, like, what? Just imagine you come to a town. Hey, did y'all see that man come through this town? Yeah, we saw him. Who you talking about? Jesus? Yeah, we saw him. If Jesus was undercover, why did people know his name? That was one of the main things. You know, Jesus could have went around lying about his name. He didn't lie about his name. That's one thing about that man. I'm Jesus. When they ask, well, who are you? I'm Jesus Christ. And he'll tell you, my kingdom is not of this world. It just scared him. Like, well, what are you? That's the thing about mankind. If something come around you, something or somebody, but it ain't hurting you, it's actually trying to be a help to the world. What's wrong with Earth with this constant pattern of that? Like, you gotta actually shun and abuse things you don't understand. And it's been a consciousness that could have been raised a long time ago. People done pointed that out I don't know how many times. Humans have a problem, a hate problem. But see, we don't have police for that. I think we do. I think the new world, something called spiritual police, might be needed. You know what I'm saying? Just to keep the order, bro. Well, you do witchcraft, do your witchcraft over there. You praise God and you serve God, you do that over there. Spiritual police, y'all. Why we ain't never heard of it? Somebody battle, it's a problem. Uh-oh, here come the spiritual police. Somebody to make sure everybody can practice what they do in peace without somebody getting hurt, because that's what the police do for regular citizens, bro. We need a police for things I never thought we'd need police for. I feel like we need a whole enforcement team just for spiritual crimes, bro, because they do exist. The longer we let this go on, then you still got spiritual abuse. You still got spiritual emotional distress. That's crazy, bro. Maybe they said we don't have a spiritual police because the spiritual world is not real, and that's been debunked. I don't know how they done caught whole ghosts on camera, bro. So let me give y'all an insight of what I mean with my idea. Maybe the spiritual police, when somebody bring you footage and it's actually a ghost on that footage, it's time to investigate. That person ain't living alone. Honestly, I don't know how many haunted movies of true stories where they call the police, bro. There was nothing the police could do. Like, hey, my daughter's in there. She's spiritually possessed. What can the police do about that? Literally. If I tell them, hey, I woke up with bite marks and scratch marks on my body, literally, try to call the police and tell them that. The police gonna look at you like, I don't know. I don't know. There's nothing they can do about that. But I know police have seen a lot of crazy stuff through their careers, I'm sure. That's why Silence of the Lambs, it used to be one of my favorite movies, but I know it's multiple parts to it and stuff. I just always had this fascination with I ain't gonna say I had a fascination with criminals. I had a fascination with crime stories. They're still not went away, but how deep they get, like how deep a person that's committing them will take the police like on such a loop like that. Like, so I used to watch Silence of the Lambs. I ain't gonna be silent about that. It was a crazy movie to me. They got to come in here every day, picking your brain, picking your mind, trying to see what this wise ass man knows. But he really wasn't a good man. That's that movie though. You see what I'm saying? And it's funny, like, call the police to say you just seen a ghost walk down the hallway. You're having spiritual disturbances. I would say it's kind to maybe have some resources in the offices for that type of stuff, because we're past the age and day to just say that stuff don't exist. I mean, by now, bro, they have whole machines that can communicate with the dead, literally. Because I watched one episode and they were supposedly talking to Selena. I'm just saying, I'm gonna say allegedly, because I respect the spirit world, I really do. But I was like, what? Whatever this machine do, they communicate with it, and supposedly the person is speaking back to you from the whole dead, bro. With those type of things, I don't listen too long or too hard, because like I just ask myself how they know they actually talking to Selena or a person that's passed on, any person that's passed on. But some people, they miss their loved ones so much, it makes them feel better to maybe feel like they're communicating with them. I wouldn't say it's nothing wrong with it, but how is that person resting in peace and you bothering them every single day? Every single day, like, oh, what happened? I mean, it's understandable when you're trying to get to the bottom of what happened to them or something. I can understand that. But just bothering a resting person that's supposed to be resting in peace every day just does seem affect me too. Cause like, hey, no human has ever told the world that I'm telling them. Have we ever thought about this? No, sweetie, the dead people don't mind us bothering them every day. We just coexist. Okay, well, at this point, if y'all gonna say all that, we need spiritual police. You need people that make sure that people are adhering to upholding that spiritual investigating should even go. Because at some point, aren't you disrespecting the dead? I'll be right back, guys. I'm going on a pause break. Give me 1 second. Hey, you will make it TV supporters, listeners, and viewers. I'm back. I told y'all I'm gonna start doing it more like commercials where y'all can at least hear music and stuff when I have to pause instead of just pause breaks, right? You're probably like, where'd she go? Like, okay. So, anyways, I will be sharing this stream for anybody that couldn't tune in while I was live. I'll be sharing this stream on my community board. You guys still, oh, I need to stop saying community board. Pretty much it's my post section. POST, my post section. We have a short section, a live section, and a post section. I'll be always after I record, I go back and post them, for those that might want to go back and tune in. I'm gonna share this cleaner I just got. I know I'm getting older because and you're a mom to get excited about a new cleaner, right? This cleaner is called it's crazy, y'all. It's an all-purpose cleaner. I want to start investing more in these. I don't even know. That's how I know I'm changing. Like, who cares about their cleaners, right? But I should. Even if it's something new I'm looking at. It's an all-purpose cleaner. That's what I love about it first. But guess what, y'all? It says it's made with plant-derived ingredients. That is cool, right? Like, I didn't know you can make cleaners from just natural ingredients. Let me turn the back of the bottle. It says water, glucoside, hydrogenated castor oil, fragrance, sodium carbonate, mentha, piperita, peppermint oil for fragrance. Oh, okay. It says it right here. The plant-derived ingredients are Lauretian, because I'm going to go Google some of these ingredients later. Oh, it has a number for questions and comments. I don't know about y'all, but like when you turn the back of products where it says questions and comments, do y'all ever call it? Because I'm finna start, right? I just like companies to know, like, if your product helped me or if it did something powerful for me. I don't know. Why can't the CEOs know? So I'm going to have to call them after I try this one because I had never seen, even if it's new to me, I'll talk to them about an hour. Says great for use on glass, counters, tile, wood, and stone. Works great on most non-porous surfaces. And it says test in an inconspicuous area first. Like me, I was going to test it outside. The directions say spray on the surface, wipe clean, and enjoy the clean, fresh fragrance. I'm just reading something else because if it's made with natural ingredients, it still just has some ingredients though. It says like if it's gets in your eyes, rinse it out with water just like anything else. Contact a physician. If it's swallowed, drink a glass of water to dilute and call a physician. Any cleaning product you got to keep out of reach of children. But I like this though, y'all. I can't wait to use it because it has a peppermint scent. I've been just so overwhelmed with life lately. I want to just get back to like things that I'm interested in or put more time into paying attention to what I'm actually, you know what I'm saying? The devil want us just out here spending money. It's stupid. No, look at what you're buying, even with your cleaning products, because I don't know where these came from, but I'm doing it. It say cuts tough on grease and grime. And the best part about it, y'all, it's made with all natural products. It's pretty powerful. I don't know. It's new to me, but I don't know. So it's crazy. Like it's a peppermint sage cleaner. You already know I can't wait to try this. I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of just the old fashioned smell of bleach and stuff like that. Like I want to use things that make me feel fresh, make my home feel fresh, stuff like that. Cause I know I said don't nobody scrub and scrub and scrub, and every time they turn around, they just look filthy in their house, right? And it's something, even if it sounds crazy to people, I went to God about. I went to God about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's crazy. He heard my heart. He heard my prayer. He probably heard what other people got to say too. So nothing too hard for God. He shows me. Soon as I go on a cleaning aisle today, like, look at this type of stuff. I was looking at what it was made with in case I want to make my own. I'm gonna need some peppermint and some sage, maybe some eucalyptus, because I'm finna make different ones. Y'all know they used to clean with vinegar anyway. And early European times, they would clean. I think it was called like distilled vinegar. That it's still a all-purpose. That's another topic for another day. But we know like alcohol, like what they put in Germ-X, we know it kills germs. So why not? We getting closer and closer to time where people gonna have to start making their own products anyway. I say that because if tariff prices and stuff go up, make prices go up, wouldn't people have to more consider what they're investing in, down to their all-purpose cleaners? Nobody's been able to just keep it speak and span every day of their life, right? So you would still have to invest in cleaners. And I'm just happy I'm looking off into stuff that might be even more eco-friendly, for the household, for the family, stuff like that. They might even have natural bug spray. But I just want more natural stuff. Like if I can make it, I want to know about it. We've already started making our own like face masks, hair masks, stuff we can make at home. That's why I buy a lot of spray bottles, because we can sit there and make it ourselves. Spend money where? The money part just be like, if you want it to be more convenient, you might just go buy some VO5 shampoo. The whole time you could have made it at home. It kind of pisses me off when I awaken to stuff, because it'd be like, I've been spending money for years on stuff I could have made at home. That's a natural reaction though, like, because you ain't finna get all that money back. You done already used all them products. But as we learn, it does show. What did I just say? When we become aware of stuff, even when I didn't understand it, you know what I'm saying? I just told God, if I was undercover for you, Lord, just protect me. Anytime my cover is blown, once people like, oh my God, that's really a woman of God, just protect me, God. They might get pissed off. Like, the whole time you was an undercover believer, I guess, bro. But I don't see where that makes you a fake believer. If anything, undercover means you very much more took what you do serious, what you do for God serious. So Judas was pretty much, he wasn't undercover about his beliefs, but look how he went undercover just to betray his own. The main thing I said is the Judas spirit is still walking around here today, y'all. Like, I don't look at people for people and their mistakes and what they do. If I know the spiritual world exists in my eyes, they'll tell you, like, yeah, this fallen angel has this name, this demon has that name, this angel has that name, but you don't believe the spirit of certain people that used to be here is real too. That's crazy. If they say energies don't die, why would you say people are dead? mm Y'all know it's a whole scripture in Revelations too, though. Like, it said one day the dead in Christ shall arise. The dead in Christ shall arise. DEAD, in Christ shall arise. Shall arise. They be like, if you in Christ, you should be full of life and all of this stuff, bro. Y'all are trying to take from the Bible now, because what does that mean then? If you can be dead in Christ, he said the dead in Christ shall arise. To me, that's speaking about those undercover believers too. Maybe they was only gonna be dead in Christ for so long, and then why are they dead in Christ? You know what I'm saying? But it's another topic for another day. That would be great as an inspirational topic too, because what does that scripture even mean, bro? I believe it's in the book. I got my notepad here, y'all, my tablet, so I can actually look up stuff as I'm talking about it. But I wouldn't bring up nothing that I haven't already read or something. uh I just want to see which scripture that is. Come on, my Google thing messing up. Okay. Hey Google, what does the dead in Christ shall arise mean? These the type of searches I be doing when I'm alone. I don't know what everybody else out there doing, but God see what I be doing. What does the dead in Christ shall arise mean? It don't even say. It says what I said, y'all, but I missed one word. Y'all ready? It says the dead in Christ shall arise first. Maybe that to people meant that people were going to be getting up from the dead. I don't think that's what that means, bro. It says that just shocked me. I told y'all every time I look at stuff, I find out something new. But it says the dead in Christ shall arise first. Like, whoa. Let me see. That's crazy. Because first means there's a last, there's a middle. You know what I mean? They shall arise first. This scripture, for anybody that wants to reference to it, is 1 Thessalonians 5:18. Okay? Let me see. Come on. It says the spirits of those who have died in Christ would return with him. I mean, this is just what Google's answer is. I don't always take what they say, but I'm just reading what it say. The spirits of those who have died in Christ will return with him, and their bodies would be resurrected and rise to be reunited with their spirits. But me personally, I don't think that's what that means, bro. Like, I'm already getting these vibes that it means something else. It says, the dead in Christ shall arise first. 1 Thessalonians 5:18. Somebody said, what does this really mean? People done already asked. Oh, no. I'm sorry. That's Thessalonians 4:16, y'all. I'm sorry. It's like, I feel like it means something else. We're not just talking about being undercover for Christ. It could have that symbolism too. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, if you're dead in Christ, are you really dead? Look how he called Lazarus up from the dead. God has shown us his power. I don't know why the devil feels so powerful with being able to kill somebody or wishing death on somebody. Like, bro, didn't you see Lazarus get up from the dead? Didn't you see Jesus? They couldn't find his body. Hold on. Let me keep going. It was somebody who had a kid. They came to Jesus. The kid was about to die at their house. Jesus came. The kid got up as if nothing was wrong with the kid. It's just like, it's been so many instances of miracles performed. That's where the devil likes to be friends with death. But I know who has the answer to death too. You know what I'm saying? Death ain't he might be his own in his own right have authority. But see, death answers to somebody too. And that's Christ. Because if death didn't have to answer to Christ, Christ would be dead. Some of us believe he ain't dead. They were just trying to control the image. Didn't he say we were created in his image? It literally say that in the Bible. It's like the devil take God's words and just try to manipulate it, bro. The first person to create image, bro, if you ask me, was the creator. He said in the beginning, they said, come and let us our own in our own image. Something like that. I know the word image was right there. And that's the main thing still in modern day times, that it seems like everybody is seeking to control just how something look, bro. When we still walking around here with the same two eyes, the same nose, the same two ears, everybody got the same thing, but everybody's still in a race to control image, bro. That's crazy. So why do y'all think that out of all the people they could have helped use them to get Jesus? Because if Jesus was so easy to apprehend, you wouldn't have needed nobody to help you do it. That's crazy, bro. If he was so easy to just get, you know. He told him right there at the supper though, one of y'all gonna betray me. I know what's coming. They was like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell y'all that part. I just had to burp for a second, but they told him, don't y'all know they called Jesus crazy too? They said, Jesus, stop talking like that. Christ, you tripping. You're our savior. Ain't nothing finna happen to you. Um, they said, Jesus, stop. You scaring us. I've been told that a time or two. Like, what are you talking about? Ain't nobody finna deny you tomorrow. Like, yeah. Yeah, one of y'all gonna betray me. The other one gonna, and then what's funny, he'd never addresses names. Y'all, nobody else finds that funny. Now, when it's a prophetic word, it's usually directly to somebody, like what I've experienced. Like, a prophetic word is directly to a group of people, a person, a certain setting, a certain area. Okay. But he still prophesied it to them. He just didn't put a name title. That's how you know it's real. Now you just sit back and see who it is. Like it's not scary to me no more, really. It is crazy though. Like you don't even you don't even address it. You don't even address the name. Like you just put the what's gonna happen out there. It is what it is, y'all. That's why I say he shows in part. If he just showed anybody everything, wouldn't they be God? There would be no Most High if one person knew everything. Why would you call them the Most High? It's the Most High for a reason. Higher than that God, that entity, this entity over there, them too. The Most High. What does the word most mean? I ought to go look it up for people. Like the is also it's a reverence of a title. The THEE. But when they say the Most High, you'll notice they just write THE. If you put THEE, maybe people will get it. The Most High. I was just wondering why would there be a need for a Most High if one specific person see everything that's gonna happen? There would be no need for a Most High. So I noticed some people call him the Most High. Some people call him the Creator. Would that be taken away from a person's power, what you called him? I was just wondering, bro. Because then when he came and actually walked the earth and said, yeah, my name Jesus, people had a problem. So I was explaining to one of my babies the other day, even if she had never heard it before, because if she do read the Bible for herself one day, she gonna see that. Like, we're going back to the reality of prophecies, how people used to respect them. They used to actually uphold prophecies, bro. And some religions still do. And all in the old, I said, sweetie, there's a difference. When you open a Bible, you'll notice it say Old Testament, New Testament. In the Old Testament, it was like many prophecies that one day some son was going to be born. Like some, literally, bro, like, hey, there's going to be a son, a Messiah. He's going to be born. He's going to change the earth. Like many, many different scriptures talk about it. I wonder, should I look one up for people real quick? But like I said, I'm not going to speak on anything here that I know people going to go Google and find something else. No, if they Google anything I said, you will make your TV. You're going to find some facts. You might find more than what I was talking about. That's what I'm saying. I don't know everything. I'm not the Most High. Okay, so I was just asking, when you call something else, are you taking from its power? Are you? He already said, it never said his name was going to be Jesus in the Old Testament, because people be like, who were they talking about? As you saw, Moses and every other story, Noah, they were talking to somebody. They would come back, even if Moses, it was a burning bush. He didn't know who he was talking to. He was talking to the same God, bro, that Jesus was talking to while he was on the cross. And people want to play with God, bro. I don't want to be a part of that. Promise. They be like, I show God, if anything, God, I've never been like this, like so confident, and just, even if what I believe alone is crazy to people, I don't care right now. Some people foresee things, like they didn't know that, they would be rejected, but they knew what they saw. They knew what they saw. Like, it ain't like I said, if God showed me everything or the next person, we would be the Most High, wouldn't we? We don't know everything and exactly how it's going to come to pass, or why God going to go the direction he go when he go there. You see? But you saw what you saw. That person saw what they saw. But I'm saying, me ever giving reference to one person, that would be me calling them the all-seeing eye. Make that make sense? God is the only one I checked. Last I checked was omnipresent and see everything from the beginning, future, and the end, all at the same time, bro. All, even while the stuff happening. He's the only one can do that. You can show me any technology you got. I bet you it still can't do that, bro. So you telling me you see every planet, every star, every human being, everything, even the dead, all at the same time? No, I don't believe there's nobody that can do that, bro. I don't believe there's nobody that can do that, bro. But God, bro. There has to be a God, bro. They ain't created something yet that can see literally the whole freaking universe at one time. If they have, they ain't told us about it, bro. But I just believe in my heart, even if they ain't told us, it's because they ain't found a way to do that yet. You got Hubble scopes and everything in the earth. You still can't see everything, bro. And even as far as they don't even know what's at the bottom of the ocean yet. And they talking about they the all-seeing eye. I'm just not fooled by that. I don't know how to say it, y'all. Like, to me, there is a Most High, and that's why he's called that for a reason. There's a Most High. That's why he was telling them, my kingdom ain't of this world. This world, y'all just want to look like. You want to control the image. That's mockery in itself to say you the all-seeing eye. Who? Point them out, bro. Point them out, bro. So you see the bottom, the top, the middle, around, and you see all of that on every planet. That means you're the Most High. No, you're not. They like, well, we got a Hubble, Jupiter everywhere. So it's still planets out there. I know it is. It's other planet, probably other universes. I'm willing to believe that at this time you think it's just one universe. That's crazy, bro. I'm just happy to be a part of whatever universe I'm in. I'm happy. I feel like certain energies like love, joy, or frequencies, maybe I shouldn't call it energies, but certain things, I feel like it can be felt in other universes too. They want to talk about parallel universes, parallel this and that. Let's talk about how certain frequencies are so powerful. An alien might feel me on 50 planets away, bro. An alien might feel my heart from another universe that we don't know exists yet. But on the planet you own, they really want to pretend like don't nobody understand you. Don't call aliens crazy, bro. They like, what? On Earth, y'all ain't elevated to love yet? That's what I would be telling them. Nope. They still want to act like some of us are too misunderstood to understand. It's stupid. But they can feel you. Love is the strongest frequency, and they say that for a reason, bro. And when Jesus came, that's all he was preaching and teaching and showing, bro. That's the one man that did that his whole life, even as a child. I was telling my baby, because she was like, did Jesus get in trouble? Yeah, he got grounded. He got disciplined sometimes because Jesus, like, they just didn't understand him. And they like, no, you only 12. You need to ask before you go somewhere. You know what I'm saying? We know you, Jesus. You still need to clean up your room. He lived this same, you know what I'm saying, what you want to call life experience here in this realm with us. Just know he did that for us, bro. That way you wasn't going to be able to pray one day and say, no, God, you don't understand. How you going to tell God that? He already came and set the record straight. So ain't nobody going to be able to use that for an excuse. What emotion you going through that God don't understand? They like, this person has done the ultimate thing. And they need to quit blaming God for things people do. I'm tired of hearing it, bro. Well, if God's real, why he let this and that happen? Because people have their own self-free will. What do you not understand about that? And only the highest frequency of love would even allow that. That you have your own free will being every day. How about you stop and thank God for that? You breathe without even thinking about it. You just breathing in and out. In and out, in and out. You breathing. Shouldn't you be grateful for that? Not looking for inconsistencies in God's power? Now, yes, judgment, I believe it's real for everybody. He had a scripture for that too. For those, the next time somebody asks you, if God's so good, why he let this and that happen, this what y'all should tell them. You know what I'm saying? People have their own free will, and tell them that there's a scripture that say vengeance is the Lord's. Quit asking God why he allowed things to happen, bro. Any one of us could ask that. Did he allow it to happen, or somebody use their free will choice to make something happen? How about that? Well, he let babies die and he let this happen and terrible things happen. Ain't nothing just coincidentally happen, bro. 9 times out of 10, somebody went and started. I'm telling you, bro. They hands, they entered, they mind, what's they called, had that intention and they went and committed that act. How is that God's fault? He gave a whole good book of how people should live. But he also gave people free self-will. So now we create laws and mandates and different things to try to help people do the right thing with their free will. I understand what the law been going through, trying to understand people and why they do what they do. Psychologists too. They still trying to figure out why people do what they do. And you want to run and blame God? They don't even do that. They willing to do actual scientific studies and get answers that make sense. Because just blaming God is lazy, bro. And you need to watch what you're doing. I was teaching somebody that the scripture already said vengeance is the Lord's. And it's funny, like the devil, he be trying to teach people revenge. Anybody can sit up and think of a way of how they finna get revenge about something. Ain't that interesting? To me, that don't make a person special to me. Like, look what I did for revenge. Look what I can do. They don't like move me a little bit no more, bro. Now I actually believe in that scripture that it say vengeance is the Lord's, and he didn't say that for no reason. Like, it's mine. It ain't something you can just take, bro. I'm all powerful with that. No matter what revenge you think you do, I'm all powerful with that. He might even sit back and let you get all your, you know how like in a boxing match, they say sometimes you can let a person tire themselves out. That's crazy, bro. So I think he be doing that with the devil. Like, just let him tire himself out with ideas of how he can get revenge on people. Like, using people to take revenge out on each other. I don't see how there's unity in it if you keep a cycle of quote unquote revenge going. It do say that. They can get mad at me. The Bible say that vengeance is the Lord's. So I just start practicing it, to be honest. Like, why would a person mind go straight to revenge every time something happens? Sometimes there's a difference between revenge and justice. There's a difference between revenge and judgment. That's why like courts exist. It's crazy, bro. They have to put whole courts on this earth to stop people from going too far, bro. Whole courtrooms and laws to keep people's self-will in check. It shouldn't even be needed. Don't blame the laws. Vengeance been the Lord's. They just was trying to help. Like, yeah, people got self-will, but you know, we probably better put some laws here because humans done already showed us. I don't know who's more act like beasts, the actual animals or humans, bro. And see, the Bible actually references us two creatures. Y'all do know that, right? I don't care what people call me. It actually say that you become a new creature in Christ when you walk this walk. Like, maybe I'm actually transforming for real. I don't know what I'm finna become, to be honest, but he reverenced us as creatures. We want to look outside, see a dog, a cat, and animals and call them creatures who act more like creatures, though, bro. You want to call aliens strange things. Oh, the aliens, they're strange. They're creatures. That's actually disrespectful. How you gonna call something a creature, but you act like a creature? That's what humans be looking like to me sometimes. I know I'm a human too, but I reverence humans as what they are. You're mankind. Creature. We done perform so many creaturistic acts, especially scientists and doctors. They treat us like creatures for real. Cause what's an experiment, bro? Like, that's already like, it's like they know we ain't nothing but creatures. So to help people see it better, without clothes, without anything, lotion, toothpaste, nothing, just take your mind there for a second. If you just let your nails grow, let your hair grow, like don't use nothing man-made, no clothes, nothing, no special products unless it's natural. Do you know what you would look like? You're gonna look like the creature you are if you don't ever use a nail clipper, because nail clippers are man-made, by the way. You're gonna actually start to look like a creature, bro. Like, have y'all ever seen them people on them stories where they let their toenails and nails grow and y'all be talking about ew? I used to say eel too, because who lets it grow? If you want to see that, you check out the Guinness World Record book. I think it's called Guinness World Records, and it had a man with toenails so long, bro. And people's like, oh my God. No, he's actually, the way I think now, like the way I see life, that man is actually, he's more on the right track than a lot of us. He ain't using a bunch of man made things to make himself look like something he's not. He let his nails grow. Now, the one with the fingernails, it was a lady. Her nails grew like 12, 15 inches long. And they were saying that's weird, that's nasty. Who let the nails grow that long? How does she do this and that? That woman was living a regular life. She can cook, eat, everything with them long nails. And y'all already know where I'm going with this. Women get them long nails today. People still ask the same question. And them not even natural. Them like just straight up acrylic nails. They'll look at you funny because your nails ain't done at all. Like, no, sweetie, I'm being the creature that I was created to be. I might not even let them get like I'm clip them here and there, but you gonna say I'm crazy for not having acrylic nails on? Don't get me wrong, I like them too, but I'm one of those. I never got them too long. Like they be asking y'all questions like, how you wash your face? How are you using the restroom properly with them long nails on? But you know, it's supposed to be a symbolism that a woman keeps up with herself. If she use a bit of nail polish, a nail file, God just wanted me to know, if you want to live, I wouldn't say wow, but if you want to be natural at any given time as a woman, I'ma still love you. You ain't, I created your hair to just grow. You ain't got to do nothing to it if you don't want to. How they make you dirty, nasty, unkept. You see what we've become, what we've evolved into? So far away from our natural selves, it's ridiculous, bro. Now people are being humiliated for actually NOT, for not practicing these new things. It's weird. I don't need no acrylic nails. I'm sure if I just don't clip my nails for years, I know what it's gonna turn into. I seen the Guinness World Book of Records. I'm trying to give y'all the image here. Like, not control the image, but look at it. With no clothes, no razors, no clippers that men use in the bathroom, no grooming at all, you're gonna look like the creature you are. You're gonna be reminded of what you really are, bro. That's why they thought John the Baptist was a wild man. He was out there in the wilderness with I'm pretty sure his hair was just everywhere, nails, and they want to say he's the crazy one. He's out there in the wilderness preaching. I know they call him crazy, but one thing about it, if somebody wanted to come hear the word of God, they knew exactly where to go. If they want to come be baptized, because you know Acts 2 and 38 say, repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ for the remission of your sins, and you shall be saved, right? They knew where to come, Jesus himself. So anyways, everybody was talking crap about John the Baptist. Like, that man used to go get in the tub. Why he don't go stay in the house? He's outside eating locusts and honey, blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. So Jesus let him talk for a long time. And y'all was talking about his cousin, by the way. John the Baptist was his cousin. That's how people do. And then they'll test what you gonna say to what they said about your own blood. You feel me? That's why I'm like, Jesus, I stay quiet for now. Because how you going to tell me about my own blood better than me if it's my own blood? You feel me? And that was his cousin the whole time. They out there, yeah, ha, 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 laughing at John the Baptist. So one day Jesus came. John the Baptist was shocked. Like, what you doing here, Jesus? I'm here to save the other people. You good, Jesus. You know, you holy. You my cousin. You know the way, you know God personally and everything. Like, what you doing here? It was like that. I'm just trying to give y'all an idea of how they probably went. And Jesus told him, no, today I am here to be baptized of you. Something along those lines. It was like an honor, y'all. Like, John the Baptist's heart leaped for joy. Like, oh my God, Jesus himself said, baptize me. That's like Jesus himself coming to you with Make It TV saying, now, I need a little encouragement. You know how much that would make me happy? Like, I would cry. Like, it's you, Jesus. You, What you doing here? You were making TV. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I would turn into a big crybaby, like, cause it would move me that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, or let me give another example. My business is called Crown Publishing Content. That's like Jesus himself coming to me. Like, I would be like, Jesus, you already got a book. What are you doing here? You my child. I'm showing you. I'm so proud of your work. I want you to. I know they publish a book about me. I want you to write my story. You know how much of an honor that is for Christ to tell you, you already doing a certain work, but he come to you and say, I respect your work. He is not man, woman, boy, child, none of these other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I do believe that day is coming for me. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's just different when a certain person come. Somebody could have not respected your work for 12 years. And then here comes somebody with a great story and say, I want you, Miss Author Tetasheri, to help me publish my book. And I can say, there's other big publishers out there. I mean, they probably could. That's just somebody believing in you, man. That's somebody showing you they are proud of what you do, no matter who didn't support you. And just to let people know, I feel God like that. That's why I ain't gave up when it comes to anything I do, my dreams, my hope, whatever. That's like something you look forward to. Like Donald Trump come and say, I know they've been talking about your business, laughing, Miss Whitney, but you know what? I could use another life story book. I want you to help me write when they was trying to assassinate me, because that really did happen to Donald Trump. That's a crazy story to tell. This was during election time, and people be wanting you to sleep on your own gift or talent. Why would I do that? If it's really a gift or talent, somebody who I'm meant to cross paths with, they gonna find me, and I'm gonna help them write their book. Sorry. It's a lot of prisoners that's gonna come out one day. Like the people that be talking about us, y'all, they can talk about us because they out here. There are prisoners, people in the hospital, pretty much going through those seasonal things in their life right now. But one day they're going to be out here with me. I don't know who I'm meant to help. But see, that's why God will call you away from those familiar places. How you going to be in the midst of who needs help and you stuck in a familiar place? Come on, bro. But while I am in those familiar places, my help is not limited to just the greats. I'm saying that right now. You ain't got to be no great. I'm trying to help you become great. This is You Will Make It TV. Great. They said beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So is greatness. If you don't look at me as great, what does that matter if I do? You know what I mean? That ain't just true about beauty. That's true about greatness. Greatness is like not a petty word. Do you know what the word great means? I just got a great fortune. I just hit the great mega millions. Even the lottery you know what the word great means? When you put great on what's that boy name? Napoleon the Great. Whatever. When they put great on the end or beginning of something, it's not something you should sleep on. Trust me. Like that's the great Arthur. That's the great this and that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? The greats. The greats. The only ones they want to consider. That's what I'm tired of in this world. You only want to put who's great to you. You're not even giving them a little credit. Like, oh, that person's nothing. Oh, this person's great though. All right. Tony the Tiger, they're great. At You Will Make It TV, everybody's great over here. Your weight is your weight is great. Even if you look at it positive, negative. Do you know what the word great means? Somebody look that up, put that in the chat for it. What does the word great means? They call God great. Not because he's good. They call him good too. We know what good means, but great, he's a great God. You see what I'm saying? One prophet said, I'd rather be left in the hands of a terrible God, an angry God, before I trust mankind. Ain't no telling what mankind get. They do all kind of experiments, imprison you, have you locked up in slavery. You don't know what mankind do. They want to make you scared. Oh, you just did something. I think that might have made God mad. They want you to walk around in fear. God would never want me to walk around in fear, bro. That's crazy. God would never use fear tactics to make me scared of somebody. Never. I know God better than that. And they be wanting you to walk around in fear. That's why I rather trust God. I know that part. Fear is some of us. If y'all would have read my book, Secret of Fear, I talked about it. Some of us are so familiar with fear, we used to eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's how I described it in my book. By dinner, one night, I couldn't take no more. Like, I'm throwing the fear up. Keep trying to push that on people if you want to. You're going to find out spiritually, as some of us are built different. Like, they push fear on me so long, I start throwing up, y'all. I ain't saying I know the rest of the story yet. Vomiting. Imagine it. Vomiting fear. You didn't know what was happening to you, though. I've done it. I've had other experiences like when God like delivered me from something or healed me from something. That's like a dog returning to its own vomit. You don't have to tell that person, oh, you're returning to something dangerous. Trust me, they're going to know. They're going to feel that it ain't right. Trust me. Another thing they say, y'all, real talk though, because we're talking about Judas. I want to stay on topic. One thing that they say, y'all, dang it, get out of here, Satan. I done forgot my thought. It was going to be powerful what I was finna say. I was talking about fear. Oh, yeah. Like when God deliver you from something, like it's like a dog returning to its vomit. And the devil, he try to put shiny stuff on it, make it look like everybody having fun, you missing out. But God done already showed you the devil's smarter than what y'all think. Now, God, if y'all notice that, God never called the devil dumb. God himself don't call the devil dumb. He knows the devil is wise. He knows the devil move like a serpent. He actually thinks through and plans through the things he do. Y'all don't give the devil enough credit. He's very intelligent. He's always been. And now I'm starting to wonder where these theories of reptilians come from. Alligators ain't stupid. The dinosaurs weren't stupid. Snakes aren't stupid to this day. They literally are not stupid creatures, bro. Wolves are not stupid. Oh, that's the one I was using. It's okay. I'm going to try to find another one. It's okay. Morgan, when you get a second, will you bring your mom a charger? Oh, nobody using this one? Thank you. So, I was just saying, some of us vomit up some that they be trying to force you to return to your own vomit. Bro, I'm a vomit the vomit. We could take this as long as y'all want to. I got to get my point out before I end this stream, though, y'all. Shout out to Shay Q in the chat. God bless you, sister. I don't know if it's a man or a woman, but God bless you. You're always welcome here at You Will Make It TV. And when I tell people God bless them, even if I never see them again, God really blessed them. Because I mean it when I say it. I mean it. When I tell somebody God bless you, some people came back and told me they was blessed for real, bro. So that's how I know there is power in the tongue. I could say, hey, just bless you. Like when people do when they sneeze. No, I put that God on the beginning of it. God bless you. And it means something. Nobody think it's sad that Judas didn't even think about like trying to come back and talk to Jesus. And that's what I'm saying. I'm telling y'all, God is better than that. He don't want us out here repeating the same cycles that many people put their lives on the line to already show us that we don't have to repeat the same cycle. That's all it's about. Cycles, patterns, and who's too busy to notice them. That's it. That's it. The same pattern been going on. People still persecuted. People hits still be put out on. Ain't none of that new. If you don't consider what happened to Jesus a hit put on him, you're crazy, bro. Whether it was a hit or not, though, it was a hit he seen from a mile away. That's why he told him at the supper table, at the Last Supper. One of y'all, that's crazy. It's different to just tell them. Yeah, he told him, like, by this time, a certain day, y'all not going to see me no more. Why do y'all think they call it the Last Supper, bro? Literally. Not the first supper, not the middle supper, the last one. Not because it was the disciples' Last Supper, but it was going to be the Last Supper Jesus eat with like humans in that way. Literally. So he told them, yeah, and they was crying and stuff, telling Jesus, you talking crazy, stop it. And it's just deep to me because I actually know people who've gone through that. Like if they ever entertain the day they die a little bit, people would tell them, stop talking like that. and call them suicidal when they could literally see it coming, bro. If Jesus could, why would you think other people can't see? Why do you think, I'm starting to think these crime channels want to stay crime channels? How about you listen to people when they say they feel something, or they're paying attention to signs or symbols, or they feeling energies and stuff around them? How about we start listening to them though? Would you really have as many crime show channels? First 48. Why is it called First 48? That's because they're trying to find out who did it in the first 48 hours when it could have been avoided altogether if somebody was paying attention to the signs that surrounded them. Everybody, all it is that we have more people doing it. I do give the world credit for that. I do feel like people are paying more attention though. And then what do you have? The devil mad that people see him coming? So what? That means your ass is defeated, like God said you would be in the end. He never said, yeah, the devil's going to end up with all power. As prophetic as Jesus Christ was, he never said that. He did say it was water last time, it'll be fire next time. We're not here to spread fear mongering, nothing. We're here to inspire and encourage people. Just know that it never said anywhere in the Bible that the devil's going to end up all powerful and defeat God, bro. Not yet. I don't think it's ever going to say that. That's what's crazy. That's because I like how God operate, bro. Like, how you going to defeat somebody? That's what we're talking about the Last Supper for. Who saw you coming? But oh, please believe, they felt like they had Jesus defeated through every whip in his back, through every black eye, through every kick. Them Roman soldiers was having fun too, probably laughing, spitting on them. It made them feel better about themselves. We finally got Jesus. The devil was just all in them, using them. Don't tell me to surrender to a devil that had fun kicking my Lord and Christ Savior Jesus Christ. I'm just more studying the devil. He had to been studying Jesus for a while to even put together the play he put up. I was telling my kids that, like, it should make people feel weird when somebody's watching you. They never just attack. Somebody's usually watching you first. When they really, really targeting you, they are watching you, bro. They were watching Jesus for a minute, bro. They was watching that man his whole life, bro. I don't think it's a game at all. And then you want to say it's just a folklore story that people, that's just a belief of people. Bro, that's still going on today. People just sit back and watch. Now, at a normal setting where you're supposed to do that, like a movie theater, a play, a basketball game, that's normal. That's a setting where you actually pay to come watch something. Somebody that's just watching and being watching, they're not supposed to know they watch. Why would you think God don't know what they feel like, bro? The Most High himself knows what it feels like to be watched. WATCH. And he has watchers that work for him in the spirit. And just like the devil do, he got agents that watch, but God has literal watchers, like watching angels, who report to him from all four corners of the earth. And you thought you was watching without being, I don't understand that, bro. It literally tell you got angels on the corners of the earth. And I ain't even finna go there. Like, how is the earth really round like that if the angels are in the four corners of the earth, bro? I don't know if it say four, but it say the corners, bro. Like, I just been seeing a lot lately, bro. Still, I'm not here to converse whether I'm flat earther or believe the earth is round. It's just a fun discussion we all still have today. It's always going to be a conspirized topic until we know for sure, right? They said, wait a minute. I don't know what made them start thinking about it, but I'm glad, because there's just a lot of ancient texts, Egyptian writings, different culture writings that believe the earth is flat. That's the only way you get away with something. It's lying, it's deception, it's manipulation. That's it. He said, one of y'all gonna betray me. It's still just touching my soul for whatever reason that I have to come put this topic out, bro. Like, it's one thing to know what one of them gonna do. He said, the other one, you're going to deny me. I even asked myself, what's worse? Like, just flat out, like, betraying or denying somebody? What's worse? Jesus trying to show us. They both have the same weight, maybe. I asked deeper questions. Did Peter make it into the kingdom of heaven? Then Peter, the same one he had help. He worked with Peter so much with his faith. From what I read, it's ridiculous. One night they was out on the ship. They see some strange human figure standing out on the water. That's how I heard the story went. I read it too. And they said, who is that out there? They called out to the figure, and he said, y'all have no fear. It's me. It's Christ. Y'all all right? And he commanded the storm to stop. They saw it. He would perform these acts in secret. That's what I'm telling y'all. He performed these acts in secret. Like, if he wanted the whole world to see that he could stand on the water and do that and command a storm to stop, don't you think he would have showed the whole world? Yeah, he could have if he wanted to. While they was mocking him at the end, talking about, well, save yourself since God is with you. They found out when they went back to that dungeon they tried to bury him in. Yeah, they found out when they came in there. And that was secret too. You think they went and told the whole town they didn't find Jesus? That was probably a top secret foul, bro. A top secret foul, and they stamped it. Don't tell nobody about this. How we mocked this man and called ourselves killing him, but we couldn't even find his body. I don't even know if you could sue people back then, but I wasn't trying to be funny. Like, if I was married, if I was a mother, right, and I already had to watch y'all gruesomely abuse my son, persecute my son, blah, 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 right? Mary could have bust out laughing in their face. Yeah, since y'all was mocking my son so much, where his body at? And how much money do you owe me? Because where his body at, bro? You said you all powerful. You got all this powerful to persecute somebody and go throw them away and humiliate them. But now, 3 days later, because I don't know if y'all didn't know what the holiday of Easter was about. This story is so real to me, bro. Like, it's crazy. One of my babies was born on the Easter weekend. So it means a lot to me. And I don't think it's a coincidence. Like, Jesus is still talking today. The Bible said, let he have an ear. He that have an ear, let him hear. That's everybody, ain't it? We all got ears. I know I'm here to talk about Judas, but I'm back on Peter real quick, y'all. So I was just explaining how the things the disciples saw, everybody didn't see that. He selected who he selected to walk with him and show them new things, because you know how earth is in mankind. When they see things that's strange to them that they don't understand, you're evil. This is way before the Salem witch trials, way before, people didn't understand other things. They was already calling Jesus a whole witch, bro. Just blasphemous. So he said, come on out here if you believe. He tested them in that moment. You never know when God gonna test you. Just be ready. Especially if you're the type to like to test people. They call it karma or whatever they want to. I call it, they said, the Old Testament do say eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I don't know what you want to call it. But how dare you think you're gonna test somebody and God ain't got a test prepared for you? That's weird, bro. So he said, Peter, come on out here if you believe. They say, man, Peter stepped out that ship and stepped on that water and was walking on water. Don't ask me why my crazy self believe it. Don't ask me to believe this other stupid stuff out here, but I can't believe that. So he was taking steps on the water. Peter got so distracted, dude. Like, am I really doing this? Like, freaked out. Like, oh my God, I'm walking on water. I'm walking on water. Hey, boo-boo. And, here. He started walking on water, and see, because he took his focus off of his faith, y'all. He took his focus off of Jesus, really. He ended up, going under the water. It's a very famous Bible story. He ended up going under the water and he starts panicking. And God saved his life right there. To y'all, it's just about the water and the sea and the act of faith, but really, he literally saved Peter's life right there. Remember how I said I know that my life been saved by others, but that I have also been right there, kind of like a shield for others too. I know all about it. Like whole moments you had a choice, and this whole thing could have blew up, or this whole thing could have been tore down, but you kept your faith, you kept your peace. One person peace go a long way. Why they be so quick to try to come disturb it? One person peace be probably saving a whole nation, bro. One person peace. Hold on, mama. Let me fix this for you. Oh, you want to go over there? Here, let me help. Oh, there you go. I'm fixing this for you. But yeah. And one time it was a bad storm on the ship, and they was like, Jesus, wake up. You know, they knew he was all powerful. They said Jesus woke up. He did wake up, but he didn't come in like urgency, like scared and full of fear like the other people. He woke up and said 3 words to the storm, y'all. And it was peace be still. Peace be still. That's what he told. And they say the storm stopped. It stopped raining and everything, thundering. Because, you know, if y'all wonder why they was on the sea so much, you got to think about back then. You had to travel the sea just to get about anywhere back then. I mean, they probably use horses and stuff too, but it's just a new time frame. Same stuff, same earth for sure. What if Jesus visits other place? Like that was just a story of what happened when he came to earth, and I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed at how I heard people did Jesus, bro. I wasn't even around. It's like that's how they treated you here, God. Like that's crazy. The ones that breathe your breath every day, they still don't have an explanation. Talking about we breathe out, the trees breathe in, and we take in what the trees let out. It got to be deeper than that, bro. They just don't want to give credit where it's due. But the scripture says, let everything that has breath praise the Lord. That's why I believe the trees used to talk. I believe animals used to talk too. I don't know why or where I get these ideas from. Don't ask me. But they say the animals used to talk, all it. All right. Uh-oh, you got some notifications? That's my baby device going off. Um, I can't fully get it out yet. It's so good, y'all. It's so good. But he has saved Peter's life a time or two. But don't Peter was one of the most loyal ones to me, y'all. Like it let's get past Judas for a second. When them officers actually came to apprehend Jesus, like, you know, because maybe Peter remembered what God had said at the Last Supper. Peter knew what time it was as soon as he seen all them soldiers. He knew it's crazy, y'all. So they said Peter drew his sword on the behalf of the Lord. I don't know why they still think every believer is some weak link. That pissed Peter off. He pulled his sword, and it wasn't just for show. He actually ended up cutting one of the soldiers. Here Jesus is still proving his innocence. Like he actually healed. We don't talk about that enough. That's another one of them people stories I think that's hidden. But the soldier who Peter cut off, I wonder what happened to him. Because, you know, Jesus ended up healing his ear. He picked it up, as the story goes, and healed the man's ear and told him, you know, you've been made whole. Go and sin no more. What do y'all think that soldier did? He probably quit. Like, how I come to kill an innocent man, but he heals me. I came to apprehend the innocent man, but he touches my life. We don't know if that Roman soldier had a wife, children at home. He was just there to do his job. He was there carrying out orders. But I believe everything Jesus did during his walk of life was very intentional, bro. If Jesus was operating out of emotion, how would you heal a person that came to kill you? Literally. Even though Jesus ended up, you know, being persecuted, losing his life for a second. What my question is, because we might come back for a part 2 where everybody can go do their own research. What happened to that Roman soldier whose ear was cut off and healed again in the same moment? He had to talk to his soldier because, Peter went into bodyguard mode. It's crazy. Like, y'all too close to Christ. What I'm trying to explain is how Peter, as a man, he's just a man. He had his own feelings, his own heart, his own emotions. Peter, as a man, he might not have looked at it that way, but he tried to intervene with a whole prophecy. The prophecy had already went forth at the Last Supper, if you ask me. Keep up with me, y'all. The prophecy had already went forth. That's the thing about prophecies and people who have always when it's a strong, real prophecy, you're going to see resistance, bro. There's no way around it. You're going to see people try to stop that. Wow. It was just kind of powerful. Like, my Bible app did a whole notification as I'm talking about this. Like, hey, don't forget to read today. So nobody finds that powerful. You got to pay attention to the whole story, because these things were put there for us to go read in reverence to, so we don't have to fall victim to the same tricks, manipulation, lies, and whatever. It ain't to say that people ain't gonna try it, but you don't have to fall victim. If Christ overcame it, why can't you? And he said, greater things shall you do in my name. Why can't you overcome it if you actually standing on his name about it? That's all. I'm not talking about Peter in a negative way, but it is powerful. We can't miss that part. The part of him standing up for Jesus. You know what I'm saying? He looked at Jesus as a brother, as his savior. He loved Jesus, and he like, hell no, y'all coming to do this for real? He didn't understand it's a prophecy. You can't stop this, bro. You slicing that one soldier ear off was not finna stop. If anything, it's pissing the soldiers off more. They really finna help make this prophecy come true. But that's not interesting to nobody. Even after showing an act of healing, a healing service, and he heals the man ear back, that still wasn't enough for them to want to take Christ's life. There was so much jealousy. Why would you be jealous of that? You need a man around like that, healing the people's eyes. You know what I'm saying? Healing people where they're blind, delivering them from year-long aches and diseases and demons that they couldn't get rid of themselves. Why would you try to get rid of a person like that? There's definitely some other weird presence here on earth. I don't know what it is, but it's here. It was here when Jesus came. It was here before Jesus was here, and it's here now. Peter got so pissed, he sliced the man's ear off, man. And I'm just hurt. Like, Jesus sit there and heal this man's ear, and y'all still got to try to take him to be persecuted. That's crazy. That means them soldiers saw that. They had already saw what he been doing. I just had to take a moment of silence because it's very real. Like, how this make me feel, bro. Like, that's crazy. And he tell Peter, I don't operate like that. Peter, like, what are you talking about? Peter, didn't I tell you what's gonna happen yesterday? You are just a human being. You cannot stop prophecy. Let me go. I know that hurt Peter's heart. Like, damn, bro, it's nothing I can do. Nope. Not. This is prophecy. He was teaching them in that moment. I know you've been my disciple this whole time, but now it's getting real. Now even the disciples' faith are being tested. Yep, everything I taught y'all is my disciples. In this discipleship, now you're being put to the test. Long before the Last Supper, I was teaching y'all about faith. I was teaching you about the power of the Holy Ghost. I was teaching you all these things, how to carry yourself against a world of hate, how to keep your power when people are trying to tear you down, Peter. And I done taught you all that, and you done turn around and slice this soldier's ear off. We gotta understand Peter's heart. He loved God. He didn't want to see nobody trying to arrest God. Come on, bro. Easily come take over him. He saw that with his own eyes. Them other soldiers wasn't there the night he walked on water, were they? Ding, ding, ding. But Peter was, and his brothers, them disciples was, they already had saw God's power. You know, y'all soldiers, if I would have been on the sea walking on water and fell in the water, you wouldn't have saved me. But Jesus did. That's how Peter was feeling. The crazy thing, y'all, is they said Judas betrayed Jesus with a kiss. That's why really, y'all, I ain't gonna lie, I don't really like people touching me. No, I used to maybe be more of a touchy-feely person. Yeah, let's hug, let's handshake. Pretty much that side of me is still there. Like, I probably done shook a person's hand sometime this week. I'm getting better with that. I'm just saying, that's a whole reason I don't let people touch me, bro. I really don't like them getting too close to my kids either. That's something you would have to manipulate, like, you doing in your own free will. My free will, I showed it. Like, I don't like people that close touching me and my kids like that no more. I've been showed that. Like, what? Cause Judas whole betrayed Jesus with a kiss. We don't need your kiss, your hug, your handshake. You know how close Judas was to Jesus, bro? They said that the kiss, I read a little further, the kiss was actually the sign. You know what I'm saying? That was like the signal for the soldiers. They had already planned that. All right, when I kiss them, this the one. That's crazy, bro. Y'all don't think that's crazy? They planned that, like, hey, I'm gonna show you which one Jesus, the one I kiss. So why would I want a person touching me, coming up to me, shaking my hand, kissing me, holding a conversation? You can think I'm stupid. I'm paying attention the moment you approach me. I'm Jesus' child. What you mean? I'm paying attention soon. If you ride by and blow the horn, I saw that too. Certain things are not a coincidence, bro. If Jesus just would have thought the kiss was a coincidence, none of that would have happened. Even if he thought it was a coincidence, like, it's crazy how Judas played that, bro. Though he told the man, one of y'all gonna betray me tomorrow. Judas, all this time you was eating and being taken care of and protected as you walked with Jesus, bro. Suddenly, you felt the need that you need some money. You need some money. So it was a test for Judas, is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Well, that's how I look at it. It had to be a test for Judas. It could be nothing short of a test when somebody done already gave you the answer. It's a test. How is it not a test? Somebody gave you an answer before it happened. One of y'all gonna betray me tomorrow. It was just a test, brother Judas. All you had to say is no, thank you. I don't know where Jesus is. But would he have been lying when Christ would have want him to lie? That's why I say some lies, I feel like it's not a lie. It's still considered a lie, but it's not a lie when it's to save somebody else's life that you know is innocent. Okay, for example, if I know you a group of soldiers and Jesus told me yesterday, one of y'all gonna betray me, I would think that's a test. That group of soldiers come to me, hey, we got some money. You know where Jesus at? Even if I know, I'm finna say that's a lot that would have protected me and Jesus in that moment. I'm not trying to be funny, but for real, bro. But see, if it's a prophecy, it was unavoidable. That's why I think even if it hadn't been Judas, it was already prophesied it was going to be one of them. In other words, the guards were not going to stop until they convinced one of those disciples to betray Jesus. You see what I'm saying? People just looking at Judas like, no, even if Judas would have said, no, I don't know where Jesus is, they was going to go through all 12 of those disciples, bro. You can't pay me to believe otherwise. All they knew, they need to get close to one of those that love Jesus. They could have went and asked one of Jesus' haters where he was. That's weird. Pay attention, guys. The spirit of Judas is still running rampant today. That's why I say, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? Just like the Bible say. He felt like he had gained the world when they put that money in his hand. He like, man, I'm finna be blessed. But Real love, there's no money that can equate to, you know what I'm saying, somebody manipulating you out of when that love is real, ain't no dollar amount. Because that's why I feel like they didn't go to Mary. They didn't go to Mary. Where's Jesus? They already knew Mary was gonna tell her, bro, I'm not finna tell you where my son is. I already know how y'all are. They didn't go to Joseph, the dad. They didn't go to John. Well, John the Baptist, he was already gone. I'm trying to remember. But yeah, they just didn't go to certain people. They knew exactly who to go to. They really wanted Jesus' life. You know what? I don't know. A revelation just came to me as I said that. But they really wanted his life, like his power. That's usually how it goes with Destiny Swap. They want to be him. They want to do what he do. They want to call themselves the messiahs and kings, but they didn't want him to stand in his own power. Yes, Christ is very familiar with that. He knows how people are here. I believe the spirit of those same Roman soldiers that killed him is running around here rampant too. Their spirits are here, and Judas' spirits is still here. Y'all think people just doing this? Hold on. I was checking my battery. I didn't know I've been going for 3 hours. The topic got that good to me. What was I saying? Yeah, them same Roman soldiers, whatever demon was in them the day they killed Jesus, what I am saying is them same Roman soldiers are here today. They just operating through different people. That's what demons do, don't they? Body hop or whatever. Body jump. It's starting to make a lot of sense. Why would we say the spirit of Jezebel still lives, but the spirit of Judas don't? I'm sick of people with that. Can't, I'm trying to shut it back. Y'all might have to do it. I'm going to ask the question one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Why on this green and blue earth would you say, yeah, that's a Jezebel, that's a Jezebel? Do y'all even know who Jezebel was, bro? Some of the women y'all calling Jezebel, I know y'all lying about, because Jezebel was a whole queen. Some of these women, you won't even call her a queen, so don't call her no Jezebel. It's time to set the church straight first, bro. I'm not saying I'm here to do it, but where did you think judgment was going to come first? I'm very aware. And not just no one church. It's funny how certain churches sitting back like, yeah, that church is getting in trouble. The Catholic church, that priest, this pastor, right? Like it's a game. I'm here to let the whole world know. No, 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 sweetie. The judgment starts with the church. The rest of y'all next. Judgment is for everybody. This is how I know it's true. The Bible say vengeance is the Lord's, bro. Why would you not think the world was in trouble today? They called themselves killing Jesus. This ain't over. They like, well, it's been thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Jesus ain't worried about that. Bro. Make it make sense. It makes a lot of sense. You got people already trying to ban the Bible, running from judgment. Like you burning the Bible changes God's word. Like you burning the Bible kills God. You can't kill God, idiots. Well, I'm going to burn the Bible. Do that. That's still a part of your judgment. He said vengeance is mine anyway. You can't do nothing to offend me when vengeance belongs to God. He even said he's going away. They was like, where are you going? I'm going to prepare a place for y'all. Because one day we all going to join together again. They was crying and everything. Oh, y'all wondering what part I was talking about? When they couldn't find Jesus' body, what's powerful is the angel of the Lord told them, get up, stop crying. Because that's kind of crazy. See, I know God's love extends. It extended to more people than just them disciples. It's just a powerful story. There's no story greater. His love, what I said, extended to more than just those disciples, especially if he bowed his head and prayed for the very soldiers that took his life. Okay. Literally, like, who choose to pray for their enemies while they're dying, bro? It's unheard of. So his love extended to more than the disciples. Everything was intentional. No, y'all disciples are kind of like a symbolism of those who will follow me even in the future if they choose to receive this freedom in Christ. So what part was I on? Yeah, his love extended to more than just the disciples. Ain't no way you gonna say a woman is a Jezebel. You can't even tell me the life of Jezebel, bro. You better know what you talking about. Talking to certain women. Because if you don't think how God, if you think I don't know how God sees women or why he created the woman, see, they on this new wave of trying to tell God what the women, how invaluable the woman is. All right. You know, it's kind of laughable. The one who created the woman, how you going to call him the creator, the most high, and you don't even respect the woman, bro? I'm just tired of hearing people downplay it. They feel like all they got to do is call the woman Jezebel, and that's the end of the story. Oh, that's a Jezebel? Yeah, let's stay away from her. if Jezebel is some kind of spirit or demon, that's kind of like saying leaving a woman stuck in a Jezebel spirit, not trying to pray for her, not ask her do she want some deliverance or nothing. It's like saying that spirit is more powerful than God. The Jezebel spirit don't overpower God. Do y'all know how Jezebel died? Trust me, ladies, don't let nobody call you a Jezebel. It wasn't no woman like her. I was finna look it up, but I don't think y'all know. And even Jezebel was not exempt from prophecy. God loved Jezebel too. She didn't have to actually choose the path that she chose. You were in a great position to help people, my friend. Jezebel was. She was in a position to like help do some powerful, great things in her land at that time if she wanted to. But instead, she chose her influence as the king's wife to do evil stuff. I know the story of Jezebel. She chose to use her position just to literally specifically come after a certain type. If anything, that's a Jezebel. Whew, I'm trying to get it out because it's like you've been holding back. But no, hold back for what? Jezebel, I know the story of Jezebel. And see, God loved her too. I'm not saying he loved what she was doing, but he loved her so much so that many prophets came to her. Hey, thus saith the Lord. Warning, warning, warning. Didn't I tell y'all the devil ain't finna give you no warning, bro? Only God do that. To me, you calling somebody a Jezebel every time you do it is just speaking that spirit back around. How are you holy? How are you trying to live a holy life walking around here calling somebody a Jezebel, bro? Now, if God told you that somebody's operating out the spirit of Jezebel, you know, I understand that. But you gotta, if it didn't come from God and you just calling a person it, you gotta, I'm just reminding people, vengeance is the Lord. Don't sit there and think you're gonna control the judgment you finna get. Not even Jezebel can control her judgment. Exactly what that prophet told her was gonna happen to her if she didn't even turn from her wicked ways. Happened, bro. And y'all don't even want to know. Look it up right now. See how Jezebel died. As great of a queen as she was supposed to be, she wasn't that great to God. Don't how you gonna say the spirit of Jezebel, bro? Obviously there was a spirit operating through her. Has anybody ever thought about that? Jezebel had to be a real possessed demons all in her, the type of stuff she was doing. But just encouraging people, go read stories before you let somebody like tie you to who you supposed to be like. Because like I said, there was that other lady in the Bible they don't talk about much, who she actually worked for God. She used her image of a quote unquote prostitute to actually save other prostitutes. But y'all don't want to hear that. There is a woman that did that. I bet it's women out there right now help prostitutes every day. And I can't wait to start a ministry to do it. It's the whole reason the devil don't like my kind. Trust me. When I said my kind of like the Sojourner Truth spirit. If you're going to call Jezebel a spirit, why can't the spirit of Sojourner Truth live on too? You don't want to bring her name up because that's a woman that was helping to deliver people from real bondage. And she was a woman. There's some women that's done a lot of powerful things in their lifetimes. They only want us to look at certain people like Oprah or Kim Kardashian, bro. Stop playing. Not saying Oprah has not helped people. I don't mean to disrespect. But there are women who help to lead people to way greater places and purposes. So when I said my kind, my type, the devil don't like, I know he don't. His job is to persecute me. I know the devil's job. I was looking at the bystanders. A bystander is nothing but a witness, and you either help contribute to what's going on or you're praying for somebody. There's no in between. Don't you know there's no in between of good and evil? People still walking around here talking about ain't no such thing as evil. It's all about perception. Bro, even when I chose to have no perception at all, I noticed evil was very prevalent and good is very prevalent. Think about what makes you feel good. Not everything is even supposed to make you feel good. That's what I'm talking about. They throwing labels on what they want to, but the Bible did say that in the last days, they were going to call good evil and evil good. Tell me the Bible didn't say that. And they trying to play like they ain't doing it. No, you're doing it. You calling good evil and evil good. Only those that, he said, the elect, though, you're not going to be able to deceive them, but that the devil will deceive a lot of people in the last days. One of the main ways he does it is taking on the form of light, but he's really not the true light. He covers it up, talking about he's giving people enlightenment. I'm talking about scriptures that's actually in the Bible. Like, I'm enlightening people, all right. How you enlightening somebody and deceiving them at the same time? How do you do that? That's how you know it's a lie. I told you that the only way the devil can tell the truth if a lie on the other side, because there's no way to enlighten somebody and lie to them at the same time. It's a trick. A trick. Okay. They even had some demon god they call named Loki. That's what he's known to do. I don't just talk about Satan and the obvious one. Or maybe in different cultures, he has several different names, but every culture knows that evil is real. Every religion you can name. Every religion you name, it knows evil is real. So, yeah, Jezebel was prophesied to. Like, hey, God gave her a whole chance to turn away from what she was doing, bro. And the man of God told her, if you don't turn, I wish I could think of the prophet that told her. He deserves his reverence, but he's in the Bible. He told her, if you don't turn from your ways, you'll be like nothing in the streets. The dog's gonna eat you for dinner. I'm sure she laughed. Maybe she didn't believe it. Maybe she didn't fear it. But didn't I just say God don't lie? Research how Jezebel died. Why people so loosely using her name like that, bro. Loosely. Just tying her name to anybody. You can't just tie her name to anybody, because some of us, we actually take heed to the warnings of God, bro. They be like, I just gave that person a warning. Some of them warnings I don't listen to because it ain't even came from God. That's the first issue with it. It wouldn't be a warning if somebody's not plotting to do something stupid. Warnings is for that person, bro. Like, Jesus didn't need a warning. You think somebody told him what Judas was going to do? He already knew. That's how you know the difference from a warning that come from God versus people. They going to tell you a warning about some stuff they set up, probably. But see, really, the devil ain't finna give you no warning, bro. If he really trying to set you up, why would he tell you, bro? In any kind of way. If something ain't right with that. People say, I tried to warn that person. Be careful wanting to be the one to warn somebody. You might implicate yourself somewhere. That would mean you knew something was coming. How did you know? Make sure you have an answer. Did God tell you? Because, like, I see warnings naturally, bro. It's just unheard of for somebody to have to come tell me. Most choices I made because I wanted to. So you're inviting danger in your life from the choices that you're making. I believe that's real, but like living for God, you already what you it's you. I never thought I'd be saying that, but in some places, countries, spaces, living for God is dangerous, I guess. But they talking about it shouldn't be going on in the United States though. When we hollering one nation under God, how you gonna holler one nation under God and you out here persecuting people that love them? That's even trying a little bit to not be Jezebel and actually do what God tell them to do. We must repent, America. That's not right. I don't want to be a part of that. I'm just saying I don't want to be a part of talking about one nation under God, but I'm looking at people who love God sideways, bro. I'm just having pause moments in between because that's crazy. They said proud. And on the 4th of July just recently, everybody was out there. Oh, I'm proud. I'm proud to be an American. You should be proud of us that love God then. Because it says one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That means even if your liberty and justice come from God, you should understand it of all people as Americans. You seen what Americans have overcome time and time again. My thing is, why do the same cycle or pattern keep creeping up, bro? Like, just keep creeping up, just out of nowhere. See, the kiss was the signal. Everybody ain't gotta let you touch them. Come up, walk up on them, talking about hey. Trust me, I know. I be seeing all it. Trying to pretend like they coincidentally walked past you, coincidentally saw you. Eh, bro, we too far. If that was going on in the Bible days, why would you think we're not paying attention to that now? That's God's point about doing a new thing. Ain't nothing new under the sun when it come to mankind. They gonna try the same thing, but steady hollering. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. We know. That's why y'all using the same patterns to keep people bound. Same patterns, new faces. Mm, mm, mm. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, that's funny because Jezebel actually got eaten by dogs. But people think that's funny to call people that ain't nowhere near the Jezebel. And this ain't about sleeping with people and being a hoe either. Because, like I said, there are people that hold. That's just it might be unheard of. Imagine people life got whole better after sleeping with somebody. Y'all want to put limits on God power. Okay. I wouldn't say that they have to sleep with somebody. That's a whole special different type. If they had to go sleep with her to receive healing, but still, that's bigger than you. If people found out that a certain person's sacral energy just heals, what would they do? Go crazy, steal it? The Bible says, "Shall a man rob God?" No, it say, "Will a man rob God?" It's in there for a reason. They don't want to come to him as all powerful and get it in a respectful way, like the rest of us do, because we respect God. They want to steal it. That's why they ain't got no spiritual police. It must be real. You ain't got no spiritual police yet. You know people do that. But the Bible already said, will a man rob God? Right in his face. You call yourself robbing God. Make that make sense, bro. You a whole demon, bro. You out here trying to rob God. But they do say thieves don't attack empty homes. Don't they say that? A thief ain't looking for no empty home. They don't go to no vacant place unless they just don't have the money. Most place they looking to rob is full of jewels and stuff. You know what I mean? But people got to know what they talking about. I just be laughing. I'm like, God, they out here loosely using the term Jezebel. Well, let's talk about Judas, because it's a lot of that going on today. The same literal thing. You know what I'm saying? People might say, "Well, I ain't never betrayed a family member." Okay, well, let's make it go deeper, because Jesus and Judas wasn't really technically family. So, see, the Judas story don't just apply to like family and friends. What did people think? You got people out here betraying their own culture, their own culture of people. How does that not still resemble Judas? They betraying their own children. How does that not resemble Judas? They betraying employees they work with, co-workers. How does that not resemble Judas? That still applies in those environments. Anywhere that's supposed to be community, bro, like community. That's why I have taken a step back personally. Like, wait 1 minute. Because, see, discipleship is still a form of community, ain't it? So if it was 12 of them, they walk with Jesus, it could still be infiltrated. Look what happened. You know what I'm saying? So it's still, you don't have to be family or friends with somebody to be carrying the spirit of Judas on you. What about at work? What about on the road? All y'all got cars just trying to get to where you trying to get, right? Everybody got to obey the same traffic rules. Every pilot in the air obeys the same air traffic control people. Everybody in the military is in there together. That's what you call a community. You got the Navy, you got the Air Force, you got the military. These are different communities, ladies and gentlemen, that the Judas spirit could infiltrate at any given time. And Jesus put his life on the line to show us that. And people think this a game. That's crazy, bro. Anywhere that's a community of people where everybody's supposed to trust and be on the same page. Yeah, because they like to talk about Jezebel. Let's talk about Judas. I know what happened to Jezebel, and she had a whole warning, just like Judas did. The warning was, one of y'all gonna betray me. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy. He didn't even say, like, this what you gonna do after you do it. But we saw what Judas did. You know what I'm saying? He felt guilty. He took his life. He was feeling suicidal. And as well as he knew Jesus, he suddenly felt intimidated just to come and say, I'm sorry. I know he could have did that. Like, Jesus wasn't gonna hurt you or nothing, bro. Like, what was he gonna say? I already knew you was gonna do it, like a father would. And then you forgive him and you move on. Imagine how blessed Judas would have been just being alive to tell the testimony that, hey, Jesus was real. His teachings was real. Had Judas got to continue living, that's a lot of heartache that the disciples had to see all at one time. It wasn't just Jesus dying that made them sad. One of their brothers, Judas, also didn't make it. You understand? Oh, you wouldn't understand if you ain't been through that type of stuff. But your mouth is quick to open. Boy, all I have faith in is that part of the Bible where it says, vengeance is God's. Let them keep sleeping on that scripture. Want to bring up other scriptures. A man don't work, don't eat. Oh, okay. Did you know the Bible say that too? That vengeance is God's? You can say a man don't work, don't eat all you want to. But if he see you the one robbing, stealing, doing stupid stuff, don't you think God see you? And the Bible say that too. Vengeance is God's. That's not a vengeance you can run from. It's not just know that I ain't read it yet where a person outran the vengeance of God, bro. But I did read a prophet say I rather try to survive the vengeance of God than to survive human people. They come up with some crazy stuff to humiliate somebody, to hurt somebody, just to make a point. I understand the prophet that said that. I'm putting an end to that. Can we make that trendy? Why in religious communities everybody want to talk about Jezebel? They all so experienced with Jezebel. That's because their minds are perverted to begin with. You want to talk about the one that was supposed to be some whore, some belly dancer who entertained a lot of men. You can do that when you're a queen. Did you know that Jezebel was a queen? I mean, she didn't have to use her power to do that, but she did. Now take a look around the world and look how what women talking about the vagina is the most powerful. Are you now taking the power from the most high? Are you now trying to take the reverence from him? Maybe that once used to be true, that the vagina was the most powerful thing. How was that? And you got men dating men. They actually prefer to do it. They prefer to do it so much. They're doing it in secret. Their wives don't know. Their kids don't know. And you talking about the powers in the vagina. Come on, bro. It wasn't with Jezebel's story. God humbled her and she lost her whole life, bro. Watch what you call people that you wish Jezebel's fate on, like God don't see you. Jezebel's fate was that it was prophesied if she didn't change what was going to happen to her. How about you go to God and see what your judgment finna be, not somebody else's. You understand? According to your works, according to the things you've done in life, according to how many times you've turned your cheek, because not many people can say they do it. They too busy out here trying to seek revenge when the Bible say vengeance is God's. That's all I'm saying. Everybody's still in revenge competition, and vengeance don't even belong to them, bro. That wasn't a revenge of God on Judas' life. That was Judas' own self-will, and that is of the devil. The devil was playing with Judas. You see, the devil ain't good for nobody, bro. First, he rewards you for helping him find Jesus. Then they don't talk about that part. The devil had to be tormenting Judas after what he did. He knew what he told him to do in the first place was wrong. But now you're tormented. He couldn't even walk around and spend the money good. He didn't even feel right. What would make him feel like that? God wouldn't want him to feel like he couldn't repent. So what would make him walk around feeling like just messed up? You know what I'm saying? For as long as he could feel messed up about what he just did, I'm trying to show people something about repentance. The devil is going to try to hold something to you as long as he physically possibly can and spiritually, so you don't come to repentance. If the story of Christ wasn't trying to show us that, I don't know what is. Preachers can preach repentance all day long. Don't you think the story of Judas would be the very best story to use? I really only hear them talk about Judas on Easter. It's a whole problem. Really, on Easter, they don't even talk about Judas. They just talking about what happened to Jesus and how he got up. And I know that's a joyous thing to talk about, but how about you make people understand what really took place there? If you're gonna teach the story. Hey, boo boo, what are you doing? You need bubble bath? No. What are you doing? They kicked you out? Did they kick you out? Oh no. Hmm? Oh, okay. Is her tablet back there, guys? Oh, it's okay. I told y'all I didn't know. How about this? I'm gonna cut it off right here, and I'll probably be back with a part 2. We'll do that like that tonight, cause I can talk about this all night long. I'm gonna prove it. You got too many Judas spirits walking around here. And that's what's crazy. If I can be undercover for God, why would you think Judas can't be undercover, still walking around out here? the Judas spirit. They trying to distract us by saying, yeah, it's Jezebel's we need to watch out for. Yeah, Jezebel's spirit wasn't nothing to play with either. I agree with you on that. But that Judas spirit, that's something serious, bro. Like, it's always close to you. I don't care what organization, community it is. God been taught that you need to judge people by their fruits, not by their actions. If Jesus wasn't one of the first people teaching that, bro, he didn't say it like y'all do. Actions speak louder than words. He said it like that. Judge them, but you should know them by their fruits. He didn't even call out which one of them was gonna do it. He just said one of y'all. So I'm teaching people how the devil tries to. That's his job. But his job is to keep you as far in separation away from the idea of repentance as possible. Because notice, if Judas would have just repented, his whole soul was saved. He could have repented to Christ. And I don't know, they could have went a whole nother way. For him, anyway. Y'all to look at, even if Judas would have denied the soldiers and told them, no, I ain't going to tell y'all where Jesus at, they wasn't going to stop. That's why I believe there was a real prophecy at the Last Supper. They wasn't going to stop. They was going to go through all 12 of them and try the same thing. Because that's what happens when you're targeted. People want to talk about targeted individuals. Bro, Jesus was targeted. Actually, Peter too. So that's what I was going to mention about Peter. If y'all don't think Peter was targeted, maybe they knew, maybe they had heard about what happened when he walked on water. I don't know why. But as they was walking through the crowd with Jesus, making him carry the cross, beating on him, yeah, it had to be a horrible feeling. Like the one you know, this the one they doing this to. The one you know very well. He's showing you things about himself that other people ain't even seen. He know that if he would have stood up and tried, see how he was bold to cut him with the sword, to cut his ear off, but he wasn't as bold once he had seen what they did to him. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I am paying attention to that part. So that's like you being out in the community and they whipping and stoning that person, and then somebody look up and say, hey, weren't you with him too? That's all they asked him. And Peter said, no, I promise, I swear, whatever, however he said it, I don't know, I promise. Somebody said, yeah, that's him. Yeah, he was one of them. They was just crazy. He was like, no. And pretty much he did what Jesus said he would do. He denied him 3 times while the rooster crowed. One thing about prophecy, a lot of people don't tap into it and understand they are living amidst a prophetic moment until it's too late, bro. So I just wanted to test, take my faith a little deeper. Does it have to be like that, God? Surely a warning comes before destruction. That's what your word said. Why do people wait until it's destruction, though, to, you know what I'm saying, reverence the prophecy altogether? It shouldn't take a whole destruction for somebody to say, oh, that person was of the light. That person was telling the truth. But that's just how the world is. It was too late, and then Peter began to cry like, damn, did I just do that? Yeah, bro, you just did that. That's the thing about prophecy. It ain't a prediction. It ain't something that somebody thought was going to happen or might happen. He actually told you it was going to happen. He like, did I just do that? I just pretty much denied Jesus. But he understood better in that moment. Like, at that time. And the Bible say Jesus looked back at Peter as he was denying him. Like, black eye can barely open his eye, blood running down his back, everything. He ain't even on the cross yet. He just looked back at him. It made me want to cry right now, bro. Like, he just looked back at him like, see, I told you was going to do that. That's powerful, bro. That is powerful. Ain't no witch spell cantation more powerful than that. A whole moment that was spoken to you was gonna happen before it happened, and then you actually fall for that moment. You know how they be like, you can fall for somebody. I fell for him. I fell for her. See, Jesus denying Christ. He was scared. So I'm going to ask the question again, what does it profit us to gain the whole world and lose our soul? Because how did you feel, Peter? Like, did you feel better? You didn't even feel better. You might as well, maybe Peter was supposed to be up there on the cross with him. We don't know how that story would have went. Had he said, yeah, I'm one of his disciples. They wasn't going to do, Peter knew what they was going to do. That's why he told them no. He was finna be hung with his Savior. But talk about a true test of loyalty. But everybody supposedly know what loyalty is today. If they tell you right now, if you don't stop talking to your mama, we gonna do this to you. Everybody ain't been through that. If you don't stop talking to your brother, your sister, your boyfriend, your ex, this what we gonna do to you. That's usually what humiliation tactics are for. To get you to stop, to get you to be in so much of fear of what they doing to somebody else that you don't even want to stand up for that person no more. It's a very sad reality, bro. Fuck the sad part. It's a real reality, you know? That you will portray somebody to save your own life. Because with Judas, why people so quick to judge him, whether he would have gave up where Christ was or not, I feel like they still would have ended up attacking Judas because of his affiliation with him. They were already aware. You know what I'm saying? Even if all those disciples would have lied about who they were. Maybe y'all tell yourselves, well, the disciples shouldn't have followed them. They wouldn't have been in that mess. Well, if that's true, what about the people Jesus healed and did such great things for? And were able to carry on good lives because they were healed, because they were blessed. So we're not going to say that Jesus' mission was a dummy mission. I'm not. There were so many people blessed and healed before Jesus was even on the cross that Judas and Peter could have believed him a little more. Ain't no telling how the power of God would have shook the place. Peter already showed him, I got your back. You see, he cut that soldier ear off. Y'all better back up. God got some real soldiers, bro. He just, the word of God is all you need. Yeah, I don't need you going to cut people ear off for me. The biggest representation that I see in that story is in that one scripture where God said, I'm not here to bring peace. See, peace is affiliated with God, don't get me wrong. But if he himself says, I did not come to this earth to bring peace, but with a sword, it was already something going on, like some type of evil, something already wasn't right. You see what I'm saying? You're not going to sit here and make it like Jesus was a problem because he was born. What did he do to anybody? Oh, when he started talking like that, I didn't come to bring peace. I'm coming with a sword. They didn't like that because they already knew they was wrong. Ain't nobody got to come with a sword if it ain't nothing going on. Y'all been out here persecuting the poor and the homeless way back in the Bible days. And then you get mad when the one who said vengeance is mine step in it. The Bible say one day when the Son of Man return, that every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord. Like literally, don't worry about what they do. I'm prophesying. I told y'all God ain't never lied. Not me technically, but he was prophesying in that moment. He said every knee. That means the animals, the mountains, the trees. Like it's suddenly gonna seem like nothing. What you thought was all powerful, that was only created by the all powerful's hands. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when you see every knee bow, every tongue confess? What do you think would happen to make something like that happen? Like nobody can deny him no more. There's others he talk about. Like he said when his wrath hit the earth, right? Some will be repenting. Like, oh, this gotta be God. I see the moments taking place already. This gotta be God. It's like they try to distract us from the time at hand with all these technology advancements and stuff. But he said that some people, this is crazy, bro. Like some people are so evil, bro. They're still gonna curse. Like they have a moment and they chance and they stand in hours. Watch who you affiliate yourself with in this 11th hour. That means the hour right before something finna take place, bro. Uh, like instead of them saying, God, have mercy on us, you know what I'm saying? God, or in that moment they can repent. It's already written in the Bible. Like some people still gonna be cursing God to the very end. They gonna go to hell cursing God. Some people, that's why I say watch who you affiliate yourself with, because some people have already made that up in their mind, bro. What else do you need to see? He said you're gonna know them by their fruits. Some people, you don't know what their journey was. I don't know either. I don't want to hear about it. It had to be something terrible that you feel like you're gonna curse God to the day you die. But don't try to make all us do that. I have a problem. That's where I've been praying to that one who said vengeance is mine. God, they out here trying to make all us curse you. We ain't all got to do that. If we want to believe in his mercy and grace and stand on faith until the end, some of us want to go out like that. You know you got a narcissist problem when you want to control how I go out. And I'm not even talking about like the manners of death. I'm talking about my faith. I have a problem with somebody saying, yeah, I want you to go out cursing God. That's why people ain't heard me do it yet. I might cuss. I ain't gonna cuss God, bro. I'd be more like, what the hell? Fuck the devil. If I'm a cuss, it's at the devil. Literally, bro. But they want to bring up every cuss word you said. Like you don't know what was going on in that moment when you cussed. Y'all get what I'm saying? The last I checked, cussing has also been associated. Like it'll slip out of somebody's mouth in a moment of anger. If they like, you can't control yourself, you don't have the Holy Spirit. No, certain things me cussing show God I got the Holy Spirit. What was going on around me? We know about the internal affairs of the heart and the mind and the body and soul, but people want us to forget about the things that could be going on in your environment, even if it ain't your environment. The world is still a stage, it's still an environment. They'd be like, what is going on in Hawaii? Why does that concern you? That's going on in Nigeria. Why does that concern you? That's going on in Australia. It don't matter. It's still my environment if I'm on Earth, right? Okay, so don't try to control people's minds about what's going on all over the earth, bro. That's my thing. You want to control everybody's emotion. It's narcissist, it's not of God, and it's another example of God complex mentality. Pretty much. For those that don't know, my name is Author Tetasheri. I'm the founder of Crown Poetry and Content, my other channel, where I already did a whole topic referencing to God complex mentalities. And I do feel like I've been pretty much attacked ever since, because maybe somebody had never just came out. You know, you got people that do speak on narcissism all the time. That ain't new. I think it's what I had called it. Like what it is, called it what it was. And what's funny, just like Jesus, I didn't tie no names to it. When I speak or write a book or anything, I don't tie no names to it. They're all characters. Whoever you are, if the shoe fit, just know that when you doing too much in your head, that's a God complex mentality. It's because on that same segment, I was saying, I wasn't even trying to down nobody. I was saying, how you gonna call yourself a God and expect people to reverence you as such? You can be a God. I just rather know the type of God you are. And then what God has ever forced people to, you name them, put them in the chat right now. What gods is out here forcing people to bow down to them? when the God we serve gave everybody free self-will. That's what I meant. I wasn't trying to, I'm just coming back to explain myself for the record. For those who had got mad at this segment and just start doing stupid stuff to try to affect my life. I didn't have no life without Christ. So if I got to live a poor life, a middle class life, whatever, that's still, God still get the glory. You feel me? Why would I be complaining about what kind of life I have? I'm just grateful to have a life. Now, the next level would be showing me and teaching me what kind of life you want your child. People know he doing it too. That's why they wanna influence what you choose. No, sweetie, God gave me my own free self-will. I don't care what paperwork, what they talking about. My soul, the self-will with that, I have to answer for that one day, don't I? See, I heard when judgment comes, see, when God is sitting down looking at the life book of record, what's that book called? Where the angels record everything everybody do every day, which some God complex mentality people don't want to believe exists. There's a book. It's in the Bible that the angels record everything we do and say every day. What book did you think he's referencing to when he is pretty much, vengeance is his and he's the judgment giver? People say they believe in judgment, but they the ones out here still trying to control people karma, right? How you believe in judgment, but you out here still trying to pass out people karma? Karma ain't never worked like that. Karma ain't never needed no help either. It's weird, bro. Like, I'm just trying to get my thoughts together because I don't see how that makes sense. But if you say you're a God, I mean, what does that take from me? All you can do is show me the type of God you are. You say you're a God, you're a goddess. All I can do is read about you, know about you, hear about you, right? But I know for myself what type of God you are according to your actions. Pretty much. So call yourself a God or goddess all you want to. But if you let time play out, you see what type of, I don't care who it is calling themselves a God or a goddess, you see what kind they are. My God ain't need no help. It shows what God he is. All y'all walking around with self-will, free will, ain't you? That's the kind of God we stand with. But the kind of God some of these people saying they are, I wouldn't bow down and worship them. If I make one mistake, you coming for my head. You coming for my throat. You might come for more than that. And I've seen this with my own eyes. Because you too busy trying to show me what kind of God you are. These gods they got or specialize seem like only in punishment. They trying to be more of the God of vengeance than God himself. And I don't agree with that. It's funny how he said vengeance is mine, but he still exhibits so much mercy and grace, even on the evildoers. He said the sun rises and falls every day on the wicked and the good. Pay attention. Every morning people wake up, they see the sun, whether they're evil or good. I ain't seen an evil person stop that yet. You don't tell the sun when the sun and when it rise and fall. It's actually unheard of until modern times that people even try to control that. Talking about daylight savings time. I didn't know if I was gonna speak on that, but like to me, time itself is like some type of spell, bro. Because all you would have is the sun and the moon doing its job if we didn't have some type of light. But they'll say you crazy for not having some type of time schedule. That's why I say time is some type of setup with it. If you know that I plan to go to Walmart at 3:30, you can now meet me at Walmart. I might not didn't want everybody to know that. But they done set up Google all around time. They got Google Calendar, Google alarm clocks, Google Scheduler. So I was having a personal conversation with somebody about why I don't use. I mean, they was just trying to be nice and advise, like, honey, why don't you use Google Calendar? As a matter of fact, I know right now, any time I'm ready to like set my schedule back the way I feel like it needs to be, I know how to do that. That's what's crazy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have proof that I've lived on schedules before. Literally. I'm just using myself for an example. And I know many of us have a track record of like living our lives on a schedule. That's the only way to order an organization. I didn't say I have a problem with schedules or routines. I'm talking about time. 3:30, 4 o'clock, 4:45, 1 o'clock, 1:25, 12:30. It's something weird about that, bro. Cause like they even say witches have whole hours. I'm like, oh, okay, so they get hours, like they control time. Like time is theirs. I'm just trying to understand. Like if witches have hours, I have a divine timing that I'm going to walk into my blessings and miracles. And trust me, it won't be while people are waiting and watching. That's crazy. Why would God do it then? If that's how they want to leave this earth, watching somebody else literally use all their time and they life with their free will watching me, that it's like I went through whatever with it, but I wouldn't be moved by that no more. God ain't the one that created time. When I look at the book of Genesis, I did see it the first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, seventh day. He created things. If anything, that was the schedule on days. 7 days. That's all we needed. 7 days. Now, after this good God creates these 7 days and the good things he created in all 7 days, you gonna just pop up and say, yeah, well, we need times. They didn't need no clock back in the day. It was harvest season, harvest. They had seasons, maybe. You knew what morning was, evening was, nighttime. Really, you didn't need no time. They get their special watches and fancy clocks, and then want to tell me I'm not abiding by any real schedule, so I should be a threat. Or you trust God that much? If things happen on His time anyway, why do I need a schedule anymore? That's a lot of faith, ain't it? If things operate on His moments, remember that what I talked about earlier. What's funny about the word suddenly is still describing a certain time, but suddenly has never been like 12:30, 5 p.m. They got all these nicknames for certain times. They call 5 o'clock rush hour. Has anybody noticed that? No, no, no. Is that what they call it? Yeah, rush hour, because everybody getting off work at the same time. Make it make sense, bro. You already know rush hour it's everybody hates it actually. But you still telling everybody to do everything from 9 to 5, bro. They don't even feel in control of their life no more. They got off at 5 o'clock. Why they ain't getting home to 6, 7 o'clock? I had a job. I was making good money years ago, right? It was in like the job, the distance it was from my home though. I wouldn't get home to like I can't make this up. I wouldn't get home to like almost 7 o'clock, and we was getting off at 4. I can't make this up. That's probably because, yeah, once you made it back into town and got through the rush hour alone was an hour. You just sitting in heat. Don't let it be the summertime and you ain't got no AC. You sitting on the freeway in heat, hot, sweating, and you did do what you were supposed to do. You went to work. You paying your car note, but yeah, try to control rush hour. You can't. You have no choice but to sit in line in that traffic and wait till the other cars move. But people think they're in control of time or when something gonna happen. I'm trying to break it down for them, bro. You can't. When you control rush hour, then I believe you're more powerful than God. Seriously, bro. Any community, city, town you go to around 5 o'clock, bro, it's so much traffic everywhere. It don't make no sense. Since school started back, you gonna notice that too. Rush hour really don't start at 5 o'clock. Rush hour really be like at 3. Just so y'all know though, I prayed a special prayer recently for all those that I feel like have been, let me see, because let's say your blessing was supposed to come through somebody and somebody chopped that person down. I don't feel like that person should still not be blessed when God had ordained them to be blessed by a certain person. So here lately, I've been praying for those that quote unquote missed a blessing because somebody tried to stop somebody from blessing them. Just know y'all are in my thoughts and prayers, and God listens to my prayers. I'm not looking to be convinced about that no more. We have to overlook those. Like my power of, y'all never thought this mattered, right? Notice the root word of ignorance is ignore. Ignorance would be describing something of stupidity, you would think. The difference between stupidity and ignorance, though, is ignorance is usually a choice. Like you are choosing to operate out of ignorance. Stupidity is actually somebody didn't know better. Like they're being stupid, right? They just, I say ignorance is more of a choice, but the root word of ignorance is ignore. So you get to choose. You can entertain ignorance or you can ignore ignorance. That's the deep thing about ignorance. And I was just testifying on how I've gotten a little better with ignoring ignorance. Now I ain't saying I'm making an A+ in that yet. So y'all pray for me too. I pray for people, but I'm saying where I can be prayed for. Like ignorance has intensified all over the earth. That is not something that I'm just dealing with. I don't believe it. It's in it's in different states, different cities, different communities. Even communities ignorance shouldn't even exist, but I've already given my opinion about that on another segment. I said it seemed like crime and ignorance has snuck up in places that it once didn't even exist. Okay. For example, y'all, like I know how God worked. One time a community was so busy trying to put me out that the pandemic came and everybody was getting put out. Don't tell me what God will and won't do. You got to be careful desiring so much like evil on one person that it backfires on so many people that didn't even have nothing to do with that, bro. That's why I say I'm not just finna bow down to any man or woman call themselves God. What are their intentions for people, especially the people that follow them? Let's say the people that follow them, but also the people that don't follow them. Like, what are their intentions? Because God he don't care about what people do. They all got self-will. I ain't gonna say he don't care, but he not finna put his whole time into worried about what an evildoer do. But let that evildoer come touch one of his kids or stop trying to touch one of his kids. Just like us parents. We ain't worried about what everybody else choose to do what they do. We know they got self-will, free will. They can do whatever with their kids. We want all kids to be okay, but the reality is I can't see into every household every day and know that every kid is okay. So that's how I'm describing free will at this time. God don't be caring about what everybody doing in their house, but you start messing with his kids, you have no point. I mean, you were trying to get his attention. God is the one teaching me the significance, the meaning of ignorance, and the root word of ignorance. And it's funny, the root word of ignorance is ignore. I can't make this up. If that's not teaching you to ignore ignorance, I don't know what is. But let's say you've ignored it so long that the ignorance is starting, it gets so bad, like you can't even ignore it no more. Or maybe that's just another one of those examples where I told y'all I've been feeling God's heart. Free will means you can be ignorant if you want to. Wouldn't you say so? But if the ignorance is so stupid, now you got to use your free will to literally like, somebody needs to say something. Somebody needs to stand up. And but maybe I'm just feeling God's heart too. That's still his mercy and grace. When he give out a call like, hey, the ignorance is going too far. That's God being good. That's God being gracious. Trust me, when God is in his angry moment, Ain't nothing you, I, Sally, or the devil can do to stop it. Y'all want to actually take people there like God is a human, like you gonna be able to contain and control where he coming from when he's angry. So why not give reverence when he's trying to give warnings, when he's trying to use people, even if it ain't me, if he's using anybody? Hey, the ignorance is getting to level 10. You know what I'm saying? Hey, now, shit, ignorance started with the word ignore. So me, God, the real believers, we've been doing our best to just ignore. And awareness, like ignoring, that's the thing about ignoring something. I'm asking y'all a question. How can you ignore something that you are not aware of? The first level of ignore is first awareness. I hate to break it to people, but that's true. The first step of ignoring is not just you making up your mind that you're going to ignore something. Wouldn't you have to see? You have to be aware of what you're ignoring. If there was nothing going on, there would be nothing to ignore. Let's talk about it. Did y'all hear what I said? I think sometimes people don't get to access these lives, so I might need to go back and play some of what I be saying to myself and make sure that I'm also sharing some of these quotes that I say in between on my channel. But you could be a part of the more powerful team, I guess, because power ain't always money and influence. Please feel free, you know what I'm saying, to comment anytime on my channel. You see somebody using You Will Make It TV quotes or sayings, like I say stuff that actually needs to be repeated. That's what's funny. How is the devil still in control? I say, oh, people copying? Let me start saying stuff people need to hear. And I'm not playing. You know what I mean? It's called mastery of oneself. I can't control if people are copying me, but I can control what I'm saying that they copying, can't I? I can control what I'm doing that they're copying. If that's not going to expose it, if I switch up my routine every single day, I guarantee you eventually you're gonna catch on to who copying. If I choose a different color cup to drink my tea out of every day and somebody's really set on copying me, you're gonna end up seeing it. You see? So I actually say things that need to be repeated. Of course the devil rather us all shut up, but our souls are on the line. Imagine you having to answer to God on Judgment Day, talking about, well, they told me to shut up. I couldn't say that. That's not gonna work. He might ask you, where's your faith? Where was your faith? That's the whole penalty. Oh, I'm sorry, God, I was in fear. That's another prophecy. A man once said that R.I.P., he know who he is. But what's funny, I don't think I heard it. I don't think he told me on his deathbed for no reason. He said, fear and doubt is going to be the main two things that keep a lot of people out of heaven that didn't even have to go to hell. I believe it. Fear and doubt. They usually tie hand in hand. If I can get you to be scared of something, I can get you to doubt your ability to overcome it. See, some of these people that's supposed to be this and that, they weren't there when you heard that speech. It was just me and that person, actually. Maybe two other people in the room. So, because like I said, God never leave himself without a witness. So imagine hearing somebody say that on their very own deathbed. That could have been them admitting something to themselves before the Lord, right before they passed away. Shout out to Canada on tonight. We appreciate your support from You Will Make It TV, because you will make it. The man said fear and doubt are going to be the two main things. And this was probably about 7 years ago now. I have a very powerful memory, but it's about remembering those memories that matter, or maybe just accepting to myself that every memory matter. What do you mean? I mean, it's your life. Why would I only think about the bad memories? That's crazy. Why not think about those prophetic words that was spoken over me and my children before certain stuff even happened, before anything ever transpired? Maybe somebody told me I was going to have a powerful daughter, literally, while she was in my belly. I shouldn't have let people touch my belly either. No disrespect, but it was a few people, because it was my first baby. They act like they got to touch your belly. Oh, I ain't talking about family members. I'm talking about like strangers. Like, I don't know why strangers do that. I think it's a nice gesture, but I am encouraging people, y'all ask the mothers when they're pregnant before you just rub on their belly. Because some of us, we've been waking up to more knowledge about things. And I don't encourage anybody just let a stranger come up rubbing on your belly. I mean, I know it's a nice gesture, but now, bro, after how certain things have transpired in my life, if I could go back and do it again, if I get pregnant again, ain't nobody touching my belly. Nope. So, cause there is a story in the Bible about when Mary and her cousin, that's how John the Baptist and Jesus is cousins. They met up one day, and it's in the Bible how when Mary walked up on her cousin, the cousin belly just jumped, like the baby jumped, like the baby got happy, like the baby already knew. See, they was pregnant at the same time. John the Baptist and Jesus was around the same age. You know what I'm saying? They mamas was pregnant at the same time. Literally, the Bible gonna tell you that. And the baby jumped, like, cause I've been pregnant before. Like, your baby get excited. There was another baby just jumping just because another pregnant woman come around. Some say they believe John the Baptist, even as a little baby, was able to recognize his powerful cousin, and they were in two separate stomachs. People would say you acting funny, but I'm not with none of that. Now that I have more knowledge about things, I don't let everybody in me and my kids' hair. I'd rather us look like we got wild afros for I'm just letting anybody in it anymore. I'm not letting anybody just touch my baby, touch my belly before the baby even here. I'm not trying to tell people what to do, but with great with great knowledge comes great responsibility. Oh yeah, that part. Y'all want to believe it about Spider-Man, but not us real people out here in the world. A part of that responsibility would be you taking more consideration into who you're entertaining, who you hang out with, who you letting touch you. That's what great power comes great responsibility means. People just want to have the power and act recklessly with their responsibilities. Make that make sense. But you believe it about Spider-Man. But shout out to Spider-Man. Literally, what Uncle Ben told him, I even applied it to my life. They would say, well, don't you got to have power to make that apply to your life? I would say knowledge is a form of power. So, yeah, with great power comes great responsibility. You're going to get tired sometimes. You're going to feel weighed down. You're going to feel alone, all that. But do everybody else have the power you have? Okay, well, it comes with great responsibility. You might have to clean up more. You might have to stand up for yourself more. You might have more people to protect. How dare you ask somebody that's a powerful hero why they get certain benefits and you don't? Or do you even do the half of what that person do? Have you been through the half of what that person been through? But you want to squeeze yourself in their shoes. I'm just trying to edify the people. You can't do that. I'm not even doing that. I have a better life not comparing myself to anybody, actually. I wonder, does it show? I've done that long enough. Like, oh, I must be shortcoming. I don't have what she has. I must got a bad husband. I'm not as happy as she is. You know what I'm saying? I must be poor, knowing I'm working hard as hell with my little basic job. I must not be. No, you're just as significant. You working hard. What's different from you? Because you don't make as much money? Because you don't have pay stubs to prove it? How your business is growing? To me, that's a more powerful business, a business that the person actually grew to. They grew with the business. I'm not just trying to grow my business, I'm growing with my business. Excuse me if that takes a little longer. Actually, me, what I'm learning about business has been growing me so much, I'm changing. And they don't like it. Everybody don't like it. Like, girl, you ain't got to change just to start a business. Oh, I know. I'm just choosing to grow with my business, grow with my kids. Why would I expect them to be perfect? I was young when I had them. Come on, bro. I'm growing. We're growing together. Me and my business, we're growing together. Me and my money, we growing together. But that's how I'm choosing to live my life at this time. Why would I just want to grow one area and what? Yeah, I'm growing my health. The reason I haven't been so much is like I wouldn't say at any time it's not okay to be concerned with your health, but don't even get me started with that. Aren't we talking about the miracle worker Jesus tonight and what he could have did? I'm not Judas. I'm sitting here still trusting God, and I'm not gonna let nobody Judas me out of my blessings. I have to understand what happened with Judas. I have to understand how close he was to Jesus. Uh, if I'm gonna let that be inspirational for me, but I'm just trying to share it in an inspirational way for others too. See, you got people that heard. That's the part that's kind of scary though, y'all. Like there were people, I hate to admit it, that were actually there, like literally heard. That's why I don't have to repeat certain prophetic words. I'm not even finna repeat that publicly. You know why? There were people there that heard it. Every prophetic word wasn't somewhere in secret. Sorry, y'all. I had to pause it again real quick. But there were people that were there that heard the prophetic words. What I'm gonna repeat it for, bro? I think what they're doing is sitting back watching to see if I believed it. And that's weird. Like, even if I didn't, why would I need mankind or some man or woman to punish me, to attack me? Because they feel like, well, you're not adhering to the prophetic word. I didn't even see the prodigal son go through that. He went out and learned his lesson on his own. And I read it for myself. So we talked about the prodigal son the other night. Baby Dream, what is it, boo? I thought you were taking a bubble bath. Why? Okay, that's fine. She told me it's okay, Mom. It's a special baby. All my babies special. They'd be like, I don't think so. Well, are they or your kids? See, some of y'all, if I don't even want to describe it like that, but if my kids were some of y'all kids, I don't know. Because, see, people have quick tempers. They think mine is quick. You know what I'm saying? You got to allow people to make mistakes because you made them. Let them make them. Like with certain kids, I just stay quiet. They at a certain age where they have to make their mistakes. And I know that life is a teacher. Now, talk about it together because that person actually experienced it themselves. They go for my kids too. Like I have to move very intentionally and consciously every day. But what did I say? With great power comes great responsibility, not great money. That's what they want us to think. Well, if you had power, wouldn't you have money? Wouldn't you have security? Blah, blah, blah. Y'all think Jesus hired disciples for security? They sat there and mocked that man like, wouldn't your angels come down and help you? Them angels came down and assisted him when he was healing people. They sure did. Them angels came down and assisted him when he fed those people 5 loaves and two fish and 5 loaves of bread. If that wasn't angelic, I don't know what else they needed to see. Uh back to what I was saying about the prophetic words. I'm not going to repeat them. Literally, I might not repeat them no more because that's just something I know. Like, people was there with some of this stuff. The ones I will repeat are the ones I was all alone. How about that? Not tonight. I'm just saying, when I reference to stories on You Will Make It TV, my inspirational stories, uh, to me, that does matter. If God had you there, let me teach it this way. If God allows you to be there in the midst, when he speak a prophetic word to somebody, he knew what he was doing. If he know that you heard what they were told, you were there for a reason. I'm just starting to trust him that much more. Like, my eyes are being open in that way. Because if he could speak words to me with nobody around, why would he do it with somebody around? It obviously, it was a test for my faith. Like, come on, bro. That's something he's speaking in that person life. Wow, that's powerful, because you never know who was looking into your life already. Wow, bro, that's powerful. Yeah, they could have already been trying to look into your future, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to tell y'all how God was walking closely with me. It didn't matter who been looking in my future since how long. I don't care. They could do all this future looking, y'all, but if they knew everything, you wouldn't still have to watch. You might know peeps and pieces, but you don't know how God finna do something. You know what's funny? It's very few prophetic people and psychics that saw the pandemic coming. I bet you that. That's the stuff I'm talking about. It's just certain things you're not gonna know it unless the Most High wants you to know. And then there's certain things he might tell a person, and he'll tell that person not to share it until an ordained time. You know what I mean? So that matters. But I'm trying to get deeper, because see, it does matter. Everybody that was at the Last Supper heard what Jesus said. Everybody that was at that table. So all I'm repeating again is that anything God does is intentional. Anything he do, say, however he move, that's very intentional. Everybody was sitting at that table. Still, he said, how is God messy? Because he said one of y'all gonna betray me. I bet it happened. How is that messy? For you to speak on something before it happened. They keep trying to find inconsistencies with prophets and it's just stupid, bro. The person wrong if they speak. This what it's like that's how you know somebody called to speak. That could be a sign of it. They wrong when they speak, but they wrong when they don't speak. So make your mind up. If Jesus had said nothing at all, bro, I'm sure Judas still was going to do what he did. Even if Jesus didn't tell him he was going to do it. Notice how life works. That person was still going to do it. Or let's say I could have a dream about something, because I've been testing that lately, and not say nothing at all. Not talk to people about my dreams like I used to. Like, just don't say nothing at all. It's funny how sometimes stuff still happen. And I was describing with dreams and visions, it's crazy. That's not, you gonna see specific faces, clothes somebody wearing. It can get really creepy. It's not for everybody. I say creepy in a way of laughter, not to scare nobody, but you'll see, okay, this man with a red shirt on, you never seen before, black shoes. He had a taper cut. He was a heavy set, right? You ain't never met that man. It was just a dream. But you literally end up seeing, I wouldn't care if it's 2 years later. You literally end up seeing somebody that looked like that. And you know in the dream what happened. Wouldn't you be wrong to just stand there and not say nothing? Let's say in your dream, the man got hit by a car. So you end up seeing the man before he even crossed the street. I would say it's my duty to, hey, sir, I don't think you should cross the street. Even if you could try to save the person. Warning does come before destruction. That's why I say I feel like spiritual people, that ain't even a good way to say it, but people with particular knowings, how are you going to handle them like you handle everybody else, bro? If that person is actually trying to use their knowing to save people or help people. if you have particular knowings, like what's wrong with helping people with that? I was just wondering. Maybe Jesus was trying to help Judas, bro. He was trying to help Judas, even while he didn't know he was doing it. Like, hey, one of y'all gonna betray me tomorrow. That's all you can tell a person. If you said nothing at all, you was still gonna do it, right? That's weird. Okay, so I was trying to think of a prophetic word, for example, that might have offended me, because I know that people go through that, but I'm just here to set the record straight. A prophetic word has never been, nobody can change that. You can only try to. That's what's gonna make it obvious, bro. Like, it was a prophetic word. You cannot change that. If anything, you trying to change it, the prophecy is already happening. Usually the prophecy comes forth just through all those who chose to try to change it. You're helping it come forth because you want to see how God gonna do it, right? It's a scary thing to say out loud, but how God already showed me, like, it be a lot of people waiting and watching for things that have nothing to do with them. And they be watching, baby, but they not even going to survive, like, the outcome. It, not because they were watching, it's just like they didn't know that they time to leave her. They just chose to use the time they had to watch. They want, so it's like your intention got to be right. Tell God why you watching a person. God, I want to see your power burst forth. I heard what you told that person. But if your intention is not right, why would you think God don't see that? It's crazy, bro. When that's the person that's have a whole prophecy over their life. That's weird, bro. I was saying how there might be prophetic words people don't like. That's the thing about prophecy. You don't control it. It's a prophecy. You don't control that, bro. That's why when Jesus was born, it was a king then tried to order that all firstborn sons be killed. They done had some weird orders back in the day, and it ain't like you can't come back. It's weird. We're just, they try to let people live more free. But the first one to give out free will was God Almighty. I believe that. Hey, Poo Poo. Hey. Okay. Her bin is, they're in the bottom. Oh, the pack is on the dresser, ain't it? No. Okay, because I put it back in the bin. Oh. It's, I think they're at the bottom or the side. What was I saying? Yeah, that I'm trying to encourage people through that. Too many people done gave up on God over a prophetic word, and I'm tired of seeing it. I'm really tired of seeing it, bro. Like, because I've been through things y'all wouldn't believe, and I ain't gave up on God's word yet, bro. That's because I'm aware that prophecies, that there's nothing anybody can do to change that. Not even me. So what do we do when a prophecy offends you? You better go pray. Ask God for strength. Ask God to be more prepared. Like, think, use your mind. If you know you can't control a prophecy, how about you ask God, well, protect me when it's come to pass. God equip me with strength so when this come to pass, I know what to do. Think about King Solomon. He even prayed for wisdom. He could have prayed for anything. He prayed to be more wiser, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You can pray to be more prepared for the prophecy, or want to pray that you don't be in the prophecy at all, maybe. But just to sit there and try to stop one is crazy to me, bro. Like, it's never been seen. It's never been done. If anything, you just gonna go down in history as known as the person who tried to stop it. That's how powerful prophecies are. That's all I was saying, y'all, about prophecies. How is it unexpected if it's spoken before? You know what I'm saying? So it's already expected. It's kind of like a baby. Like, you're pregnant, so you are expecting. Does that mean you know what the baby gonna look like, bro? That's how prophecy is, literally, like childbirth. All you can do is expect it. You don't know anything, how much the baby gonna weigh, what the baby gonna look like, what color hair it's gonna have, who gonna love the baby, who gonna be there for the baby, who not. You don't know none of that. until the baby is actually here. That's how prophecy is. Anybody that needed to understand why are we talking about prophecy so much when it comes to the story of Judas? I mean, yeah, literally, Jesus' birth was prophesied through the whole Old Testament. His birth was prophesied, bro. But in none of the prophecies did it say what's going to happen to him. That's where I'm trying to get people to see they are not God, bro. Yeah, it said a Messiah, a chosen one, is going to come one day, all that. But it never said what that prophet would endure. But it does say this about prophets, like they're never received in their own town. Not even Jesus just stayed in his hometown for all his lifetime, you know? Dreamy. Uh Period. I don't know what else to say about that. I'm just trying to help people understand prophecy. Prophecies and prophets. Okay? And this how God uses who he want to. The devil's so like below God, bro, when it comes to rank. He even uses the devil, bro. Anytime he get ready, he use him. Like, period. You just a usage at this point. Like, you're not God. You're never God if you he just used the devil. I hope that encourages somebody tonight. He might use them in ways that you think is weird. But you know, if energies don't die, you can't make the devil go away, bro. Cause people be like, why do God just don't destroy the devil? They just be asking strange questions. Destroy energy, bro? I'm pretty sure he has the power to if he want to, but he created energies in a way. He's the one, he's the creator. Make your mind up. You say you believe in the creator, you say you believe in the most high, and then you ask strange questions like that. He created energy itself. And if energy don't die, what do you mean, bro? Why he don't destroy the devil? You're not even dead when you die. You still have an energy that's probably lingering. That's why they see haunted houses and stuff right now. And they actually catch these ghosts and spirits on camera, on photos, some of them. It's crazy. So just like Jesus' life was prophesied, just his birth, and just like kind of what his purpose would be. But it never said what he would go through every day of his life or during his 20s, during his teens, it didn't even say how he was going to be persecuted. You know what I'm saying? But that happened from day one. Another thing that was took out of some of those books. From day one, Christ was already being persecuted. Now it does tell you, you know, that's what Christmas is supposed to be about. And it is crazy. I never thought about it. The word Christmas is Christ Mass. But we'll talk about that closer to Christmas time or something. Christmas is more about supposedly the birth of Jesus, what his mother went through. And I'm sorry, where did y'all read that Mary was a rich, wealthy, accepted woman, bro? It's always the rejected that God has used. The rejected, the lowly, the forgotten about. Come on, bro. If that don't make sense to people, that's crazy. You got all these pictures of Mary everywhere in rich churches, and Mary was not rich, bro. Like, come on, bro. She literally had to go knock on doors to ask for help, you know, because if she just went somewhere publicly to try to have a baby, they really were doing that. They were trying to take the lives of all the firstborn babies just because they heard a Messiah was being born. You had prophets back then, I'm telling you. Fortune tellers, whatever you want to call it, even they could see the truth. Like, yeah, there's a special baby being born tonight, and the king got mad about it. I don't know why. He was mad. Like, who they talking about a Messiah being born? So look at all the lives that was lost just for him to be here. Him to be here. Other babies died. Okay. And it wasn't Jesus' fault. If a king sat there and said, kill all the other babies just because the Messiah's being born, she had to go knock on doors, bro. It makes me sad. And y'all, I can't make this up. The Bible say people was like slamming the door in their faces. seeing her holding her stomach like that. Because if they wasn't slamming the door, they just couldn't trust them. If you slam the door, you one of the ones might call the king's soldiers to say that I'm finna have a little boy and I can't trust you. Literally, since the beginning of Jesus' life, people was after him. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Like, she had to go hide just to have him, bro. And then, you like today, we have good Samaritans here and there. Somebody might open the door so you can have your baby. I don't even want to think about it. These days, you can have a baby at home, really. But that's really strange that she was young and nobody cared to like open the door, bro, just to help her deliver a baby. Yeah, she had to go where the animals were. The animals more accepted. See, an animal understands pregnancy, bro. These animals, I told y'all, the creatures, the beasts of the earth seem to have more sense. They have babies, and even animals have assistants. That's what herd farmers and them people that work with animals, y'all know what I mean. Like, that's what they do. Y'all thought they just worked the land. They help their lambs, their sheeps have babies, the horses. Ain't none of them animals out there alone when they have a baby. They even have assistants. But this is how Mary got done. I was convinced Mary was a black woman just because of that. She had to been black or something with her story. For those that didn't know, though, it's deeper research out there you can do. Mary's mother was barren. They just want to stop the story. You have to research. You don't understand a person until you understand their bloodline. You just got these false people today want somebody to look like they ain't got a bloodline, they ain't got a story. That's never been that way, bro. Mary herself came from somewhere. I'm just telling people, Mary's mom could not have kids, bro. Like, Mary was chosen too. Mary wasn't even supposed to exist. Do y'all know what barren means? When a woman is barren, she cannot have children, no matter how much she try. Now they might have more medical technology to try to help a person get pregnant, but I'm just letting y'all know, Mary mama could not have kids, bro. So now it made sense to me more, or that I'm just saying parts of the Bible that I learned about that helped me to become a believer, bro. Like, I didn't have to just wake up and say I'm a believer because somebody said I should be. I thought that was interesting. Like, wow, Mary's mom couldn't have kids. Maybe she prayed. She trusted God. What you mean? And she had her daughter Mary one day. Y'all crazy. People have invested whole dollars into making statues of Mary, bro. Like, they have her mural everywhere. But you don't want people to know that her mother couldn't have kids? She like these. It's only a few left. Raisins are probably a better option. Here. Is it poured in there yet?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. What do you need?
I'm trying to.
I can bring it back here for her.
Okay.
Boom. Chill out. I'm telling the people that Mary's mother couldn't even have kids. They don't know. They don't know everything. Mary wasn't even supposed. If Mary wasn't born, how was Jesus going to get here? Period. And y'all don't worry about me, but I did pray. I prayed before I came on this stream tonight. It's time to address the elephants in the room. Not what you mean, start covering myself. When I do job application, anything I feel like the devil been holding me back from, it's just time to go back in prayer warrior mode. But at least this time when you do, people more understand it wasn't for a joke or a game or for you to look like a woman of God. They had to actually see some shit that I had already do. It's stupid, bro. Just for you to get your honor as what you really were. Just for you to get your respect. She cool. Where's her tablet? Is it dead? Here. Okay, so when I get back in prayer warrior mode, nobody should be confused. They said they didn't like me as a cusser, as a smoker, as anything I became because they didn't want me praying. It's dead?
I don't need a code.
Oh, okay. How much battery she got?
It's broken.
She sleep?
Yeah.
Here. Let's turn them this way. There you go. There you go, poo-poo. But y'all, am I wrong here? Most people that work overnight, if they work a night shift, they're going to get a lot of sleep the next day. But I left off saying that ourselves with prayer here. But see, they thought you was crazy when you was putting blessed oil on your doors. You was drawing crosses on the windows and doors like way before the pandemic, bro. Every place I ever had, I would bless it. I didn't ask nobody else to bless it. I did it. God saw my faith. So you start trying to, oh, we want to see you more down to earth. Down to earth don't work for everybody. When you was down to earth, what was people doing? But they want you to be down to earth. That still don't mean you're not a good person because you're not as down to earth as you used to be. You've been more into other things that matter. Yeah, y'all. I'm just telling you a little bit of my testimony. They said you was a fake Christian because you're putting blessed oil on your doors with crosses. They said you were a fake Christian because you were blasting church music, going down the street. They call it church music. I call it gospel. Gospel means the good news of Christ. Yeah. But now I noticed when I jammed my other music I used to listen to, they had a problem with it. They said your music was too loud. They said your shorts was too short. Woo, 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 whatever, bro. I just had to see it all, test it all. And I'm okay. I'm still blessed because God told me to test it. Test the spirit by the spirit. Notice, my child, regardless of what lifestyle you lead, you still got some kind of influence. They still watching. Might as well come on camera on platforms. They trying to beat you to prophesied over your life. Make that make sense. You trying to race me there. But I can't wait to see something too, just like everybody else, because the prophecy was over your life. Who trying to beat you to the race line, the finish line of your own race, bro? That's crazy, bro. Can I have it? You don't want your eggs? Okay. Thank you, Jesus. That's what we say when the devil wants glory. We just tell God thank you. They be like, what? You're not thanking him for what the devil doing. You're thanking him for keeping you through it. You're thanking him for the other side of the blessing of it. And you're just thanking him for the strength to have faith. In the book of Nehemiah, it says the joy of the Lord is our strength. That means not joy a man or woman gave you, not joy that you got from listening to a song, just the joy of the Lord. That's your strength. So they feel like if they can keep you unhappy, they keep you weak. But if they were not the source of your joy to begin with, what are they talking about, bro? Like, what are they really attempting here? You weren't the source of my joy to begin with. I learned how to be happy with just a little bit a long time ago. This is nothing but a test. Then they saw me the same, like, what, she don't look happier with all this stuff when I did have a lot of stuff. Because it don't take stuff to make me like quit trying to look for a smile or a frown based off of material things in my life. That's weird. I don't know, y'all. Like, I've seen it all, but maybe it does take certain experiences for what God has for me to do. All I was speaking on was the prophecies, like, and how certain people were there. What you think I'm trying to say? And this was before YouTube. Oh yeah, let me say that part. Before YouTube was out, yes, prophetic words were being spoken over my life, baby. I don't know what people problem is thinking I'm finding all my knowledge from YouTube. I appreciate YouTube and more knowledge that we can obtain through it, but that's like saying we was dummies before the internet, bro. I don't respect it. You created the internet. It's like, what are you trying to make it? The internet God, bro? You do know we had God before the internet, bro. That's all I know. We had God before data, Wi-Fi, cell phones. We had God. I was just amazed to see God cross over this part with us. Like it through every change society make, God still being with me. Am I saying God told me to get on the internet? No, because like when I first got on the internet, it was just for social media purposes, just like everybody else. But yeah, God was right there with me, on and off the internet. She took a small nap when we came back earlier. Okay, guys, what did y'all learn off this stream? The root word of ignorance is ignore. Just remember that. You learned that you will make your TV tonight. It's not from me, but who's ever put it like that to you? You know what I mean? Ignorance has nothing to do with ignoring people, but that's what I encourage people to do to it. And if it gets to a height that you can't ignore the ignorance, that's that moments that God be talking about. Vengeance is his. The power of ignorance has never been more powerful than the power of knowledge. Y'all show me where ignorance has ever overpowered real knowledge. If you put too many ignorant people in a room with too much knowledge, they ain't gonna even want to be there. That's what's gonna prove it. It's gonna bother them. They're not on a level of knowledge. That's the opposite of ignorance, if you ask me. Education, educated, uh, knowledgeable, informed. Because how are you ignorant if you're any of those things? You feel me? And just remember, the next time ignorance tries to just come in and dominate your life, you have to be aware of it to ignore it. But ignorance like forgets its place. Like Oh, I want to be king. That's ignorant. Ignorance has never been king. Even Jezebel got killed thinking that. Ignorance just don't belong in certain rooms, in certain areas, in certain communities. It really don't. If you have too much, look what start happening. You got homeless people, you got drug addicts, because you had too much ignorance everywhere. You had more people influencing the ignorance, apparently, than you did encouraging the knowledge. That can't be hidden no more in America. You see what I'm saying? Ignorance, a whole sit there and fight for your attention, bro. It's ignorant. When you're focused, the literal first commandment, bro. Let's go there. Have you guys ever read the 10 Commandments? This why I'm calling out ignorance for a second. Like the 10 Commandments literally say, the first one is have no other God before me, or beside me is what it say. Besides me. That's literally the first commandment. But ignorance to come like, no, I need your attention. I need your attention. I need it. I need it. I need it. Please, I need it. Then, like literally, let me tell y'all so y'all don't have to go through it. Anytime I've ever stopped my focus on God to entertain ignorance, it only put me in like bad places, bro, to be honest. And they wondering why I'm getting like more and more level-headed at ignoring it, bro. That's the key word. That's the root word of ignorance, bro. Is ignore. Knowledge can distract you in positive ways to the point you don't even see the ignorance no more, or you just reverence ignorance for what it is. Like you're ignorant. Tell me that ain't the struggle God have. I ain't gonna say it's a struggle, but him and the devil been going through it so long. He wouldn't be God on his throne if he was entertaining your ignorance every day. And he wants so much attention from God. He like, look, I'm messing with your children. Look what I did with your children. But people don't believe me when I say I'm literally living the heart of God. I've been feeling like I've literally been living it out, what he goes through with his children and with the devil, like with his adversaries. Like God got enemies. Don't let people tell y'all he don't. That's the thing though. They themselves enemies to God. Like, anyways, what's the enemy to God? Anybody friends with the world. They friendships with the world is what matter to them. That's they God. And the Bible say that. Yeah, it say, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? But it also says, what I was just speaking on. He said, anybody, if you're friends with the world, how are you friends with me? I made the world. So how you gonna put the world before me? Type of deal. Let me see you distance yourself from the real. You said you real. You said you're authentic. So now they playing this game to make it almost impossible to be separated from people. Has anybody else noticed that? 1 minute you saying separate, be 6 feet apart. Now you don't want people separated. You said, well, y'all better go shack up with family members, friends, whatever you got to do. We giving tickets if you're homeless. That's all we know. We going to throw y'all in jail if you're homeless. We're going to throw your tent away. It's all very intentional. That's what I think. And pay attention to those laws, regulations, and rules. It could seem like that, like, oh, this the law for the whole state. If you never seen certain laws before and to a certain person there, come on, bro. It's obvious, bro. You're doing the same thing you did in Daniel Day, Jesus Day. Suddenly Jesus born, every firstborn son gotta die. That's weird, bro. Suddenly Daniel praying, it's against the law to pray. I'm just seeing repetition of spiritual crimes, if you ask me. And they gonna hold on. They rather hold on to that too. Like, I'm telling you, people showing you what they've already committed to. If they've already commit themselves to something, we're not here talking to them at You Will Make It TV. We talking to those that's holding on to faith, to hope, looking for more strength in the Lord, because they done already tried everything else. What you mean? I agree. You Will Make It TV is not for everybody. I see what I'm finna do though. I told y'all I'll be back with a part 2. So that's what I'm finna do. Cause when I'm full of energy, why not come teach the people? Why not use it for God and see what happens? All they can do is watch what I choose to do with my free will, bro. And it ain't harassing, stalking people, trying to see what's going on in their households, trying to see what they neighbor talking about. I'm so proud to say that about myself, actually. I'm not a part of no cliques like that, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'll come listen in, but see, what's my authority? What's my place? They said your place ain't to listen in on us, but they have been listening in on you for years. And even the way I go about it, it's more spiritual, bro. Like, I see things in dreams and visions when I ain't even expecting it. To you, you're not expecting it. To the spirit world, you needed to see it right when you saw it. People swear they just be doing stuff every day. Nobody see them. It just be crazy. Even Judas. Imagine God sitting on his throne, watching his prophecy be played out. They might say, why did God choose to do it that way? I mean, why do you think? Nobody knows the mind of God, bro. Or make sure you have a good intent with why you're asking that question. What you mean, why does God choose to do things a certain way? He said, my thoughts are not y'all thoughts, my ways are not your ways. And he meant mankind. I'm actually grateful. I'm like, God, I see what you're talking about. I'm so glad you ain't like man. I'm so glad you said you created me your image, but see, that free will is what told on. Not told on God, what told on the people. You know? But I'm glad I got to mention that. They done did that for so long, bro. Like, you suddenly making laws talking about it's for the whole land, but really, there was only one chosen amidst the people that you were aiming or targeting that law against. Period. Period. The chosen behind on their bills, so suddenly it's illegal to be homeless. The chosen said they think that women should get more rights, and suddenly women are attacked. The chosen said, that's how you know when somebody chosen. Look at the reactions to what they say. If they're nobody, why you reacting? Literally, you got so many podcasters, all they do all day is sit back and react to of status do. That's my point. If you're not of status, nobody's reacting to what you do, right? That's what even told about my status. I mean, I can't walk to the mailbox these days without somebody else doing something. I'm like, how am I bothering you? I'm just trying to check my mail. That's what tells if you're chosen, bro. Little stuff like that should not affect people. You walk into your dumpster. You walk into the store to get a cup of crushed ice if you want to. It's your free will. Why you can't go get a cup of ice without so many other counteracting reactions? I don't know. I just been studying life, bro. Or how are you really having a life experience and you're not paying attention to your life? But I can say it's good to be home. I'm talking about home in my own life. How can I say I'm fully experiencing life and the whole time I'm a puppet? I'm only going off a script. It's like, what's life then, right? You on the script from newborn age, and they want you on the script all the way to the death certificate. That's scripted enough. People even scripting those these days. Like, we don't have time for that, bro. None of that is even my business. What criminals do unless they interested in finding a new path in life. Really, it ain't my business what criminals doing until they drag me in and try to make me one of them. I told you, ignorance can only be ignored until it can't be ignored anymore. It's stupid. When you tell me where it's a crime to ignore anything, they want us to pay for things Jesus already paid for, literally. They didn't know that Jesus was paying a debt that wasn't even his to pay, bro. And they thought this, it's like they still not satisfied. Last I checked, y'all still attacking anybody that follow Christ, say they might resemble Christ a little bit. Then get mad at the vengeance that's God's. We forgive people. I pray that same prayer. Like, it took a lot for me to pray that same prayer. Like, God forgive people. They don't know what they doing. Because I had to actually believe that and understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, where did I understand that first? That's why I was more angry. You know, but now it's like, you know what, God, I bet people don't even know the depths of what they be doing. You know, because like one of our actions every day affect other people. That go for all of us, and we got like 1 billion people on the earth, trillions and billions. I even heard they got something called population control. It sounds evil, bro. That's like saying the world not big enough for everybody to come into it. I don't believe in population control, bro. Me personally, I don't. I'm not an advocate for it. Talking about birth control. Why is you sitting here trying to control how many babies people have? As plenteous and abundant as this earth is, why are you doing it? They might say, well, Tetasheri is not as abundant as y'all thought. If it ain't, it's because y'all, what have you done with all the resources? Like, what have you been doing? Because it's definitely enough room and food and everything abundant on this earth by itself for everybody. They trying to hide that the greedy done messed up everything. So now it ain't enough room. Yeah, every 20 years we got to work on population control. That's not one of the real problems on earth. One of the real problems on earth is like, I'm a part of that crew now. What one need $1 trillion for? They better have earned it. But you talking about you need population control. Why? So you can keep $1 trillion for one family? A family of 5 that ain't trying to help nobody. It's weird, bro. And you got a lot of people like this sitting up with $1 billion, $1 million talking about population control. Instead of doing population control, why is it legal for a person to have that much? Why the other ones go get thrown in jail and get a ticket for being homeless, bro? They could say, well, they should have earned it. The most you can earn is whatever you earn at a regular job. You still ain't gonna never be the billion, trillionaire, millionaire. That's backwards, bro. Even with 5 jobs, I ain't no millionaire. I can tell you that right now. That ain't right, bro. That is not right. With 5 jobs, even if I was working that hard, I still have compassion enough to give to the homeless. So I don't know what they be trying to say or prove. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Don't you know every time they do population control, somebody gotta die, bro? They just telling you anything. Oh, that person died. That person is this and that. Like, no, it's population control. And birth control is another part of it. Population control is not the problem. How about the ones that's helping to repopulate the earth actually start taking care of their kids? At least pretend they're trying to. That's what y'all learn on this segment today. Judas betrayed Jesus with a kiss. You do not have to let everybody touch you. Get close to you. talking about, hey, shaking your hand. When I give, though, I'm never giving out of a place of curse or ill will intent. Anybody ever received anything from me? That's why nothing bad happened to him after. Like, there was no curse on it. It came from my heart 9 times out of 10. I'm not finna give you something that I done prayed death chance over. That's not what we do at You Will Make It TV. It's not what I've ever done. But I remember the day, let me tell this testimony, bro. One day somebody had gave me something, like a item for decor for your home. It wasn't even recently. This happened a while back. Somebody gave me something. And I don't know why God was like, throw that away. Throw that in the trash. Not from no YouTube video, not a reader, none of that. Okay, since they don't want to believe I'm saying God told me, let's just say it came to my conscience. Why would you take a gift and then throw it away? A free gift at that. That's the main gifts I pay attention to now. Like, I don't want no free gift. It got to be something suspicious on the other side of it. God ain't going to teach me about that, and then he might test me. Like, let me see if she's still going to receive free gifts. So he would be intentional on the way that he brings it into my life, because he already know that I think about that now. But period, he told me to throw it away. The person, what was deep about it, when the person came back over, they was like, where is that such and such I gave you? They actually noticed it. I'm saying, if it was nothing sinister about it, why would you be worried that it's not hung up? It's like that told on people to me. Told on people, told on everything. People that tried to tell me I wasn't hearing from God. The devil, he not gonna tell you to throw away something was given to you in the first place to hurt you. That is powerful. Ain't no way no stranger just come to give you that much free shit. I'm telling y'all now. I pray for those that feel like I was still waiting on a personal handout. Sadly, the personal free handouts, my experience with free handouts, it was some kind of like fuckery on the other side of it. I can't even lie, bro. But when I gave people rides, most time they didn't owe me no gas, nothing, bro. And they also was blessed. Nothing weird start happening in their life just because they received something from me, bro. Ain't nobody told me that yet. That's all I'm saying. And it's interesting that if somebody's still sitting around thinking I'm waiting on something for free, I mean, I know for sure it wasn't meant to be. If I don't get it for free these days, how much God had to show me? Every free thing is not good. That quote is actually bullshit. Talking about the best things in life for free. That's because of all the things they've stolen from people, putting curses on shit, giving it to people. It was free for them. They just received some free energy, some type of free clout for looking like they gave you something. And then certain occurrences start happening in your life. And you like, what's going on? Why would I think it was from a cursed couch that somebody gave me, or from a cursed item or object? But I had to get deeper in my research and study and learn that people do that. They'll hold curse something the night before they give it to you. So they think I'm like, oh, ha, 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 she's laughing, bro. Whatever I got to go through so I don't receive curse-free objects, that's fine. I also believe certain resources are cursed, like food stamps. I ain't gonna lie to people. Like, weird stuff has happened after I spent food stamps. Weird stuff has happened after certain resources. I ain't gonna lie, that were quote unquote free. Make that make sense, bro. Because see, anything that bless you, it's gonna show that it blessed you. Your life is blessed probably for quite some years on, especially if you're taking care of it. But just pay more attention, guys. Like, a person always willing and ready to give you some free shit, that don't always mean they're a good person, bro. I asked that person who received what they've been going through. You know, it's all about perception. An illusion is real. Obviously. You like, I gave that person $20. Yeah. Every dollar that they spent, something weird started happening. Did you talk to the person that they gave the $20 to? Literally, they probably can prove it. Like, why would weird stuff happen just because you took something free? Especially if it was offered. Even if you asked for it. There's been times that somebody said, let me get right back to you. It wasn't because they didn't have it right then. I'm telling y'all. They went and probably did something over it and then sent you the cash out. Y'all better stop them. See, they talking about people are social media beggars and Cash App, PayPal. I'm telling y'all, be careful asking for donations and shit. These days, for sure. Asking for it. Oh, just send a donation. See, if you're really blessing somebody, why would they have to keep asking for donations over and over and over and over again anyway? What kind of ministry, what kind of organization are you running? Donation was always offered, but we live in a time the economy is showing. The economy is definitely showing. The proof is in the pudding. Like, you do know it's called a donation because people do that on their own. Like, people ain't never had to ask for it. That's proof. That's proof of what's happening. I'm telling you. They want to make it look like you did your best to help somebody. If you really prayed over that money and blessed somebody, why would their life be whole falling apart? I don't know. It shows with me, like, how as soon as I became aware of something, I started applying that knowledge. Like, no thanks. I don't need nothing else, really. Not from a stranger, not from somebody I know. They be like, here's a beer. What the hell? I can go buy my own beer, bro. What can you offer me these days? Test me. Just test me. You gonna see. When it come from God, I've seen him do miracles. He didn't need to use the hands of anybody else to do anything. I've been walking before and found $20 on the ground. I can't make this up. It's people that been around me when it happened too. That's something I know wasn't cursed. That came from God. What you mean? So, like, I ain't gonna play like I know how he gonna bless me in the future. I just know, like, I'm not quick to, like, accept it from anybody no more. And I've seen this too, because let me talk about it on both sides. I seen a person be selective about who they quote unquote bless, right? And some end up happening to them because God was watching them. Like, you, you didn't have it, but you gave it to another person. Y'all think God don't be saying people do that? That person you gave it to instead end up going through a chaos. They going through something worse after you gave it to them, but they don't know why. Because that person that gave it to you denied it from somebody else. That's why. They denied it to somebody else. Literally, bro. Like, spiritual laws don't change for nobody, bro. Spiritual laws don't change for nobody. Like, you thought because that person didn't know uh it was okay. Like, oh, I can bless who I want to. It's not a blessing, sweetie, when you're being selective about it. All them people that was hungry, and when it was only 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread, I heard everybody that was there ate. God was not selective about who got a piece of fish and bread. Everybody there ate, and it was more left over. They was taking it home. That's why they didn't like Jesus, by the way. He ain't shit like people. But his children may resemble, him. Once upon a time, they were sharing a meme, some kind of video on social media. No offense, but it was of a father. I think I did a topic about it, right? It was a father who had a child by a woman with multiple kids. It's always one of those topics that get people going. So, uh, she might have had 4 kids. He only had one daughter by the kid or one son. So she texted him and was like, "Oh, can you bring some money for the kid or something?" Instead of bringing the money, y'all, he brought the actual food. And he brought one drink and a Happy Meal for his child. He knew she had other kids. So the woman's reaction was, "Why would you just bring food for him?" And he answered her and he said, "Well, that's the only one that's my child." And she was like, "What about my other kids? They hungry." I ain't gonna lie, I ain't that type of woman. Let me keep saying what happened, because I'd rather just not ask a dad at all. Some people might think that's wrong, but I know why I'm like the way I am. You know what I mean? Some people might say that's wrong to not ask a dad what a kid needs just because your other kids might not get it. Like, I wouldn't say it's wrong. I just rather not ask you at all if I know you that type of man. Because you're right. You do not owe the kids that's in the home, uh, if they not your kids. You don't owe them shit, really. I mean, technically, that is true. But let's say if I was a father, though, I don't know. I would be on my baby mama ass more. Like, damn, you need to do something, because when I provide, I'm providing for this child. Tell her in a nice way. Some was in the comments saying maybe he could have took the child to the car or like took him out to eat. That is kind of dirty to just bring him that and the other kids sitting there hungry. But technically, that's not his fault. Wouldn't that be the mother's fault? Like, he told her, ask your other baby daddies. Why would you expect me to feed all of your kids? Which he had a point. Hell, he only had one by you. So people were taking his side, but I was helping people to see, like, you do know if he was with that woman, though, that's what was stupid about it. If that was your whole woman and y'all had a kid together and she had other kids, you wouldn't just buy for that kid if y'all was together. I done seen so many men do that. They take care of people, kid. When they with that woman, they be helping her kids eat. And then when they broke up, that's what I need women to understand. Like, no, he do not owe you nothing. Now y'all broke up. Now his responsibility is just that child. So I just wanted to give a perception from a place that, as one of those kids that might not have received stuff because of stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? I was one of those. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I ain't gonna say I didn't receive, but sometimes it was made very clear. Like, I'm just saying, I'll use my example. Sometimes it was made very clear when I was little, because you are not my child. No, I do not have to give you everything this child get. And the whole time, me and my sister loved each other. Like, we just kids. You feel me? That's when I had commented on it. That's what I was saying about the situation. And there are other people out there that look at it like I do. Like, yeah, I even raised my kids like that. Like, not one of them gets something and the rest don't. So if anything, you gonna see them all without something. If before you see one with something and the rest just like back there hungry, I don't believe in that shit. Like, that means you had money to get them all something. As a matter of fact, I'm the type of woman, I don't even go buy me a pack of cigarettes without getting the kids something. And I mean all the kids. I just firmly believe in it. God know my heart. Them little things that they don't point out, but they know all your flaws. One thing about me, when I go to the store, everybody getting something. Like, even if it's just for me to get a wine or to pick up, and I go get gas and I don't bring the kids in and everybody gets something. Now, I ain't gonna say that wasn't expensive. That is what it is too. Hell yeah, you ain't just even paying $10 for gas. You're buying more shit just because you got kids with you. But that's just the type of woman I am. I don't know. That's the type of mom I am. But they only want to shed light where your kid didn't have something. Let me tell you, kid went without something, like, oh, I saw holes in her socks. I probably had them too. I'm that type of woman. You feel me? Ain't no way you saw holes in my daughter's socks and my socks is all put together. I'm just a realist, y'all. Like, I'm telling the truth as much as I can. Ain't no way you seen my daughter not done, but mine laid, fried, and died. Ever. Ever. Anytime I went to the beauty shop, a girl braided my hair. That's the thing though, like in my life, like if somebody braid my hair and they see I got daughters, 9 times out of 10, they braided their hair too. Or they at least offered. That's just how my life been. I'm just trying to give some examples where I think people can do better at. Cause why are we using my life as the example? If we gonna do that right, bro. Ain't no way a man just finna bring. Actually, I don't know. I never been through that. I'm blessed to say that. You might see some men not around me right now helping. Ask me my whole life. If my baby daddy ever bought one of my daughters a burger because he was coming to bring her something to eat, I was blessed. I don't just talk about the negative things in my life. I had the type of baby daddies. He not just finna pull up with something for that one child he got by me. Never, bro. I don't know if it's because he already know how I am or what. Like, he gonna pull up for something for all the kids. I'm not saying that a man have to. I'm just saying I couldn't believe women was going through that. Or I would just say, like, men on something, they have something to prove. But ladies, think about it. These men, when they single men, they have bills to pay too. They have priorities to take care of. They only get paid so often. You got women out here don't even make money as much money as some of these men trying to say what they should do with their money. I'm tired of saying it. No, you should. I told y'all on another stream. I talked about it. You'll be surprised. It be whole women that's the ones telling a man not to do for their kids, bro. And I would never understand that. But do know Jesus Christ heard him. He be knowing more than what people think because he's God. He see it all. Why would you as a woman ever fix your mouth to encourage some man not to provide for his child? If you don't have kids, maybe you would say some crazy shit like that. But I speak on this type of truth, y'all, like when it comes to how I view life. So yes, I receive all the texts that come with it, to be honest. I just don't believe in it. Like, you might as well tell the woman no. If I was a baby daddy though, because I'm trying to put myself in their shoes. If I was a baby daddy and I only got one kid by a woman, but she got 5 kids, right? I already know the type of heart I have. If you tell me my kid hungry 9 times out of 10, the other kid's hungry. I mean, I would just be a real man about it. You could say, oh, that ain't my responsibility, but I don't know. Be a man. I don't know. I'd just be different. Like, I don't know, baby mom. You need me to help you call your other baby daddies? Because as a man, I can help you check them too. If you got kids with her, I got kids with her. I'd be that. Wouldn't stop me from like helping you if you need it. That's what I'm saying. So let me go back to what I was saying. If you, if I was a man, I had multiple kids. I mean, my baby mama got multiple kids, and she called me and say my one kid hungry. I just know the type of man I be, bro. I see the type of woman I am. That's crazy. I'm probably finna just bring groceries over there. Like, just feed the kids, man. Even if I don't like my baby mama. The hell, why would I just bring it for one? So I can stand before the court and say, well, I took care of mine, Your Honor. I want to have receipts. I probably took care of mine and hers. That's the type of man I be. Because how is it the kids' fault? They'll try to bring that up like, nah, them ain't my kids. 9 times out of 10, you knew she had kids when you made that new baby with her. I bet you that's how people, because they be like, when a woman has multiple kids, should a man provide for the other ones? Ever since they started talking like that, I promise, I've been wanting to call child support. Not my baby daddies, I'm saying. Ever since society has started talking like that, I'm one of those women was like, do I really need child support? I feel like it's bullshit. Like, I don't even want the shit, bro. If they can come out later talking about well, that should have just been used on one child. I'm not saying I'm right or they're wrong. I'm just saying you don't tell me what to do when I got multiple kids and them multiple kids is not just yours. And now you supposed to have control of what I spend my money on because I got multiple kids. But yeah, y'all wouldn't believe the way people try to handle me in life. So I know other women be going through it. For example, you be like, that's why if y'all see that, that's what be going on. If you see a woman with multiple kids, look like JoJo got on better shoes than the other kids. See, I ain't never spoke on nothing like that, but I heard people had been out here speaking on us. Let me break something down, bro. As a woman of God, ain't no way, ain't no way you finna see one of my kids at any given time with some fresh ass Jordans on, and the other one's got on busted up ass shoes, bro. As a woman of God, when have y'all seen it? They tried to make me look like one of those. I ain't never been one of those. Mine might not have on the latest Jordans and shit all the time, but they eating every night. They're got had beds to sleep on most of their lives, bro. Most of their lives. They not even fully grown yet. I'm just telling you right now. Whether I had help or not, you see, you ain't finna see one of mine with no fresh ass J's on, and the other one's got on busted up ass shoes, bro. Ever. That ain't what I'm known as. Most times, if I got holes in my shoes, it's probably we all do. What the hell? It would show a more apparent struggle, if you ask me. Now that's different. You see one just laced up, booted up all the time, and then people ask, "Oh, I like your daughter purse and shoes." Which at one point it was like that. I ain't gonna lie. My daughter had a better purse on than me one day. She was getting compliments everywhere we went at the time. They'll be like, "Oh, I like your purse." I look at who they talking to. They was talking to my daughter. That's if I was just trying to keep up with those type of trends every day. She had the purse because I think she had got it for Christmas. I let her pick which fucking purse she want, and I thought it was cute too, so I bought it for my daughter. But how dare people look on somebody's life and see one of the kids with something nice and swear you struggling somewhere with the other ones, bro? Like it is so hard when you're a single parent of multiple children. But guess what? This is you will make it TV. We wouldn't tell people that if we wasn't already doing it, bro. What you mean? So everybody's parenting struggles is different, or their parenting techniques are different. But when it comes to talking about stuff like that, I can talk about it, bro. They'll say, "Well, I think this, that." That's all you can say, bro. I'm not one of those mothers, bro. Where, well, that's her money. Now, if I got $50 and all the kids hungry, everybody finna eat, bro. And I always been like that, bro. You're not finna tell me, oh, that $50 was just for that one child. I mean, you looking a little too hard, ain't you? I just wanted the states, the governments, all that to know how people been trying to do us out here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Like, it make you not want any type of child support. It like, hey, bro, I do this by myself. Don't always look at a single woman and think she was forced into that position. Maybe there was more less drama. What do you call it? That was more peaceful for her. And trust me, no parent just got 100% peace every day. You know what I mean? But it was more peaceful in a way as like, hey, I'm trying to parent. You feel me? Imagine trying to parent with 20,000 different opinions around you every fucking day. I already been through it. And I've also had people in my kids' life where, I'm just speaking from my experience. If you see, oh no, what these people be talking about? Okay, let me go back to what I'm saying. I had the type of people in my life. Uh, this what I thought was going on. I promise. If they seen I was busy or got my hands full, they would take my daughter and do their hair. Whole daycare teachers. I can't make this up. Do her on the side. I came pick my daughter up one day. My daughter hair was like, it was beautiful. What I did ask her, I said, why you to do my other daughter hair? Not in a way to be funny, but I'm just like, why you only do one of the girls' hair? She was just like, girl, your daughter, the other one wouldn't even let me touch her head. And I knew she wasn't lying because it's like she kind of saw my struggle. Like, if she did that with you, ma'am, do you not think the other daughter do that with me? Like, she just was like that. She don't like, some kids tender headed. They don't like You in they hair every day, every second. Them type of kids, the only thing I could say, you might want to do a style that lasts longer. That way, that I'm not saying it don't need to be done, but you might want to do one to where, if you already know that child don't like their head touched like that, you would do one. See, the whole time you think they'll holler that, let them be kids. But boy, let them come outside without their hair done or with some clothes that don't match, or because sometimes my daughters are just throwing anything. They being kids, right? Don't say that you believe in it, but then you one of the main ones in line judging kids, bro. I swear, I done heard people say that, girl, let them be kids. So how far does it go? What does that even mean, bro? When you thought you was letting them be kids, but the whole time somebody was in secret, snapping secret pictures of the holes in your child's shoe. She had a barrette missing, or she didn't brush her teeth that morning. That's what kids do, right? If you're not paying attention to them like you should be, and staying on to them, making sure they're doing those hygienic things, cleaning up every day. Let's be honest. Some of us let our kids though be kids more than people think they should be. I can say that because look what the kids are going through today. I'm going to let mine be kids. I'm sorry. And when you hear me fussing, mind your business, because if I let them be kids too much, wouldn't they be out of control? I don't know where they got that quote from, let them be kids. You can let them be kids, but if you let it get too far, bro. They said, well, she must not be taking care of the other one as well as the other one. The other one, one of my daughters, she's so particular with her stuff. She don't like nobody touching her stuff. Like, all kids are different, bro. I that never meant at any given time I'm not just taking care of one. So that's retarded. I didn't know how to explain that after so long, but I think I just found the words. Like, when you got whole dads that'll tell you that one ain't mine, this is for her. I'm not one of those, bro. Anything one get, that's crazy. They always got. I switched my routine up for a second too, for a reason. How often I would buy them something, or most moms might say, but nobody control what I buy my kids. Well, I'm saying some of us were forced to. So you had that many people watching your pockets, bro. I said, come on, bro. If my rent alone is $2,000 at any given time, I need at least more than four bands in the bank at all times. That's how I personally would like to live my life. But if people want to see you running out of money, watch your pocket, watching every dollar you spend, I really didn't give a fuck lately. Honestly, you know what I'm saying? If rent alone is $2,000, y'all know people be having bills to pay, but you call yourself watching their money. That is so weird to me, bro. Hold on, boom boom. Here, let me put it on the charger for you. Emma, can you bring me a charger?
What charger?
Maybe there's one in my purse right at the top, or Morgan didn't have one plugged up next to her. No. I think she did do that. She came here and took my charger and fell asleep. I'm gonna do a separate topic about that. Maybe I should do a separate topic. You didn't find one? Is it one plugged up on the side of that chair? Oh, okay. No, it goes to the fan. I guess I would just need a cord. Oh, it is a cord. Okay. I was like, what's going on here? There it is. They're all just missing. I'm speaking on, I don't believe in it, bro. I don't believe in it. For those that's just now tuning in, shout out to you from You Would Make It TV. I'm just talking about that is kind of Judas-ish. I don't know. But I ain't finna do that. Like, oh, I heard it's moms out there like that. They treat I don't know why they was looking for signs of that in me, bro. I ain't never been like that. And I'm one of the kids that actually felt that before. Being left out because I wasn't somebody's child, bro. Why would you think you gonna see signs of that in my life with my kids? You got me messed up. I don't know what to tell these people. Keep looking for the signs, then. Oh, okay. I don't see the cord. Dang it. Let me see, Boo Boo. What are you trying to get?
Mom, I'm stuck.
Get your hand out of there. Thank you. No, thank you. Keep your hand out of there. Okay. Get your baby. You don't want your baby? Get your babies out of there. Somebody told me before, it seemed like no matter what you go through, that was more when my older girls were smaller. And this person knew me a little better than people, but she was like, it seemed like no matter what you go through, your kids always got a lot of toys, right? They can seem little to people. Just listen to the example I'm finna give. And I hadn't thought about it till the person said it. I was like, you right. Like I done went through some crazy struggles, but one thing about it, them kids had millions of toys, bro. People know this about me too. I bet on some of our old photos it's gonna show. Actually, when the babysitters would keep the kids, I would tell them, let the kids, I don't know, I was a different world. Let the kids, they can mess up the house however they want to. I just wanted them to be careful. You're not saying let them mess up the house, but I would dump all these toys out. And I'd come home, it's toys all over their room, all over the living room, even my room. I tell the babysitter, didn't I tell you don't let them go in my room? Them was the funny days. Like, but literally, you tripping over Legos as soon as you walk through the door, Barbie doll legs. Because back then, that's what made them happy. You got to understand, tablets and all that crazy stuff wasn't out yet. So, what made the kids happy back then? Probably something on TV, on cable, making sure they got something to eat before you leave them with the babysitter, and a whole bunch of toys. But I'm talking about mom. I don't know how the setups was when they go to dad's house, to be honest, But mom house, they gonna have some toys because wasn't no tablets and cell phones and shit when my kids was little. I mean, cell phones was here. They was just too little to be interested in Wi-Fi and shit. They had lots of toys, and there were good people in the world that helped contribute to their toy. I don't know how to explain it to y'all. Like, toys everywhere. Even my little baby right now, I know I go through a struggle or two here and there. So she might not have toys from the ceiling to the back room right now because other people are demanding things of me all the time. But what's crazy, she have a pretty strong collection of toys. Like, and uh I think she started here with 2 teddy bears. Come on, bro. She only 2. But she got plenty of toys, and that's what matters to me. I'd rather be focused on do the girls got toys. My older ones, they not so much into toys no more. But the baby gonna have the same type of experience they did. They had toys everywhere. Barbie campers, Barbie dolls, you name it. I know about the toys because of my kids. LOL dolls, many brands. What else did they used to like? Oh yeah, as a girl get older, they like the Ken dolls too. They want the Ken doll to go with the Barbie dolls. Uh Doll clothes. Every time we went to Dollar Tree. That's just the mom I've always been. I don't care if I'm going just to Dollar Tree for bleach and bread, bro. And them girls ain't leaving empty-headed. Literally, they can check the cameras in every store I ever went to, and they need to do that, bro. If we questioning my motherhood, like, I've never went in no store for just me. I just don't know how to be like that when I know how I feel for to be whole left out just because. Oh no, you not. No, we our only responsibility is that one and that one. Them ain't our real daughter, nigga. I was actually one of those kids that they was talking about. So why would I want my kids to go without? Every time one gets something, they all get it. And it's been like that at this point for 14 years, bro. 14 years, bro. Even if my kids, they know, well, I'm going to go get me a Happy Meal and I don't buy y'all nothing. Literally. They need to check every McDonald's, Burger King, Brahms. Really, I'm sure they could just check my I don't think I walk out of any store without spending at least $20. I never realized how blessed I was, bro. Like, really. I mean, I always know I was a blessed lady, but you got parents that don't do that. They go just buy they self something all the time. Like, I know self-care and all that is important, y'all. I'm just saying the reason that I probably looked like I spent more money all the time, or I'm always buy them something before I leave, because I was one of those kids. Like, a person trying to prove a point. That one ain't ours. That one ain't so we ain't gotta spend that. She don't get one. So you just sitting over there, you don't understand what the fuck going on. I ain't gonna lie, and my kids ain't gotta feel like that, bro. Ever. You don't know that feeling until you've been one of them kids. There's some dad or granny or somebody trying to come around and prove every time they buy the other one something that why they don't have to buy you something because you're not one of theirs. I never said nothing, but I'm going to let y'all know kids be seeing that shit. Oh, only that one mine. Them others ain't my responsibility. You know what's funny? That mother probably had them other ones when you got her pregnant with that one. So I don't be wanting to hear that from no man, bro, about my kids. If you feel like the other ones ain't your responsibility, shouldn't you been thinking about that before you got her pregnant? If that wasn't your first child you had with her, that don't. I'm gonna say her first child, if that makes sense. Like if that wasn't her first child, bro. I mean, what's that supposed to mean to me that you don't have to do nothing for the other ones just because y'all had a child, bro? Did I have kids already? Why would they just disappear because I had your child? That ain't how it works for a mother, buddy. As many as they come, we got to take care of them. I thought my voice didn't matter. It matters more than ever today, bro. Like the way people been moving out here. The way people move, I'm concerned, bro. So I just I move silently and independently for now. Cause you can't make me surrender or submit to no shit like that. Well, I'm only bought her some Happy Meals. I ain't gonna be one of those that say where the other one's Happy Meal. I'm just already peeping how you are. Cause me, if I walk through the door, all the kids, when I order DoorDash, Pizza Hut, why would I just say, oh y'all, this her pizza? Well, I do that with my teen sometimes, cause like she get her own shit. Like these are her drinks. This is hers. Literally, like you at an age, I understand that. You at an age, the other ones might ask why we didn't get a skateboard or whatever the hell she got. Well, she's a teen now. You know what I mean? That don't mean you the age that you get what she get all the time. But she ain't gonna look at me and say, why they get that? She understand they little kids. Hell, sometimes she like me. She like, here, y'all can have it. We not a perfect family, but when it comes to what's real, authentic, and fair, yeah, we're that. We're that so much. People have to come around you creating narratives or just make it look like this and that and that. That's weird, bro. I would say the best I can with not making them feel like how I was. You know what I'm saying? Like little feelings I never even talked to nobody about. My kids ain't got to bring it up because we're not making them go through that over here. Anytime one of your sisters gets something, you probably got it too. Lately, I probably buy stuff more selectively. It depends on what they need, but yep, pretty much. Any store we go in, they all invited. What you want at the store? Mom, I thought you just here for gas. What do you want at the store? And then it depends on how much I got. If I got $5, I ain't even asking what y'all got, but I still come out the store. And I ain't saying nothing that cameras can't prove. If it shows on my debit cards, if you can see my account summary, it's gonna show you where I spent money, bro. They tried to just take statements of what I buy for myself. Make that make sense, bro. Then you saying the mother should buy for herself sometimes. Then you get mad when she do. That's weird, bro. And I said sometimes. With me, it's very rarely. I'm not thinking about what I want first. That would have showed a long time ago. It do as far as like what I've been trying to do is business plans as a business lady. Like with come on, bro. What I buy for myself is usually have to do with business. Some business cards, pay for a website, pay for some something to do with a business venture. That's why it showed more like when you just a single mom, like with some of us, it's actually sad that you have to go to that level to show that how you are when you have no help. I might not have as much as everybody had when I had help, but with what I do have, I go broke faster because I'm not finna go in nowhere and just buy me something, knowing I know how they felt. That's weird, bro. Knowing I know how they felt as a kid. That's weird. But some, they just say, no, sweetie, that's why you be exhausted and broke faster. You ain't got to buy them something every time you do. Well, maybe I need therapy for that, bro. I can't see myself buying me food and tell them, y'all gonna eat what we got at home. It's been very rare instances of that. When I got a restaurants, when I got a car, if I'm going to pull up to buy mommy something to eat, even if it's the dollar burgers, they getting something too. I'm just like that. Thank you. Hopefully that makes sense to y'all. Just be who you best you can be. All people can do is paint narratives around the rest, honestly. What y'all think about that? I mean, you can put your opinions in the chat. This is an open discussion. I don't know how I went from talking about Judas to this because it kind of relates, bro. I haven't even got to what like Jesus went through with his childhood. In his childhood, he went through that same thing where sometimes he overlooked because Joseph not sure. Like, bro, is you even my son? And Joseph crazy if he think Jesus wasn't peeping at as a kid. Kids feel everything, bro. Y'all don't want to believe me? Yes. That's why they took that part out the Bible. They don't want you to know that Jesus was treated differently as hell as a kid. He sure was. Not by Mary either. Mary loved her son. I ain't saying Joseph didn't, but Joseph more had to be commanded by an angel just to step up, bro. Don't try to sleep on women now. I'm sure if Mary had to raise Jesus all alone, she was about to do that, bro. An angel of the Lord, just like it say in the book of Matthew. Move. In the book of Matthew, had to tell Joseph, like, command him, hey, bro, you better get over there and help her. And I'm saying Joseph is a good man. Imagine what he would have went through disobeying the angel. Who knows? But still, like, what's the point of saying you obeyed the angel, but Jesus' whole childhood, you treated him different? Like you was trying to let it, because Mary and Joseph had other kids. They sure did. Jesus had a little sister. He had brothers. Okay. I was telling my baby the other day, did you know it even described how Jesus' little sister was the one checking on him a lot. Like other kids can see when you treating another kid different, period. And you got that special sibling that God always seemed to put in a family who is checking on that left out ass child. It's time for generational curses to be broken. And I'm not playing, bro. That's why my life looks so broken. You're in the middle of breaking other shit because it needs to be broken. Should no one child have to take on the responsibility of going to go check on another child all the time because they see how everybody trying to do their other child dirty, period. And just ask kids that grew up in foster homes too, because sometimes that foster home, the kids that's already there, them the biological kids of here, them the biological kids of those parents. The foster kids, the step children, them be the kids just brought in. I'm sorry, I've never gotten well along with people that felt like they was gonna put that up in my face, like these ours. We ain't got to forget your other kids, bro. I only got 4, and the 4th one just came recently. The whole time I had the 3 amigos, if you can't do for all of them, like I never asked people to agree. I didn't give them a chance to. If you already was on some I like this one better. I don't like people doing that. They think they're gonna come in your life and pick which one of your kids they like. Like, bro, did I ask you to do that? At the end of the day, when it's just me, I have to provide for all of them. That's what I remember. People though, when they not their kids, they get to sit in the background talking about which ones they like and don't like, which one they think get away with more, which one they think should and that's people got weird minds. We all kids the whole time. You making kids grow up looking at life how? You know what I'm saying? Because you feel like this one is more special than that one. Oh, the mom ain't really. I just pay attention to stuff like that. They get creative too, trying to make people convinced. That way, when they take your child, they control the narrative around. Oh, girl, I took her child because I feel like she wasn't providing for her like the other ones. Girl, go sit down with them type of narratives around me, bro. When I was actually one of those children, I know exactly how I feel to be left out. Why would you think I'm over here trying to do that to my children and I'm one person? But if I ain't asking for your help too, that's different. You watching a person pockets that literally every time she spends something, she buys something for them babies. Literally, bro. That's who pocket you watching. So yeah, you gonna see that bank account deflate a little faster. You feel me? A lot of women ain't even like me, bro. They sitting up there treating one better just because of who her dad is. I'm not one of those, bro. Like, come on, sweetie, you deserve better treatment because your daddy, he like me. What I look like, bro? Really? That's why they don't bring these conversations to my face, bro. I'ma shut it down, bro, with facts. You better go talk about that in secret. I done had people try to tell me all kind of things like, you let that middle one cry too much. And see, to me, like I said, I ignore ignorance, bro. Ignore is the first word of ignorance. No matter what your opinion is, the state, the government, the culture, they all expect me to raise my children and raise them as correctly as I can. That's what I thought. Oh, but they didn't put the equal word in it. Why I must expect my children to respect the Constitution and they not even being treated equal in society. They not even being treated equal in my house or behind my back. But you want me to make them memorize the Constitution? No, bro, that don't even make sense. What I do tell them about is the Bible. Do know Jesus was treated different than his brothers and sisters, bro. And I don't even think that's right. He could have let that be a reason he turned into a little demon, but he didn't. He still chose to walk in integrity as a grown man, knowing what he went through as a child. Who's to say Jesus wasn't bullied by people behind his parents' back? But read the Bible more. I'll get back with y'all later. Read it more. Jesus himself know that feeling, bro. Back to his little sister though, she was just special. Like she always check on Jesus, bro. She saw how her daddy was treating him different. Kids, I mean, adults are weird, bro. They weird. And that's where I be feeling like kids have way more sense than adults sometimes. And I've admitted right here on my channel, my kids have taught me a lot. Way more how to act more accordingly than these other grown-ups, because they don't make sense. You trying to come in somebody else's household and uplift one child over the other one. We're not playing those games over here. I'm glad they all girls too, because it's not hard. If one was a son, it's easily for somebody to say, oh, she treating him different. And I know they're going to say it. The day I have my son, they're going to be like, I let him get away with more, watch. We got to expect him to be spoiled, though. Like, bro, look how long it took me to finally have a son. I'm going to be telling them when it happened. Don't come over here trying to tell me how to raise my son when it do happen. That's weird. I'm going to teach him some things that I do feel like a lot of people should have taught their sons. Don't even get me started with that. Son, you don't hit girls. Son, you will never be equal to a woman unless you want that woman to be equal to you, and that's going to be your wife. Other than that, the woman is always the weaker vessel. Like, it's just going to be things I'm going to be teaching him at a young age, bro. Son, it's a lot of influences out there. I saw this one girl, shout out to her. She know who she is. She just inspired me a lot. Her son had on a suit every day, bro. Starting at the age of 2, a suit. And I just told her I thought that was so cute. And the church shoes. That's a woman that's preparing her son to be great, bro. You know what I'm saying? Preparing her son to be great. Y'all heard that confirmation. But I just don't have one yet, But with I believe that's important. Like, you don't start that in the household, making some other little girl that's her whole sister feel like she better than her. That's weird, bro. And that's where, like, if y'all hear me and my oldest, we go back and forth sometimes because I need her to understand how I'm not like everybody else. Well, such and such let them do this. Such and such said this. Well, I feel like I should do that. Well, you got to understand I'm your mama and understand where your mama came from. Period, bro.
No, mommy.
Thank you, Boom.
The egg.
Okay, let me bring your eggs. Yeah, understand that your mama was one of them kids. I can't pretend nothing. They never tried to hide it. Like, oh yeah, she ain't one of our. Oh, we brought them something to eat. I was studying people a long time ago, bro. Why would you expect a child to not be more mature at an early age and you already trying to make differences? And I ain't gonna lie, black communities got that bad, bro. That's how it starts. If you had them by one daddy to begin with, how do you have that problem? Now, when it start being multiple daddies, you start going through a whole nother battle as a single parent. But more single parents should talk about it. I'ma normalize it. You will make it TV. All them kids should still have the same educational rights, same liberties, same freedoms. They all kids, bro. And since I can't get the world to see it like that yet, I'm already practicing it. What you mean? Maybe they ain't changed that in the law yet. All kids should be equal. Actually, where are the rights for the children, bro? When they got something to say. I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say, but I'm not finna repeat that type of cycle in my household. I don't care who try to force it on us. But I feel like she should be this. Well, she looks more mature and she's too grown. I done heard it all, bro. Yep, you can say what you want to about them. They're treated equal over here. When my oldest was her little sister's age, they not getting no privileges that she didn't get when she was little. Like, and they can fact check it, bro. She had toys, backpack, just spoiled because she was my first baby too. For a while, it was just her. You ain't gonna tell me she didn't have everything she want, bro. I really thought I was only gonna have one child. You know, this is you will make your TV. I can be open and vulnerable. Some woman might come across this stream and become empowered because she's doing it by herself. You know, they be swearing you supposed to break and not make it because let them incorporate their family generational bullshit on your kids. And I don't have time for that. Oh, well, in my household, we did it like this. All you can do is tell the story, sweetie. You cannot force that on nobody else. That's weird. So now you want the lady's life to look more dangerous because she won't practice your ways. That's all that is, y'all. For those that was wondering. You want everybody to look at that way your story is hidden. Look at how much dangerous your life's supposed to be because they ain't helping you. I don't like that, bro. I don't like it one bit. I don't think it's right. I don't. Soon as I have a son, you don't think they gonna be in my face telling me how to raise him? And I'm telling y'all now, yes, it will be my first son, so please be easy on me. But I still have hopes and dreams. I think he deserves it. Wherever he is, he ain't here yet. He deserves a strong black mother like myself. I would be a great choice. I wouldn't question God when he get here, whether I have a man to help me raise him or not. They don't want to hear us talk like this. This ain't just talk. This is you will make your TV. Come here, mama. Oh yeah, I plan to grow it, stretch it. Even if this channel end, y'all gonna see you will make your TV somewhere else. Cause like what? This is needed, bro. I'm tired of seeing people treat kids different. Some kids be really targeted just because of who their mom and daddy is. Literally. They don't know you the mama. You ain't talked to the daddy in 5 years, but somebody out here think they finna target your daughter because they found out who the daughter. You know what I'm saying? Stupid stuff like that. I'ma target her daughter. That's my man, girl. You can have him if he one of my baby daddies, but you're not. What you're not finna do is sit here and try to make my daughter feel less than life because you think the world revolves around you, sweetie. 9 times out of 10, if you were one of my baby daddies, you're a grown woman already. Who's supposed to still sit around and spoil you? Really? That's that man if he choose to do that. But don't try to take out of my daughter's mouth. And you got too many women doing it. They feel like the man should only raise the ones that's in the household with them. But they thought that part of the discussion was going to be left out when you talking about me. No, ma'am, no, sir. That's crazy, bro. Like how many men sit back letting other women and their insecurities influence whether they provide for their child or not, bro. And really people don't know how stuff like that has affected my life, how it shaped me into who I am and growing me into who I will be in the future. Ain't nobody finna be able to talk me out of providing and doing for my grandkids. I was born to do this. Yep, y'all hearing from the right one. Set the record straight. Because court orders ain't going to do it all the time. Court orders don't involve emotions and insecurities that other people might be walking around with. Literally. That's why I go off in a righteous way. Anger, righteous anger. They didn't know that existed. They said anger was of the devil. Bro, God made us in his image. He gets angry. Just like we laugh for a reason. God laughs. We shed tears. We thought it was a coincidence. God cries. We were made in his image. I'm sorry, not the devil's. What kind of shell do you think demons jump in? They want a whole human, something God created. They want to walk around with somebody with two eyes. They want to walk around in somebody like that, two eyes, a nose, and two ears. Yeah, they want a whole vessel, bro. Y'all know what a vessel is? A temple. That's what demons desire, a whole. And if a demon desires and sees the uniqueness in a whole human being, why would I not see it? Why would you not see it? You got demons. If it ever come to the point where a demon desire your body more than you, see, you don't love your life yet. A demon desires to use you more than you want to have a purpose for yourself. You don't see yourself yet. Don't come over here trying to tell me how to see myself. I don't desire for no demon to overpower me like that just so I can have greatness, bro. I know who I am, created just in God's image. I'm proud of that. I'm learning to love more and more about myself. God, I didn't know I had a mole right there, a beauty mark. I didn't know my pinky toe is shaped like that because I'm paying attention more to myself. Something you can't do if you got too many people around you telling you who you are. God, I didn't know my calf muscles get that big after I walk up hills like this. They sexy too, God. Thank you for the way you created me in your image. Thank you for creating the woman. I think we're beautiful. It's crazy what come out of people's mouth, like out of insecurities and hate, instead of them just telling you, hey, I got a few insecurities, you make me feel some type of way when you walk down the street. Just say that. What are you attacking somebody and their kids for? That'll never be right, no matter what lie you put on top of it. Anybody, even if you ain't talking about me, you ain't got nothing better else to do than sit back feeling insecure about somebody and their children. You could tell it's a bunch of women too, bro. They could be doing better. Sisterhood means we're helping to build the sisterhood. We need all the women in this sisterhood to know that they're beautiful, that they're great, that they're unique, not picking out specific ones talking about what we don't like about them, man. I never thought I would. And really, I don't know who to blame. Because I was going to say maybe it's the men who make women insecure. That ain't their job either. Some of these women don't feel secure without a man. It shows, bro. I'm not here to nail nobody. I'm speaking facts, bro. That's why they man can do whatever to them and they stand with them. Let's call that out. See, I ain't never judged nobody love levels. What you call it? Their capacity of bullshit they'll put up with before they believe a man loved them or not. I'm not one of those, bro. Like if you love him, shit, you love him. No matter what he do to you. No matter how much evidence of cheating you find in his phone, boom, 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 bro. Uh me, me, I'ma get tired real quick. The new me, it don't even feel right no more to sit there and let a man do it. No, bro, that's my responsibility. My happiness, yeah, the Constitution says too, I got a right to the pursuit of happiness. So that all they could do was criticize my pursuits. As a single mother, that's all you can do. But as far as the right to try to pursue happiness, oh, I have that. And I've been using my right. You know, all you can do is put judgments around my rights. It's stupid, bro. I thought judgment was for when I did something right or wrong. How you gonna actually put judgments around my rights? Then I'm not truly free. So that's my responsibility, to know my rights, to know my beauty, to know my weaknesses, to know my strengths. You got people want to know them things about you more than you do. And I don't see how they be like, jealous of what? Baby, you're jealous if you got a big binder full of my weaknesses, and you ain't got no binder about your damn self. That's called jealousy. That's called insecurity, sweetie. You got a binder full of proof of it. The hell? You got a binder full of proof of where my daughter's struggling at, but you ain't got a binder full of resources to help us overcome those struggles. Well, I don't have time to talk to nobody like that. I promise you I don't. Where's the binder of help? Until they get it together, I've been reading my Bible, bro. And they want to criticize that too. Some say, well, if I knew you was a woman of God, I wouldn't even got you pregnant. I know they probably feel like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my Christly like was undercover. I didn't want to show you everything. Maybe you was going to walk away from me one day. Good thing I didn't show you everything. You might have attacked that too. I'm just speaking for the single mothers real quick, bro. Because they all over the world. But they say it's a problem with the women. And it's always taking two to tango. But you say it's something wrong with Jesus because he didn't have a wife, a girlfriend. That don't mean he was gay either. Actually, he told you how he feel about that. So they just had a problem with Jesus, bro. If I didn't learn nothing else reading the Jesus stories, they had a lot of hate in their heart for his teachings. And to this day, they still do. That's why they choose to live otherwise. Don't say it's something wrong with me. I'm a fake Christian. What's fake about me believing in the morals and principles that Christ taught? I'm only a woman, right? A single mother at that, of multiple kids. But don't you ever think you finna wait around and find proof of me treating mine different than the other one? Are you crazy? I remember the day I had each and every one. The oldest was here for a while by herself. That's what I'm telling people. She was your oldest. Like, bro, she's a whole separate years apart from my second daughter. Make it make sense. So your second daughter got her. She was spoiled in her own way. That's your second daughter. But that didn't mean I ever forgot about my first one. And then less than a year later, I was pregnant with my third. It's time I go ahead and tell my testimony so people do see where the goodness of God has always been on my life, bro. No matter what a person had to say. Think they finna sit back and let you talk about them and their kids? So here I go. Me, I'm different. I let them talk, bro. Because I say when them facts come out, what is you lying about? When my third one got here, it's crazy. She was spoiled. Even though her older sister hadn't even turned one yet. I can't make this up. When I had my third daughter, my second wasn't even one yet. And my oldest had just turned 4. You can't make me forget about shit when it comes to my kids. And yes, I did that on purpose. I wanted mine to be raised together. I wanted mine to be raised knowing each other close, having a sisterhood, knowing, yes, there is a world that exists where all of y'all can be treated equal, starting with the Constitution, starting in the USA. No, I'm not finna treat your sister different because she light skinned and you dark skinned. And both of y'all came out of me. If anything, people can learn something about black genetics. Learn about that. And then ask me why I'm not finna treat them different. That's retarded, bro. Ask me what skin tone I was. Because I wasn't always brown like this, y'all. I really wouldn't. I might have been a little lighter tone till I got a certain age, period. Even my third daughter, really, her eyes used to change colors. Those that know me know. Her eyes just don't do that no more. Still, that was supposed to be a reason I treat her different or better than somebody. I don't know. See, life taught me a lot how to live life the way I want to, because sometimes people ain't even doing the right thing, bro. They thought you was supposed to treat one of your daughters better because her eyes changed colors. I thought it was special. I mean, I thought it was beautiful. I took as many pictures as I could. You know better just because your eyes was changing colors. I just kissed on you because I loved you back then. You know what I mean? I love her today. I'm just saying her eyes don't do that no more. It's like God was testing me the whole time. One came out chocolate, then he had two bright ones. So, and then I just had a chocolate drop less than over 2 years ago, and I didn't see that I should treat them different because of some goddamn skin tones. I start that in my home first before I'm on the streets telling people they shouldn't be racist. Literally, bro. And maybe they should listen to me. Look at her daughters. They all different colors, bro. Different ethnicities too. Here, I can only speak for myself though, but their mom is not racist over here. And Jesus wasn't racist. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, I resemble him a lot.
Mommy,
What, boo-boo?
give a tap.
You want your tablet? Here, let me help you. Yeah, like that's weird. My daughters ain't gotta have a whole lot of money in their pocket. That's something I've been taught them. I'm just using my story for example. Like, you can never do nothing to make me hate you, first of all. I'm talking about you can keep testing it, keep testing it, keep testing it, keep testing it. You just testing what I said then. I bet I meant what I said, and you my child. I saw that with God too. Ain't nothing really I can do that he's gonna not just, you know what, I hate Tetasheri. I ain't seen it yet. I ain't seen it yet, bro. Maybe with people, you know, their love is conditional. That's why. As soon as you doing something they don't like, they don't love you no more. Hold on, boo. That's called conditional love, y'all. That's just not something I have for my children. I don't know where the hell I was supposed to, but I don't have that. I was loved by people, bro. They knew we wasn't perfect. They talking about you allowed this and that and you let them get away with that. First of all, I can tell y'all firsthand, most decisions I made, they were conscious as hell, bro. That it had nothing to do with another person. So I know when my kids make those decisions, it don't either, unless it do. Don't get me wrong. I ain't saying it's impossible for a person to influence a child, but it was the same thing with me though. Some influences, some you just want to do the shit. How that mean my parents supposed to stop loving me because you going to go show them a list of my shortcomings, bro? If that ain't intentional division attempts, that's what I'm trying to say. People do be trying to divide families and hide it. That's what you call hiding, throwing rocks and hiding your hands. What? This? Oh, these. Here, open it. Can you open it? Yeah, that's another form of that. Sitting up there trying to turn somebody's sister against them. And I ain't talking about mine. I'm talking about how my girls are sisters. So I'm not finna allow no shit like that in this home. It had to look like what it look like right now. Sound like what it sound like right now. Let everybody get it out their system. But I can stand up for what I'm cool with and what I'm not. You know, you start doing it, you're a bad mom. I don't know why they ever started that bad mom shit with me. We can talk about it. When they don't even know what Jesus went through in his household. Wasn't no CPS back then, so didn't endure it. But I care. I care about God's heart. He probably didn't even know it was that bad out here. Yeah, God, they been out here doing it. You know what I'm saying? Until he walked the earth and human form flesh and see how parents actually is, God saw himself. Oh, okay, so since I'm supposed to be some type of stepchild, Joseph gonna treat me different because Jesus went through it. Think Jesus didn't peep that? And y'all think you can control the narrative in his eyes in modern day time? That was like during the BC times. What you mean? They've been on that favoritism weird shit for ages, bro. And you're not finna put that narrative on me, bro. When I have literally researched this for myself. Even in royal families, like they select the certain ones, you know what I mean? And I don't know what they base that off of, but they really do have many years to like, okay, who gonna be the heir? I mean, they all heirs, but they'll like coordinate who exactly they gonna choose. And they talking to Tetasheri like I don't know that. Even the highest dynasty of royal families do this, bro. Now I ain't gonna call it favoritism, but what do you call it? They select the one they feel like, they look for certain qualities. Cause come on, bro, if you finna take over the whole kingdom, we not just finna pick any one of y'all. We love all our kids, but there's certain qualities you have to possess to take this role or that role. You feel me? And that's where all that sibling bullshit rivalry comes in at. But in royalty, they have no choice but to respect it. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You don't see the brother sitting up there treating his brother different. Like, for example, when did y'all see the Prince Harry and them fight each other? You ain't never heard of that. Maybe when the wives got involved and women's in their little, I told y'all, and I'm a woman, I didn't want to admit it, but these women really be on some bullshit, bro. How you just married into the family? How you gonna come in and talk about what everybody need to do? I'm not trying to be funny now. I respect royalty. But I heard what they was trying to say about Meghan Markle, you know what I mean? And all this confusion they say she was starting. I mean, like, I don't feed into it too much, but don't think I don't hear the rumors. Just like she probably hear about me. And I'm a small town lady. that tells you rumors are inevitable, bro. You doing something right. Everybody know your name? The hell? With a name like mine, though, it was coming. You know what I'm saying? It's very unique. It's very different, like literally. That's what I want to tell people when I talk to my offenders one day. Not defenders, my offenders. Everybody that offended me. Do you know how long it took me to learn how to spell my name? My name is 9 letters long, bro. Like, you know how when a little kid is coming up and they got to learn how to spell their name? The teacher and my mama had to help me. The teachers and at home. Okay? Or you fell behind in class. You just look like that stupid child if you never learn how to spell your name. So they made sure I caught on. But see, the teacher cared enough where it's like, come on, we're going to think of creative ways, whatever we got to do. She actually invested her time. Everybody ain't got a little simple name like Eric or Sarah, where it's only 5 letters and they learn their name. Have respect. Mine was 9. So I was learning how to do, you know what I'm saying, more advanced things, I guess you could say, at an earlier age anyway. Not every kid is learning how to spell a 9, 10 letter name every day, bro. That's just their first name. What you mean? I respect my life. It's like a way that I'm trying to say it. You know what I'm saying? If your name got less than 5 letters, you cannot talk to me about that. How the capacity or rate that a child can learn. You see what I'm saying? I know it took me a minute. Not many subjects I struggle with, but it's so I still remember, like, bro, it wasn't easy to sit there as a little 4-year-old kid learning how to spell my name. Ask me if I thought 30 something years later somebody would try to identity theft a name, bro. All the blood, sweat, and tears I had to put in as a whole child just to learn it. Not how to pronounce it, but how to spell it. You a child, you don't know what's going on. You just trying to learn how to spell it. They had to break mine in sections. I ain't trying to be funny. Like maybe you learn how to spell the first 4 letters, then the last 5, because it was a lot for you. You're a child. Okay? So yeah, I don't think I should just freely let, like I said, I can't control rumors, woo woo woo, whatever the fuck with that stuff with the name. But as far as my name, as long as I respect it, it's reasons I respect it. Period, bro. It's reasons it's respect that was earned already with for this name and with this name. Trust me. But it ain't time to pull out the facts yet. Like I said, all you can do is try to spin narratives around the rest. Some of it true, some of it ain't. I guarantee you that's the truth. I bet it's the parts that ain't that they tried to make look like the truth the most though. I bet you. Like, just let the truth be the truth. I wasn't perfect like nobody else. Why you gotta make the actual lies look like the truth, bro? Where I wasn't perfect was bad enough, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? All of us have shortcomings, weaknesses, like things we outgrew. Why would I need somebody coming around here adding extra tags on it? But people didn't know that Jesus was treated whole different, bro. You learned that at You Will Make It TV tonight. I don't even know if Judas knew Jesus went through that. I don't think he just sat around telling his disciples about his whole childhood. Because, see, by this time in his life, he's in a different type of work. Like, he's in ministry, don't get me wrong, and he's doing teachings, but most of his teachings were about parables. Parables mean, like, made-up stories to give people an example of what you're talking about. That's what a parable is. A story that usually teaches a lesson. It doesn't always have to be true. I wouldn't say that's a folklore. It's a teaching story. Like the ugly that story. Certain stories were written specifically for kids to understand things. You know what I mean? What's another story? The Three Little Pigs. That ain't no damn true story. But people repeat it, don't they? To hell. The Three Little Bears. That is not no true story. But nobody ever asked the teachers why they read that to our kids. Well, I don't have to ask them. I actually appreciate them reading it to the kids. You know what I'm saying? There are other lessons inside of those stories that teach people something. The Three Little Pigs, the Three Little Bears, the Hungry Caterpillar. You think those are just books? Usually the authors have the children in mind when they're writing those children's stories in a way that that child is learning a lesson at the end of the book. Period. What book was written without a lesson on the other side, bro? Even if it wasn't a true story. They be worried about the wrong things. Is it true? I bet you pay attention, because even if it ain't true, why it can't be about you or the next person? That's the thing about a good story. It sounds so good. It sounds true. Anyways, even if it ain't, why don't you apply it to your life and see what happened? You know what I mean? They want to waste their life away just looking at if a story true or not. You're going to waste it. If you're not careful, you're going to waste your life away believing lies and fairy tales. I'm just trying to help people not do that, bro. I told y'all right now, do not do no true life story. What them on the last stream? Oh, don't call yourself doing a true story about my life and you went all in my diary to get it. When diary companies sell it for you to have a place to write your secrets. How disrespectful is that, bro? How disrespectful is that? I don't know. To me, that's so the diary company, they made the money. You had to buy the diary. They ain't giving you your money back. If somebody I might start suing diary companies. Too many people go in my diaries. Maybe it should be your fault. Maybe the diary should have been more secure. Either way you advertise it and promote it as a diary, I'm trusting it to be a diary. They don't control the actions of others either, do they? They said it ain't their responsibility. Once they sell the diary, it's your job to keep it hidden and safe. And I just think it's weird, bro, because diary companies know that diaries is the main thing people come after when they want to know you. When they want to know your secrets, bro. Like, come on, bro. Well, at this point, guess what? I have none. And that's the big secret. It really is. I don't care about that. So, but why are you not talking about the other stuff that's been open? Bro, every store I done pulled up at, where the hell did I just buy me some gas or some car oil? Literally, bro, every dollar I spend come with 10 more, 10, 20 more, 30, 40 more dollars just because I got 4 kids. But I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that's how I spend my money. If you're going to watch my pockets, know what's going on. That way it makes sense to you. Damn, did she just go in one store and I didn't see her come out with nothing but a drink? How she just spent $30? I know they be confused. Maybe because I got 20 cash back, idiot. You act like spending it is only spending it. You can take cash back off a card. It's like, are people dumb? That's why you shouldn't be watching a person finances. You don't even understand that person. That person don't even go in the store to get her a coffee without getting her baby something. That's a real mom, if you ask me. I would say an unselfish one, for sure. Like, and that starts with her kids. I don't feel right getting me a Lipton tea, and they couldn't get them a Snapple or something else. Even if you say we can't buy snacks on the food stamp card, there's healthy snacks, and I'm still not gonna leave the store without buying them something. I shouldn't have went through that when I was little. Then don't try to make me feel like I don't get nothing because I ain't somebody real child. Don't make my mama feel bad about it. But these type of words make people want to fight. I don't be understanding why I have to be silent, and I'm speaking on real shit. And this kid still out here going through that, talking about that ain't my son. That ain't my son. Why should I have to, bro? If you're screwing his mom, yeah, that's your son for as long as you doing it. How about that? If they changed the law to that, maybe more men would stay away from women with kids. How about that? If you know you the type later on to say only that one mine, you a man. Quit making kids all over the country. Then putting videos out there talking about should we have to provide for the other ones that ain't ours? Ask your child how they feel about that. Quit asking the women and grown people. That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't ask the kids how they feel. And Tetasheri, Author Tetasheri, the one that was trying to start reading programs for kids. Oh, I care about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what people mean with that shit. If you knew you don't want to take care of kids that ain't yours, why the hell are you looking at even coming a single mother's way? I've been confused. Then later on, when y'all break up, you talking about them other ones ain't mine. I bring my child some McDonald's. How about you bring that one child some groceries? I bet you all them kids finna eat. That's why I say, even if God put me to the test and I was a man, I'd still be like that, bro. Not to look like man of the year, but hey, bro, I still have hate. I'm telling y'all right now, even if I would have been a man, because the way I would have carried myself would have been different from other men. If anything, I'd be a example for my homeboys. If I'm sitting around my homeboys, nigga, you ain't my homeboy, you don't take care of your kids, you making me look bad. But, men operate different. And you ain't get that, bro, no. Hey, bro, can I get this? Can I get a ride? And you ain't take care of your kids? No, you cannot. That's the kind of man I be. You need more men getting on men ass then. They talking about, yeah, I got a crazy homeboy. Don't take if a man I'm with tell me he got a crazy homeboy, don't take care of his kids. I'ma ask my man, why the hell is that your homeboy? Oh, we grew up together. How the hell y'all grow up together but you're so different? I guess it happens. He take care of his kids. His baby mama told me. Since they want to make life so interesting. Did they know that some of us women are confused, that how some of y'all is friends and you're so goddamn different. Be a leader for your men friends. That's why I don't have no friends. But the ones I had, they didn't mind telling me when I'm wrong. I can tell you that. I had some real friends when I did have them. If I'm wrong, she gonna tell me. I ain't never feared that. I've been raised around people that do not bite their tongue, bro. What's up with all the tongue biting now? You should be proud of me. The only thing different, I don't bite mine no more. So maybe you gotta be lethal. It's so lethal, you gotta stay away from people, bro, because it's gonna come out real if it's a real topic. That's okay. I started me a broadcast, a channel or something. Maybe other people will listen. That shit weird, bro. And I'm trying to encourage people: do not do kids like that. You opening the door to all kind of tragedy, all kind of uncomfortableness kids shouldn't even be feeling. oh well, I think that kid should have this and that. I don't know why she like. It's like y'all be trying to encourage people to have a problem with their own kids. I do not have to listen to you. You confuse people? No, I don't. I don't have to support it either. And my life preaches. I was embarrassed about it at first, but what you embarrassed about things you can't control? Just do your part. You ain't but a mama. How you gonna do the mama and the daddy job? But they'll sit there and try to criticize you for where you couldn't do the daddy job. When did I tell y'all I was trying to do the daddy job? Ever. I can never do that because I'm not a man, right? They'll tell you that. But literally, none of this stuff they be saying makes sense, bro. If you don't even understand it in my life, I'm not different from nobody else. My kids are kids, and I'm a woman like every other woman. How I'm gonna be the mama and the daddy, bro? But I would say I've done a damn good job just trying to do my part, bro. They wanna criticize you for what you missed here and there. What person is just head blown? Even Trump need a system, not with his kids and not with the country. It's like I'm getting that passionate. Like it's coming out of me how I really feel. I look at Donald Trump some days I'm inspired, other days I feel like he don't even understand, bro. Because your life is so different. But you the rule maker. You know what I'm saying? You the lawmaker, bro. So all I can do is be the best me I can be, Donald Trump. For real, bro. Like, for real, bro. Like, bro, you literally had help with your kids, which were your wives and baby mamas. Because he got baby mamas too. But see, Donald Trump is one of those that could be preaching a man a little more too. From what I see, you was there for your kids. I ain't even here to judge you, bro. I'm just trying to see from what I saw. You was there for your kids. They know who you are since they was little kids. And you're a man, right? All right, Donald Trump. But ask them women what it was like raising your kids, raising the kids of a rich man, Donald Trump. Do their opinion matter? Because I bet they got a story. I heard Melania actually, if she ain't got a book out yet, I just heard she might be working on one. I don't know. But I would like to read it. Not to be in a business. I'm looking at shit like that. While women want to be first in line to have a baby by a rich man, why don't y'all ask some of these celebrities what they like? Do you see Krishan Rock right now? It ain't always peaches and cream. So all us ain't just after a man with money. I'm sorry. You thought you could come flash that and say, well, you got multiple kids, you need me. No, I don't. If you bringing the wrong type of influence around my daughters, I'm sorry. I don't care how much money you got. You better off donating it to a charity. I'll go ask the charity for it. Cause like I can't deal with the stupid shit. You telling me, which I know it ain't easy. I'm not saying I know everything. I just feel like those are more women I would like to hear from. And I'm not even in a class yet. What was it like for you raising a rich man's baby? I mean, just because his kids know him don't mean he was there every day. I'm sure to stay rich, he had to stay on the road a lot. What was it like? Ask Princess Diana. And I ain't even trying to be funny. Ask Princess Diana what it was like raising a rich man kids. Why y'all think you ready for everything? You think you competing with me? Ain't no competition over here. I know who I am. When God's ready for me to have more, I have more. But I bet you I was being tested. I was as best as what I could be to my kids as I could be. That's like saying a rich woman shouldn't even have no stresses. She shouldn't have no type of emotional turmoils. I know some of them rich women have to take things to calm their nerves sometimes too. Being a mom, no matter what class what I'm just saying, the rich women should listen to some of us. Now, if you know it was hard to raise your kids and you had babies by a rich man, imagine what a struggling woman's going through. But they like to play crazy. They should be the last ones with their mouth on a struggling parent. Me and God, we've talked about this for a very long time. And he said, the more you trust me, y'all ain't got to go without too long. I'm going to say it in those words. I don't know how to say it to people, but I trust God. Do that mean I can force my kids to? See, that's a real struggle. I don't force their religion. I don't force their beliefs. All they know, they mama trust God. They even think I'm crazy sometimes. What God got to do with it, mama? A lot, y'all. Your mama cannot go put a gun to nobody's head and force them to help us. I know that much. Soon as I start acting like that, baby, they gonna throw your mama in jail. And I'd rather be out here with y'all, even at least. And I might be struggling, but at least I'm with my kids, right? And they act like you sit here and choose where to struggle at. I know some places, like I said, though, it's already struggling enough. Why the fuck is so much crime surrounding it? That's where the places the people go just to get help. So why is there crime in those places? Why is that the places the gangsters and thugs and mobs want to come to? We just trying to make it. Oh, maybe they know that. We just trying. Y'all know this. You will make it TV, but maybe they know that. So maybe they choose certain communities for a reason. You have a better chance at manipulating somebody to do what you want them to do because they're struggling. And a single mom, she gotta watch all that, bro. I know it's somebody out there saying right now, when it come to me, well, she didn't have to do it by herself. Yeah, but what was I going through trying to trust people's influence and help, bro? Did anybody care? They say you're just finding reasons to be unhappy. No, I've experienced joy. That's what's funny. And money didn't have shit to do with it. Like real peace, real joy, real hope. I've experienced it. And then it's like a drug. Like once you get a taste of something, uh, it's kind of like a drug. Like once you get a taste of hope, joy, peace, you gonna always want that. Now that's an addiction they should have been all right with me having. I'm telling you, I've been studying people. They better have their notes ready and make your notes on me make sense. What those are addictions you should want to see me with. I'm chasing happiness. You got a problem with that? And if you can't give me a piece of it, I don't need yours to make me happy. That's what's real beautiful about it. You ain't got to be around me at all. You ain't got to watch me know I exist for me to chase happiness. That's my addiction. I want to chase happiness, peace, joy, love. Did I forget the word love? Oh shit, I'm real addicted to that. I'm real addicted to that. I ain't gonna lie to people. And not that fake ass conditional love. No. That actually is what I vomit up now. Even if I try to swallow it, it come right the fuck back up because it ain't real. God said, stop talking cliche. Talk from your heart. The people need to hear it. They want to be quick first in line to tell you if you love your child or not. That's where they have me real fucked up, bro. Real messed up. Because I done actually seen parents, like, I ain't gonna say seen the parents. I listen to the kids, bro. Ask some of these kids, do they feel loved by certain people? And I know I'm being tested. I'm being tested every day too. Because I already explained to my daughters, I'm not trying to buy y'all love. Like, how much do I have to have for you to believe that I love you? That's God testing y'all too. Your mama shouldn't have to give you something every time she tell you she love you for you to believe it. Because then it's like I'm trying to buy your love. What do you need from me? What haven't mommy gave up for you? A place, a job, anything. We can let that shit go if it's hurting us. I promise you can. We can. This single mother, we can let it go. So I'm gonna let the rest of the story tell itself too, because that's crazy, bro. Like people being held to certain situations or generational cycles that actually can be prevented is very real. Like people actually trying to hold you to this shit, trying to make you stay or control how you feel. Bro, you can't do that. You gonna control how I feel about something I pushed out? You can control how you feel. You sure can. And I can understand better too. Hell, the more I understand better, the better I know who I want my kids around or not. But they say you crazy for being more selective about it. Cause maybe they can't see that well. They just kids. I'll be pointing out certain shit all day long. Like, sweetie, if your hair gotta be done for a person to accept you, I'm gonna tell you right now, that's not a person I want you around. Yeah, little girls deserve to have their hair done. I do believe in it. But I'm saying, if you smell like a dirty fish, if somebody that love you, first of all, they're gonna tell you. They're gonna try to help you get you some soap and make sure you get a bath. They ain't got time to sit around talking about you stink. They love you, don't they? Mm. A person that love you, shit, they're trying to do your hair. They ain't got time to be sitting around telling people how nappy it was when they saw you. You know, that's why I feel like God literally used me to test people, bro. He used certain great circumstances that I was going through, certain great struggles and sufferings, because I can show better than I can tell them. I've actually been a part of organizations that paid they wanted to do. It was called like confidence building, literally, bro. Not confidence building, but that's what they did. They travel. They probably still out there. I'm gonna try to find them. Cause now I'm You Will Make It TV. They might actually want to work with me. I never thought about that. But and not as far as getting my hair done. But I was one of those women, and it's crazy. They had cute. It was really cute. That's when I got it cut or whatever. I haven't had my hair cut in a minute. It was cut into a really cute style. And really the lady didn't know if she could do it at first because I was ethnic. I was a black woman and she was used to dealing with certain type of hair, but it built both of our confidence by the end of it. Like, she did the best she could, and I'm in the mirror. She like, this much? I'm like, don't cut that much. Okay, yeah. A little lower in the back. Like, we guided each other through it, and her job was done. I think they did the nails. It was like a spa, the nails and the hair. Every woman, and I witnessed this with my own eyes, every woman that showed up for that event, they left with a new hairstyle, a new makeover. That's what it's called, y'all, a makeover. If you wanted it. But this is literally what they accept donations for and actually travel and help women do. See, they was trying to bring me back to second grade level. What? Do you know what I've already seen people out here doing? And they were women too. They didn't have time to be sitting around talking about what a woman going through. They believe a woman should have certain things, that contribute to her confidence, especially if she have children. They don't want to see women out here with broken ass confidence and they raising daughters. I don't know what's wrong with these people out here. But they expect you to not find it suspicious. That's weird, bro. Well, they might say, well, we ain't no organization. That's not our job to contribute to your confidence. Just know those programs would be proud to see some of us today. Like, you mean to tell me we went from doing you a makeover one day to You Will Make It TV now? Yep. They probably already see me. I don't know, y'all. I don't be paying attention to who come and show my channel love, honestly. But it's kind of embarrassing for people to put that kind of time and effort into your life and showing you love in that way and maybe they see it. You got a team of people later on doing their hardest to break your confidence. No, ma'am, no, sir. I think people would just donate, and the people would offer, the hairdressers, those were volunteers. They were good at what they do, though. I say every barbershop and salon should give a free day of haircuts. And the way the world is turning, why don't you do that? If they can come in and prove they homeless or prove they going through some type of struggle, they better be glad I ain't got a salon. We definitely would probably do free hair days. I just know my heart. It probably like once a month. How my business doing so well, like I'm saying on Facebook and Instagram, and I can't offer no free day of shit for the homeless? Huh? Lowe's, Home Depot, Family Dollar, you name the company. They should all have a free day just for the homeless. It should actually be required. But they say they're trying to get homeless off the streets. Come on, bro. Sorry, y'all. I'm still here. I just get passionate about these type of topics. We're going in 7 hours. I know it's 3 a.m., but I might go a little longer. It don't matter. It's Sunday morning to some people. And Sunday mornings, how I was raised, really, I'd be asleep getting ready for church in the morning. And I'm not mad about it. I don't regret it. I don't regret a goddamn thing. That's the problem. You got people trying to keep making you regret. They just hope deep inside. Maybe if I get her to regret her life, she'll slow down with her purpose. And that's just not how this works. That's not even how that works in the spirit, bro. I just wanted people to know, for every time you put in a disencouragement, God got an angel somewhere already ready to encourage me again. I've been really getting a built up faith here lately. So what's the point? You wasting all your time trying to discourage somebody. You don't know who God using to encourage somebody. Just know it don't stop at you. And all you had to offer was discouragement, disgrace, discontentment. All these words start with D. But I am very divine. That starts with D too. I'm very determined as well. That starts with a D. You know what I mean? It's how you look at your life. Thank you, God. It ain't no better way he could have used to like help me see myself better. I just thought what was me was when I looked in the mirror once upon a time. At least I'm willing to admit it. I thought that's all that came with me, what I see in the mirror. That wasn't even it, y'all. That wasn't even close to all I was. Now I got a mirror that helps me see my heart every day. And you want to know what that mirror is, y'all? To be honest, my babies. I bet you the devil know it. He know what I love more than anything in this world. Why else would you play with me like that? Why would you play with any mother like that? The devil know exactly what he got a problem with it. Like, oh, she's starting to look at her kids as a mirror. Yep. What's wrong with that? They helped me to see what I was probably missing when I was little, where I can do better. Sometimes they even look like me. I don't know what be going on, but it's like they're a mirror, you know? I think it's in the chair, right here on the side of the chair. Pretty much, I see myself in 4 different ways every time I look at my daughters. Please stay away from my daughters if your intentions ain't good. I said it the nicest way I could say. Otherwise, you look like you trying to take my mirror away from me and just tell me who I am. It looks like God already did his part. I got 4 beautiful daughters with very beautiful hearts. So, like my third daughter, people don't know my story, bro. She was almost like, I wouldn't say by choice, but I had considered adoption. I even considered abortion. My story might not be other women's where they actually had to have an abortion or actually had to put their child up for adoption, but it was almost me with my third daughter. So I'm just tired of letting people play with me and say anything when they don't know what the hell they're talking about. There were people back in 2014 who actually wanted to see Tetasheri win. Tetasheri didn't have to have every dime in her pocket. But if I needed some support, they told me to come see them. You know what I'm saying? If I needed a car seat, anything, bro. They weren't just quick in line to try to take my daughter. That's what I'm saying. I ain't never experienced no shit like that till lately. Really. Whole counselors, it's like if you need to talk, I'm here. Everybody didn't have to know your business. But maybe you just felt like, man, I'm for a third one. And now look at God. I've had a fourth one. And they all here right now with their mama. So there were people along the way that saw that, you know, how the devil was trying to use poverty and struggle years ago as a whole reason why he beat her as a mama, but you know that you got pregnant, probably not intentionally all the time, but you know you got pregnant and you had no problem caring for your baby when you get her. But what is there to care for when somebody always pulling at your energy, your financial energy, anything about you? Ask me how long I've been going through that though, y'all. Why people like, she looks so calm while she going through it now. Wouldn't you say that's been going on for a while then? My mom might not even know that. Like, yes, mom, I had people in secret that were willing to help me, whether it came to adoption or just help me if I chose to keep my baby. There are women that support women. I want to know what's happening to the country that people don't like to see that no more. I was just confused, bro. For a second, I had to snap out of it. Like, bro, you remember who you are. You remember how far you came. And if other women need to hear my story, then here we are. This is You Will Make It TV. I've just never been in a state of mind where, I don't know, nothing ever got that bad to me with another person where I got to come at their kids' confidence. You're a real insecure person. I got to come at their kid finances, their kids' future, the narratives that surround their very children, bro. I've never been an insecure. That's why you ain't heard nobody say that I've come at their kids like that. Challenge me. Challenge me face to face with that bullshit. Cause like they gotta be some shit behind the scenes, a person talking. Yeah. Have you carried a car seat? My 1-year-old wasn't even walking yet. I already been through those stages, y'all. My new baby, I'm gonna be all right. It just had been a minute since I had one, but I'm gonna be all right. I done already carried a car seat while her sister, the other sister, couldn't walk. They're 11 months apart. While the 4-year-old, she still little. She still needed my guidance type shit. Yeah, and back then, yeah, you still thought you was the bomb. Obviously, men thought so too. You know what I'm saying? I just had a lot of different experience that shaped me into what I was. But even then, I didn't need a man to tell me you doing that damn shit. You a girl. Even when the kids wasn't theirs, you had men before women was in line sometimes telling you you're a damn good mom. I wish my baby mama was like you. But see, I'm just not here to try to piss nobody off. But a few of men done already told me. I ain't got to name no names. It be like the little things. Like you might not have all the money I done seen women with, but I see the patience and the time you take out with your daughters, literally. If nobody else know that, it's some men out there already know that about me, bro. I don't know what y'all trying to say. It's crazy. Yeah, you can judge other things. You know, and it just starts to look generational when they tried to say the same shit about your mama and her mama and her mama. A lot of people don't know that my great grandmother had 12 kids. You talking to somebody that know this. And I still don't think that no matter how many kids you have, there's room for favoritism, bro. If you feel like somebody wasn't patient enough with you when you was young, why would you give up so quick on your daughter? And why would that be a crime that I don't? It's weird, bro. They're calling good evil and evil good. They talking about every scripture but the one that say vengeance is the Lord's. They don't want to talk about that one. Too many people trying to control the vengeance that happens over somebody's life, bro. They give up on people too easy. People that didn't have time to grow and get to know themselves yet. Now you can judge me because now I've had more time to grow and know myself. Now ask me who I am. But with my kids, you're not finna play with them like that. They're still kids. Like a lot of y'all kids. You know what I'm saying? I encourage more parents in America, give your kids some time. Don't expect them to just catch on what you said the first time. But with some of this stuff that's going on out here, they have to catch on the first time. That's how dangerous it is. So you got to talk with a little more assertiveness and authority when you say what you saying the first time now. Depending on what age they are. You got teens that hold wait till their parents go to sleep, stealing cars, forget we know they sneak in and out the windows, all that crazy stuff too. But what about those teens that took their parents' cars, through a big ass party while their parents out of town? You know, to me they still kids though. They teenagers, but they kids. They do crazy shit as teenagers. I heard some parents, they kid threw a whole party while they try to go on vacation with their husband. That ain't just on movies. These kids out here doing it crazy shit. Like, yeah, party at my house this weekend, but none of the kids asking, like, where your parents at? My parent always told me it got to be a chaperone there. And I'm like, Mom, there's usually not a chaperone at the parties. But she was already aware. That's why she said it. Some of the parties it was, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, those were the ones I was allowed to go to. Honestly, me personally, my friends would look at me like, why your mama talking about a chaperone got to be there? Cause that's what she said, nigga. I was telling them back then. Why you questioning what my mom said? Why your mama not worried about it? Half the shit y'all was out there doing. They want to talk about the daughters. Y'all better get y'all grown sons. Check their phones. Forget they wives checking them. Let the mamas get in their phones. They talking about, I'm a grown man. I don't need my mama to go through my phone. Obviously, we do. Because who's doing all the stupid shit? It's weird. Go through your son's phones, even if they grown. Then you can come talk to us about our daughters. Because trust me, if you taught him so damn well, it shouldn't be no weird shit in his phone. Man, it's just a day in the world I thought I'd never see. Like, understand it the way that I understand it. And instead, people want young girls to still feel like they Jezebels. You got me fucked up. I know the story of Jezebel, bro. She was also a queen, bro. It's just a lot of different things about her story that y'all don't talk about. You just saying the word Jezebel. Quit even speaking that spirit up. You do know it's a spirit for real, right? Don't speak it up around me and my daughters no more. Or something wrong with you to me. That's crazy. Well, if you're gonna call somebody a Jezebel, just make sure the person that you're calling them that to understands who Jezebel was and how she actually was trying to hurt the people of God, bro. She intentionally set them up. That's what Jezebel known to do. She had a real strong distaste for women who love God. Y'all better go read their story. We're just letting people tell y'all people Jezebels. That's something they say to isolate a person, ain't it? But they want to be all in their secret bedroom life. Talking about, oh, we was just trying to watch her. Why you didn't tell the mama that? That shit is weird, bro. I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say, but people would say, oh, I was just being nosy because I was just trying to watch. And you never came and talked to the mother or the father? Nigga, something ain't right about that. Huh? Yeah, that's why they want me to shut up. Nigga, I'm one of them kids. It's like if you give them too much space, that could be dangerous. If you try to shield them too much, that could be dangerous. They still gonna want space. You know what I'm saying? So if you ain't a parent or been a parent of a daughter, you really got to shut up. And if you one of them parents that had a whole village and everybody supported and took the time to call your daughter beautiful every day, you can't compare your life to mine, baby. Some of us, we was just one army soldiers, nigga, doing the best we could. And God saw that. That's why he ain't left our sides. You want to compete with what you had more than a person. That's people problem, bro. Oh, I had more than her, so that gives me the right to judge her. Actually, that puts you in a whole nother category to where you can't, sister. Did you just admit you had more than that person? Oh, okay. Miss Showboat, Mr. Showboat, Showtime. Them Showtime people ain't as Showtime as y'all think. You got so much showtime, you got time to be in somebody else's life and business, but you ain't got enough showtime to help them. So we really can't listen to y'all for too long. I don't even think you deserve my showtime no more. My what? I'm one less person in the audience with them type of people. You ain't got to worry about me. There's more popcorn for the rest. You got to laugh at it, bro. Literally, to keep from crying. The people's minds about kids to begin with ain't even right to me. Like, and they ain't gonna tell me it's right. It wasn't right about me when I was a kid. You too busy worried about how oh, that's not one of ours, so she don't get as much. Thank God my mom never stopped providing for me, or I wouldn't have had shit. The way people walk around. Oh yeah, her, my sister. It's a few people. Others, they just pretending. That's why now that my grandma gone, people showing more of their true colors. I don't like people like that. You only like the kids in front of somebody. Trust me, I have the type of spiritual senses. I'm gonna be able to sniff you out, bro. You better be hidden or undercover, mysterious, behind my back. Cause in my face, I'm gonna be able to sniff you out, bro. Otherwise, why have I walked away from so much as it is? I'm talking about it wasn't easy to turn my back, but every time it's getting more and more easy to pivot. I just turn my foot and it's over. So who's stalking who harassing who worried about who? I can give my opinions and speak out loud when people wrong. Wrong is two left shoes. I'm worried about what shoes I got on. They might got on Jimmy Choos, but are they right? Where they get the money to get theirs? Cause me, I ain't never stole no shoes, bro, from nobody. I'm gonna wear the same pair for 2 years before I go there. Why you think you see me with the same pair on? How can I make this shit up, bro? Some people saw it just through the social media pictures. Damn, she still got that sweater? Yep. She still wearing that old necklace? Yep. But where is that stealing at? Where is that me practicing stealing in front of my kids? They lies don't even make sense, bro. Every thief I ever knew, they doing great. That's weird, bro. They was always they gonna go steal before they go without, or before they were the same thing over and over again. Come on, bro. Every thief I know, she keep her nails done. You worried about what I got on? How about you listen to the word of God when somebody is actually trying to extend it? Yeah, God already knew how y'all was gonna be. That's why He selects certain ones. And when it's one of my daughters one day, I can be humble enough to shut up and listen, especially if I witness what you went through. I want to hear how God is using you. I want to see. I'm gonna be appalled. I want to be first in line. Is that my daughter talking like that now? Hey, man, that's going to be me, y'all. Y'all don't give people enough time to grow or experience life. And then if you're going to try to control the experiences they having, you sure need to shut up and quit pretending they didn't have them. Quit pretending y'all kids ain't had no experiences. I'm tired of it. So when they ready to stand up and speak, shut the hell up. Shut up. It's a way you speak. Yeah, I believe that. It is a way you speak and communicate. I'm working on that more and more every day. But that don't mean you don't have something to say. That's overdue. It's overdue speaking on it, as a matter of fact. You got foster kids in there right now being treated different. I guarantee you do. That's why they one of the top kids that do not feel love by the time it's time for them to graduate out of there. They don't even know the sense of real love no more. They never felt it. What you mean? You can't compare yourself to some of us. So when we say we felt love when we found God, maybe you should believe some people. Because who else you was finna say showed it to them? God allows that so that He has that person whole heart. So that when that person is extending love to somebody and they say it's from the love of God in their heart, they mean it. They didn't even have that. But I was just saying I'm addicted to it ever since I felt it. Ever since God touched me, I wanted more. I can't say that about a lot of people. You feel me? How did you touch me? Did you rub me wrong? God ain't never did that. Oh yeah, don't worry. The same way I talk on here, my kids hear me talk all the time. It's just a matter of faith is everybody's own choice. I cannot force them to believe in God. That's crazy. I feel like I'm taking your free will from you. Be a kid. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying the people that raise their kids in church is wrong either. That's why they have children's ministry. They got a whole nother separate area where the kids go. And they still get to be kids over there. At last I checked. Shouldn't be anything inappropriate going on. It's the children's ministry. I was invited to help at one recently, but guess what? Even though I didn't make it, I want that man to know I feel love, and I'ma never forget about that church. Just because it had been a long time since somebody extended, that type of invitation to me. I'm not gonna say with kids, just like in a church type setting. The last place tried to tell you, oh, we already got somebody over there. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I just was saying I can help. Literally, I already been through that type of rejection, bro. But the person was cool with staying around you, hearing your ideas of what they can do, but they didn't want you helping at the church. I done already seen how people is. It's funny. I wasn't even gonna. There wasn't no position they was gonna have to pay me for either. Like I was willing to do it voluntarily. Like come bring some ideas in the children's ministry. I guess they told themselves, we don't need her ideas. What is she trying to say? People are weird. It's not about you, ma'am. You're a grown ass woman. It's about the kids. It's like you be having to remind them what they look like, acting a certain way. Kids don't need to be around people like that. And all y'all that's been talking about people in front of kids, because I'm guilty too. But please don't think that's only in one household. I'm here to talk as a collective. You better know if my child done went and said something about me, what you think your kid's doing? You just don't know about it yet. A lot of y'all gonna find out when them kids get older. It is what it is. Uh, don't get mad at the kids is what I'm saying. You do have to teach them, household business is y'all business, woo woo woo. But like, if y'all think some of y'all kids ain't went, I wouldn't care if it's at school. Cause I witnessed it one day. A little girl was right there in the office. I was just there to pick my daughter up. She was already telling on her parents. It was the top of the morning. I ain't even finna repeat what she said because I actually respect people privacy. This baby had on clean clothes. Like what she said, just looking at her, you wouldn't even thought she was going through that. That's what I'm saying. No bruises, no red marks. Every hair was laid in place. Her shoes was clean as hell. So y'all thought because of a child's appearance, oh yeah, I've been meaning to preach on this one. Just because a child got on holes in their shoes don't mean their parent is bad. And just because a child is laced up from the top through the rooty fruity don't mean her parents is right. You don't know what her parents do to get that money? To keep her in the latest shoes and clothes, do you? You just said, she's a better parent. Look how her daughter be looking. What, boo? That's why I been got at all of this stupid stuff, bro. Sometimes you just relax on purpose just to see where people head and heart at. You know what I mean? And I can't admit that. Why don't you relax, my child? I want to show you some things about people anyway. Because why is they in your business? Ain't nothing. If you really concerned about the kids, why you ain't extended a hand to help yet? But your mouth wide open to speak on somebody's kids. And I know that I'm talking about what I seen with my own eyes, bro. Like that baby was already in her in the top of the morning telling on her parents. She wasn't telling on both of them. She was telling on one of them, to be honest. That's why they asked her, do your mama know? Or something like that. They had to tell me to step out the office because sometimes a kid don't wait till ain't nobody around. When they trying to say something, they don't give a damn who listening, who might hear it. Trust me, I know. But I was just reminding people, you do know that's all kids, don't you? And y'all mouth be wide open on another person. Some of these people that's done talked about me, they don't know their kid came in secret and gave me $1. This literally happened to me recently, bro. And I said, nah, baby, what you giving me that for? The kid said, I don't know. It's just for you, Miss Sherry. Straight up. Like God was showing me something in that moment. Some of y'all is trying to convince y'all kids to hate people and they just won't. You know what I mean? Like me, I ain't just told my kids hate nobody. I might say keep our business conservative, stop talking to certain people without my permission and shit like that, because you're still a kid. But I ain't never just straight up them have a recording of me telling my kid, I want you to hate somebody with me. Never, nigga. Never. To this day. Because I don't teach my kids that. To hate somebody because I don't like them. I might dislike a person and how they live their life all day long. What they got to do with us, kid? That's what I'm teaching my kids. What they household got to do with us. Well, mommy, she said this about you. It's like, that's when it start confusion. You want my child more worried about what you think about me than I want for her education or what I want her to be living a kid, bro. I want her to be being a kid, not hearing how you feel about me every day. But people thought you the one out here being messy. All right. These things need to be spoken on. If God didn't give me the green light, I wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even be breathing, bro. As many attempts been made against my life, y'all better listen to those type. Whether it was in secret or openly. You don't know what all I've been through. Why they want me gone? I think it's time to talk. What is there scared to talk? Okay, you trying to stand up for children, bro? Don't let me find out. And my own, I'ma always have a right to do that. If you show me where it ain't proof of people been trying to silence me about my own kids, then we can talk. You got to experience what I've been through first. That's stupid, bro. And they like, why that person staying away from everybody? That's the whole reason. Don't you think? Ain't seen something done before. Don't make that person weird. Actually, somebody needed to do something new. How else is cycles and shit broken? That's stupid, bro. That's like seeing a person that don't drink in a family full of drinkers talking about that's the weird one. Come on, bro. That person the only one doing something everybody ain't seen. Keep trying to make that narrative real. Without money in her pocket, bro. That's real. God just wanted people to see. Yeah, they favorite ones, the bullies, always been the one that got less than everybody, bro. You ain't bullying nobody on top, is you? I don't know why y'all playing hide and seek this late at night anyway. See, that's kids. I might have to tell them chill out. But in here, they can be free. Really. I'm not one of those moms. It's 10 o'clock. But I'm not saying that's right. But, 1 minute y'all saying let them be kids. The next, well, he ain't sleep. Worry about your own household. Let your kids be kids. Because one day, trust me, when they get in the corporate world, turn 18, they going to expect them. You ain't going to have to tell them to go to sleep. They got to go to work in the morning. Let them be kids. You only kids once. But, if you busy trying to control the mama, you really controlling them, ain't you? Don't nobody work hard to go live alone for somebody to still be trying to do that. That is so stupid, bro. It's just stupid. That's all I can call it right now. I ignore ignorance. How that mean you don't know? You can only be ignorant of something. Let me see. Like, how can you be ignorant of something that you're not aware of? Or how can you be ignorant of something if you're aware of it? But it go both ways. That's stupid, bro. That's why I feel like people do create situations just to get a response out of you. It took me a long time to catch on, but boy, I'm making an A+ in that area of my life now. They be trying to, so they can say, well, this what I would have did, just telling on themselves. Ain't no way I'd be calm. We know. That's why you not me. Ain't nobody in your life trying to create situations, are they? That's why you not me. You sitting up here hollering about, if that was my daughter, woo, 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 woo. But it ain't. And where is y'all daughters? I want to talk to them alone. Like you think you doing with mine. Ain't no telling what the hell I might find out. You know what I'm saying? But I don't do that. I don't talk to people, kids in secret. Unless they just want to talk. But like the ones that have talked to me, they really could trust me. I didn't go back to their parent and tell them what they said. That's how trustworthy I am. I ain't here to prove that to nobody either. If I was there for that kid at the moment, I was there for that kid. But I swear they trying to look for gold medals and awards for talking to your kid in secret. And you ain't even spoke on who kids and what you heard them say yet. Whether they was talking about their parents or just talking. Like, damn, your child talk like that? Yeah. Yeah, so they had to come in and do like, bro, quit. They want to say it only for some people. Oh, kids off limits. Oh, I've been felt like that. You just not me. You said what you would have did about something. That's how you know that anybody say some shit like that, they probably had something to do with setting it up. You quick, you the first one in line time. Girl, if that was my daughter, yeah. Man, I don't do the half of shit what y'all would have did if it's your daughter. I know, and it shows. First of all, you wouldn't even walk away from an abusive man. You probably would believe that man over your daughter. Nigga, I'm not one of those. I'm sorry. This is you will make it TV. How I'm going to make it and I'm staying trapped in a cycle with an abusive man and my daughter's watching it every day. So say what you want while I'm by myself. At least I'm by myself. I ain't in it. That's an elevation. I ain't going through that no more. And I ain't got to no more. You know what I'm saying? They can keep trying to trap you in toxic men cycles. You can't make me go through that if I don't want to. People are weird, bro. Every mother you see by herself, applaud her, pat her on the back, bro. You never know why she by herself. Did the daddy die? Did the daddy, was he abusive? See, they been speaking on women too much. I'm sick of it, bro. Talking about we run into government assistance. Thank God it was there for some of these women because didn't nobody else care. What you mean? I never said the government was more perfect than the village was, but like I said, even if it was for a temporary moment, thank God. Y'all starting to make me think some of this government assistance is cursed too. Why are people steady going through cycles of shit if they getting so much help from the government, bro? Make that make sense. I ain't trying to be funny, but like I said, you're making me wondering. Do you curse the food stamps before you put them on my card? Do you say a chant over the cash assistance in the Medicaid so you can do other stupid shit? Maybe a person needed that assistance to begin with because they was already going through stupid shit. You know, I try to say it without cussing, but yeah, it'll make you mad. The truth will set you free, but it make you mad first. It depends on what it is. The fuck? Don't tell me I can't cuss about no stupid shit. And they been out here cussing and talking about you. And then told you, well, she should be cussing. But damn, how much do we take? And just stay peaceful, turn the other cheek all day long. I can turn my cheek, but I ain't got to shut up. Now that's asking too much. You want me to turn my cheek and be silent? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy work. What y'all call it crazy work? Now that's crazy work. Yes, we believe in turning our cheek, but God never said shut up. If anything, he said cry loud and spur not. Don't spur a single one of them goddamn sinners. Don't do it. Cause look, you let a person skate get a little mile. What they say, you give them an inch, they take a mile, bro. Sitting up there not crying loud and spurring not. You better cry loud and spur not. The devil gonna do it and with lies. He gonna be loud as hell with them. An exaggerated ass lie is even worse. You put dressing on it. You supposed to put dressing on turkey, not a goddamn lie. Somebody need to speak up boldly in the Lord. God, like, that's okay if you got to cuss. Don't worry, I got his permission already. I don't know who people think they are. As long as you speak the truth, my child. You got some won't even do that. The hell? I'm sorry. I'm sick of that, bro. Trying to play like you didn't have favoritisms. And that don't affect people's mental health. All I'm saying is I don't want that in my household. Who keeps trying to force it? Oh yeah, we can get to her oldest. I forgive them already though, y'all. I forgive everybody who hurt me intentionally or unintentionally. I was just saying, when is forgiveness on the table for me? Because it seems like they still think vengeance is not the Lord's. You still coming for me though. I said, God, I know you said forgive a man 70 times 7. Is there any more room for me? They want to talk about every scripture but them forgiveness ones, because then that would mean they have to give up their dumb shit. Because you forgave me, right? Yeah, they want to talk about every other scripture, baby. Let's talk about forgiveness, all of us. Everybody's still walking around here holding, no, yeah, this person did, this person did. Nigga, I speak facts for a reason. I've been forgave people. What you try to do is create new things for me to heal from. Like I can't keep forgiving you. Point, it's abuse, bro. You just want to see them forgive you over and over again. Well, don't think my blessing ain't on the other side, and don't think you not helping me to receive it. You know what I mean? You just want to see a person forget. That's what they was doing to Jesus, just doing stupid. Like, oh, so do you forgive this? Do you forgive that? Yeah, we just hung you on the cross. You forgive that too? Just mocking them. Yeah, we whipping you. We kicking you. We pierced you in your side. Do you forgive us, Jesus? Yeah, I'm here to let y'all know he forgave y'all. That's why he said, Father, forgive them. They know not what they do. That didn't mean there's no judgment. Literally, some of y'all is them Roman Catholic ancestors. You just don't know it. You them Roman soldiers' ancestors right now. We can tell who my ancestors was. They was some forgiving motherfuckers. I guarantee you that. That's why we played with so much. I don't know why people take forgiveness as a weakness though. Like it take a whole strong person to forgive, don't it? It's crazy. Why you want to keep playing with people? You see me over here teaching my kids forgiveness. How you expect them to understand it? So they think I'm weak too. I'm gonna be honest about it. They like, mommy, we just told you this, that. Come on, girls, let's go pray and forgive. And they tired of hearing that. Honestly, you don't know what I'm going through. They don't know what I'm going through. They just telling you to forgive a person over and over and over and over. Um, don't think that God still didn't say that vengeance is his. Especially if a person is doing what he told them to do and they're actually forgiving people. You think judgment ain't coming? Judgment is for everybody. Nobody's exempt. The good thing about judgment, though, judgment can be a good thing for some people. You were actually doing the right thing. Not even the police gonna tell you to forgive over and over again. That ain't even a law, bro. So that's gotta be something I was choosing to do on my own. They did not come to me in the secrecy of my home and say, you know what, Miss Whitney, just forgive people. It might help you. Cause you know why? Some of them don't even believe in it. I'm sure the police have beef with people they ain't forgave from years ago. They can benefit off of this stream too. I don't know, but I'm speaking on it because some of them think they higher than God sometimes to talk about where a person ain't right at, and half of them ain't forgave nobody. Maybe I am their test. You can forgive me. Forgive my enemies. Jesus did, and he got killed for it. That's crazy, bro. Crazy work. Y'all don't think so? That's crazy work, bro. That you can actually be penalized for forgiving. They say, well, you must have a mental health problem. You know this and that, and you didn't spaz out. Looks to me like you just exposed yourself, and that's what you was looking for me to do. Well, praise God. I had already prayed for the truth and nothing but. What kind of person just wants you to spaz out and gonna keep doing stupid shit till you do? It's like fight fair. I don't even fight like that. Fight fair, bro. They can't fight fair when they fighting God. They gotta go through extremes. I mean, it's God you're fighting. They gotta go through top-notch extremes. It is cold in here. But yeah, I don't know how I got off on all that. I had to speak up for the kids because Jesus himself was one of those kids that was treated different. You got to know what you're talking about before you call me a fake believer. And don't blame me for your judgment when it comes. Because I knew I was one of those that took the time out to read about Jesus' childhood. I don't have time to say he fake. When I read about the childhood, I said, ain't no way this a myth story. Kids really be going through that. Joseph looking at you funny. Like, he knew the other kids he had with Mary was his. He was there. He made them. The angel of the Lord got to tell you to help with Jesus, though, because he really was going to leave Mary by herself with that baby. Y'all better read the Bible. If that angel hadn't told Joseph, because there wasn't no child support back then. If that angel of the Lord hadn't came and said, Joseph, go take her and make her your wife, you think Joseph would have did it? And don't call no man crazy that says it today. If an angel come to him, I'm one of them that's going to listen. The angel told you what? Y'all ain't seen The Preacher's Wife with Whitney Houston? You want to only listen to her music, but they didn't believe in Whitney Houston was a believer either. But I know she was a real woman of God. That's why they tried to make her look crazy, bro. It's stupid. Look how much more beautified she was when she was just a singer, trusting in God for herself, coming out in the industry. She didn't start looking a certain way to all these stupid ass influences. I'm sorry, Whitney Houston. It pisses me off. Rest in peace, my sister. It just pisses me off, bro, because I see it on a spiritual level. She got a whole song called I Love the Lord. And they still try to come and just make look any type of way. Still jealous of Jesus and his love for people. Just jealous. Because they'll never be able to love somebody like he do. I even know that about my daughters. I can never love them like he do. They fathers can never love them like he do. Hey, where's the other one? I'll need you to bring another one, though. That's kind of rude. You didn't ask if I need it or anything. Huh? I do. But go ahead. If it's for Dream, go ahead. Anyways, like I said about Whitney Houston, I saw how y'all tried to make her look crazy. She did not leave here in vain. I saw how full of life that woman was. So she didn't live in vain. I'm just saying there's young black women that look at her story and we said, why even go that direction? It didn't work out for her. So why go that same road? You feel me? I'd rather watch some of her positive movies like The Bodyguard or The Preacher's Wife. I'd rather listen to, out of all her music, my favorite song is I Love the Lord. I can sing it too. I sing it very well because it comes from my heart when I sing it. I felt what she was saying. They try to make Sister Whitney look like anything, bro. I'm talking about Whitney Houston. Yes, I am. I don't like that, bro. And if I'm not saying what I'm not saying about kids don't matter, bro. Why her daughter take her own life? Y'all want these kids to hate their mama because some daddy and his family do? That's crazy, bro. Her daughter grieved so hard. I think she committed suicide, right? That's sad to me to this day. Y'all don't have to talk about Bobby Christina every day. I keep her memory alive because that was somebody's child. And you expected her to live in this cold, dirty ass world without her mom. She wasn't going for it, bro. It's still sad. I'm just saying. More of us see that it was more to that than what the fuck they want us to believe. Go ahead. What do you need, Morgan? Give her a popsicle too. Okay. Boom, stop running through here. Like I said, my kids can do that. One minute you want to say let them be kids, the next you're trying to contain and control everything. All I know is once they're adults and they look back, mommy was okay with y'all being kids. I have to set the rules and put my foot down where I have to. Like, don't go too crazy. You're still a kid. I can't let you do too much now. Damn, they're going to have me locked up. My granny was like that too, really, with my mama. Some people love their kids that much, so they spoiled. How else was they supposed to show them? You think Whitney Houston's daughter wasn't spoiled? You expected her to, oh, come on, we finna move on with your mama. That daughter wasn't going for that, bro. Like, she just rather left her and go home with her mom, bro. They need to open up her case. I believe Whitney Houston's story actually deserves more attention. Look how they trying to make us just move on. I don't like that, bro. Oh, just move on. She overdosed. We showed you she was full of drugs. Was she full of them, or were y'all feeding them to her? I saw how that woman looked before she was with certain influences. Period, bro. Period, bro. If you had told her, you know, this man one day gonna have you strung out on drugs, looking crazy out here, fucking your career up, she wouldn't have believed you. As in love she was. No disrespect to Bobby Brown, man, but as black women, we're looking at that. Don't try to come attack us later talking about the black women. There's a problem with them now. She didn't seem to have a problem to me when she started off in the industry by her goddamn self. I don't know why I feel so passionate about Whitney Houston, bro. It's just something about her story, bro. I'm not sleeping on it. Especially when it comes to relationships. I don't care who trying to confuse me. How you gonna confuse me and I know Whitney Houston's story and I'm black too? You better go on somewhere with that, bro. And drugs was involved, money was involved, power was involved, influence was involved. Well, how stupid do you want me to be? That's weird, bro. Who else was I heard? Oh, shout out to Wendy Williams. Shout out to you, sister. I've been watching her story too. You know what I heard recently? That I think that she's finna win her whatever that is, conservatorship rights back. Shout out to you, Wendy Williams. How many other women are fighting for it? This is effing ridiculous, bro. Black women. And then our cases take longer. Why? Why? It's the same pattern and cycle over and over again. It's stupid, bro. I just can't help but feel bad for Wendy Williams, bro. Like, I'm an empathetic person. I'm a different type of empath. So who told y'all all empaths look the same? If you had a telescope or whatever you need to test my heart and look in it on a spiritual level and see that I be feeling what people going through, well, you better go buy you one, because it's there. God knows it's there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like that for a reason. You just want to have that heart for the right people, not for somebody just looking to step on it because it's a golden heart. Who does that? Stepping on gold? You crazy, bro. You supposed to pick that up, cherish it, run with it. Something. Who's been known to step on gold? But that's what you do when you stepping on a person with a good heart, bro. That's why it's called a heart of gold. Then you thought you could change that heart of gold's environment. Gold was in the ground to begin with. Put me where you want to. What? Gold is of the earth. That's why they keep trying to bury us. It's really our home. If you ask me, you trying to make me go back home quicker. I was made of the dust, so why would I fear the dust? Why would I fear it when you sprinkle it on my name either? That's where I'm from. I don't know. Maybe I talk too deep for people, but I'm just trying to. How you gonna believe you gonna make it and you don't think like me? I was just wondering. You need a new mind, a whole new mind, not the mind they gave you. They told you, yeah, that's the grass, that's the sky, those are two birds. This is what married couples look like. All you can do is tell me what it's supposed to look like, but you can't tell me how to feel. That's crazy, bro. What part was on about Whitney Houston though? Oh, Wendy Williams, shout out to her though. Much love from You Will Make It TV. Cause she gonna make it too. Notice what Wendy Williams' profession was. They think we're stupid. Look at what her profession was, bro. A lot of people, unless you watch the Wendy Williams documentary, you don't know what you're talking about. She did not start off as a TV talk host, but I'm finna get there in a minute. That's why I say people trying to control paths that you're on. Some people didn't even start. Ask Jim Carrey where he started, bro. Didn't I just talk about Denzel Washington earlier? Okay, so that's my point. Had they just let a person stop them on a certain part of their journey, I like my journey. I want them to be able to say, oh, she started as a radio. Then she tried to do music. Then she was a model. I mean, my story going to be so long of shit I tried before I finally make it to what I'm actually supposed to be doing. That's how it's supposed to look. Only a person that ain't would say that's crazy. That's crazy. Anybody ever reach their dreams and goals, bro? They got so many different seasons of their life they can talk about before they touch that. I'm sure they looked crazy to people too. Sorry, y'all. I gotta warm my coffee back up. Um, that's crazy, bro. For you to just see a person in it. And yep, tell that part too. Yeah, her kids, her wasn't done. They had on busted up shoes. I'm glad y'all recorded it. All that's gonna be needed when it comes down to my whole life story. But I ain't done living yet, am I? You see? Who's trying to rush that? Rush it on. Glad you seeing the ugly parts. But make sure your eyes wide open. Cause God done blessed us before. We've been known to be some of the most blessed people you gonna ever meet. Make sure they eyes, don't let them close them, y'all. When they say, oh, I know, she made it. No, open your eyes. Didn't you hear her say she was going to make it? You will make it. That's what she said. Open your eyes too when that blessing comes. Your eyes was wide open on the struggle though. That's crazy, bro. They couldn't even go to sleep. They might miss something. It's understandable with me. That's what you call expectant. God, there you told me you finna do something. I just want to be woke. I want to be on time. I don't want to miss the call. So I miss sleep some nights. Maybe it's another reason. Who knows? That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the devil be in control of? Boom, stop running through that hallway. That's what my 2-year-old like to do. She'll do this all night, y'all. And then she's so spoiled, mommy let her sleep to 3 o'clock. So what? Who mad about it? Because when we were trying to attend to schedules and round the clock ass schedules, you had so many people trying to interfere. Like, I can prove the interferences. That's nothing. So now we just trust God. God, we just happy to be breathing. When they up, we sleep. When we sleep, they up. Who cares? Somebody should care. It's weird, all those interferences. When you actually had a schedule, though, like you was doing something wrong. Interference is when there's a penalty. Why would you interfere when somebody doing the right thing, bro? Trying to take care of their kids. Oh, it's okay. I'm just preaching to them. I believe in that scripture that says vengeance is the Lord's. That's why. They like, why she ain't doing nothing? Because she believed that, bro. What was it supposed to look like? She didn't do nothing. She didn't go on a march like Martin Luther King. She didn't go into the Underground Railroad like Sojourner Truth. So something wrong with me. I try to tell people, well, yeah, you ain't gonna make it. You're not qualified. Bro, they told a lot of people that. And look at Rosa Parks. Do you know how she became famous, my friend? You got to talk to somebody that know what they talking about. Rosa Parks didn't have any special talent. She was just tired and she didn't get up. First of all, you think she was looking for fame? That woman just wanted to get home in peace on her way to work, bro. That's it. And what's crazy, she ended up whole famous. People know her name today. Say her name, as a matter of fact. Say it. You don't want to say mine, say Rosa Parks. Because I rode the bus just today. That's what's crazy. It was actually empty. I be feeling like stuff like that not cool. Like God will give you that type of peace. Look how far you come, my child. She went from having to go to the back of the bus to you got on it today, wasn't nobody on it. You could sit wherever you wanted to. The back, the front, the middle. And that's on my way there and back home. The bus was empty. Excuse me, y'all. That was my loud ass washer. Cause I'm washing a comforter and it gets loud when I put like big fluffy stuff in there. But I said, what? What is that? Oh yeah, it wasn't coincidence. Maybe it was confirmation. But I I know how far black people have come. I said it was a miracle. Y'all look at stuff like that as coincidence. Oh, it was just an empty bus. No, God was showing me something. Look how much I can pave the way. You want peace? I just want to see how hard you was gonna fight for it. Nobody ever fought so hard they didn't do nothing. Literally. Like how much do you surrender to have peace? That no matter what they do to you, you just go pray about it. I never thought I'd be this. Literally, bro. Cause I can surrender control in that way. Do you really control anything? Trying to be the goddamn mob and control everything? Do you really control anything? You notice they work in numbers, bro. Rosa Parks was by her goddamn self. To me, that's more respectable than the mob, some gangsters, a group of any organization. She was by herself. And what was they trying to do? Intimidate her. They probably walked past her talking about, They probably didn't even say nothing, just clearing their throat, trying to intimidate her. Ma'am, we're going to need you to go to the back of the bus. I do not take Rosa Parks' story lightly. No, I do not. Not as a black woman, and if I was any other race. If I was a woman, her story would matter. They want to sit around and look like, yeah, Rosa Parks, she was a great woman. I believe in it. No, you don't. If there's a black woman today, you still can't get, baby, what? I done told so many black people, they like, well, they doing it to you. That ain't got nothing to do with me. It's okay. I forgive people, bro. I was just here to speak the truth. If you mess with one black kid, you messing with all of them. You mess with one black woman, you messing with all of them. You mess with one black man, you messing with all of them. How do you say you feel about all of them? And we done seen so many instances and stories already. Not to pull the racist card. This is not about that. Or is it? Some people said, I didn't know. I don't think Jesus black. We still stuck on this, bro. That's crazy, bro. It shouldn't matter. I'm one of those. We shouldn't matter what color Jesus was. But if you ask me personally, I believe he was black just because how much like persecution came with his story. Yeah. What other people go through that type of stuff. Boom. Say you're sorry. Okay. Give her a hug. Thank you.
You want cereal? Yes.
No, she don't need nothing else to eat. You don't either. Either three of y'all. It is what time? 4:04. Wow. What a random number. That was one of my old apartment numbers. I see that number a lot, y'all. The crazy thing about 404 is it's usually the message error that pops up when literally, literally go to a website or something that don't work. It says 404. But I'm not being funny. I've been seeing that number since I moved out of this certain apartment. Don't tell me that God ain't been talking to me. Maybe he feel like I shouldn't have had to leave that apartment, but that's another story. It's just crazy. Like that specific apartment, yeah, God been talking to me about it for a minute. Whatever the hell went down there, why ever I left, all that. What do you need lemon juice for? Okay, because you used all the other bottle. That's why I have a new one. Stop it. Boom. Come here. Come talk to mama. Come here.
My snack.
No, you don't need no more snacks. It's 4 a.m. She can have ores. I got grapes. Here, Boom. Here. You like raisins? Come here. Why are you running around doing that? Come here. She took off running again. Anyways, I'm glad I had my baby while I'm still young, boy, because 2-year-olds boy, they be so fast. She doesn't even learn how to get out the stroller. I'm going to have to get another stroller, bro. I don't know. Even with it buckled in, she learned how to get out of it. So we're going to have to do something different. I'm going to just make her start walking with me. But my story crazier than Rosa Parks. They ain't even trying to make me get up off the bus. They trying to make me, I be walking. That's what's crazy. Huh? Why? I told her, give her what she wants. She said she trying to bite me. And her sister said, just let her bite you. Come here. When did you start biting people? Boom. I heard toddlers do that. They go through this stage. But still, she can't be in here biting folks. Little kid teeth hurt too. Hey, you better stop biting Morgan. Huh? No, you don't bite Morgan.
Sorry, Mommy.
Okay. Tell Morgan you're sorry. She said, sorry, Mommy. Y'all heard her. She's sweet. She do her best. Boo-boo, no biting. We brush our teeth. You don't bite with your teeth. You bite your food. They trying to distract me from what I was saying. Like I said, I'm not Rosa Parks. But I know she one of my guardian angels. You can't pay me to believe she's not. She probably like, Tetasheri, your story crazier than mine. I can't make this up, bro. They don't even like to see you walking, see you coming, and I'm using my 2 feet. People act like they gotta speed up, act like they gonna hit, like I'm supposed to be. If my sister Rosa Parks wasn't intimidated on the bus, why I'm supposed to be intimidated when I'm walking, bro? Huh? I was just wondering, bro. You got some silly people out there. If you can't drive, you don't even need to be on the road. The pedestrians got the right of way. It depends on which state you in. But most places. What, Boom? Bring me that teddy bear. Teddy bear. Bring me Mr. Teddy. I see you rubbing your eyes trying to fight it. I ought to start going live with the camera on so people can see this. A baby would try to fight it all night long. Trying to hang with me. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't she? She just trying to stay up with me. Soon as I go lay down in that bed, she gonna be like, she'll start snoring. I done seen it too many nights. Like, I gotta be right next to her. Come here, Boom. You heard her? Something about no. Yeah. When people be like, I don't see how she's enduring, I tell them, baby, you better think about Rosa Parks, Sojourner Truth, Madam C.J. Walker, anybody you need to think about when you talk about another black woman, bro. And times are more modern. This certain shit just shouldn't still be going on, bro. That's crazy. They'll try to control the whole economy, change laws, whatever. Look at all you've already done. And black people still overcame it, bro. Still talking about you don't see how we overcomers. Sometimes I wonder, I probably am in the bloodline of Rosa Parks. Who knows? The way people be coming at me, bro. Like, and you don't come in nothing but peace. You just tired.
No, in here.
That's it. Yes, please. Thank you. You're the best. I'm actually almost through. I didn't know I was gonna go all the way. What my stream people don't know is I'm coming back with a part 2. I'm finna shock everybody. It ain't gotta be a part 2, but I ain't done talking. How do they want a person that turn their cheek to stop talking too? They already turned their cheek. That don't mean they didn't see you slap them. That's weird, bro. If you slap a person, they saw you do it. That's weird, bro. So I will reshare our topic here in the chat. I'm gonna reshare it on my post section for anybody who wants to tune in. Maybe listen to a nice segment on the way to work in the morning. If you can't be at church, but we ain't gotta be at church to talk these things. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm talking about Judas, and sometimes that's just how it is. God take over the stream like that, and I start talking about what needs to be discussed. Thank you, sweetie. We appreciate your support, guys. Make sure you hit that like button, share, and subscribe. And until next time.